Okay. Hey, there we go. Welcome everybody. I was watching the concurrent viewers or the waiting viewers be the highest it's ever been, and I hit start stream and nothing comes out of this shit. Oh my God, of course. Welcome. Apotheosis, Summer Bradshaw. I recognize you guys from the VODs. Welcome. Glad to have you. What's up? We're back. Oh, and we're about to start a huge arc, if I've heard it right. I know that there are certain people who just love Percy. I know there are some people who just love this arc. But I've been hearing some good things. And, I mean, how long is this arc? Oh, this stretches into the 40s. So, we are about to start the arc where Tiberius leaves. The stream thumbnail has my rapt attention. Oh, I loved that one. I felt so excited. I was like, I can make a critter joke. Let's go. I was very excited about that. Woo! Bidet and Good Zone. Hello. Had to skip ahead for this. I think you can pretty solidly, like, this isn't to diminish the episodes at all, but I think you can safely skip like 17 to 24 without it being too relevant to the current plot. Like, stuff definitely happens and it's very worth watching. But it doesn't have a lot of like overarching arc implications, like a lot of like big stuff. Other than that, Keyleth completed her Fire Ashari trial. That's really the only thing that I think is gonna probably extend out. There are questions you need to answer about Arc 1 before you start this episode. Is that right? What questions do I need to answer, SSH? Do you have a quiz of some manner? I am not aware of these questions. I am going to, speaking of questions, Rebecca. Oh, also Guy Constructs, I think, is new. Welcome. Very fun to have so many new folks here. Rebecca rightly pointed out that we should rewatch the Percy background intro before this starts. So I will be doing that. Do you want them in chat or in Discord? Let's put them in chat. You know, pump the engagement, pump the numbers on this one. This is one of the suggested starting point episodes for non-completionists. I can definitely see that. I mean, the stuff before this, I definitely feel like will have an impact, but even speaking of Keyleth completing her Fire Ashari, we know that pre the Critical Role that we all know and love, in the Pathfinder days, she completed her Earth Ashari trial. So I think that a lot of the stuff that happened could very easily almost fade into background knowledge or background details. So I can very much understand why this is a good starting point. Well, watching for your cool commentary, I think I know plot stuff. Oh, fair enough, because you've seen Legend of Vox Machina, so that's very fair. Well, thank you. Hi to new people and the people I haven't been concurrent with for a while. Hell yeah. This is where the animated show starts. Ooh. So I knew that Tiberius was cut from Legend of Vox Machina, but I didn't know if they just totally rewrote everything before that or where exactly it started. This feels like a good place to start, especially because if they'd started the animated series with all the Horn of Orcus stuff, I think it, and the Keyleth and the Kavarn, it could have set up some plot threads that I kind of doubt Matt ever finishes. So I can see why they would start later. There are 16 and a few fun stats for crit roll stats for Arc 1. Ooh. What was the name of the man who fought Trinket in episode 1? Oh God, do I not know? I do not know that. I remember who it was. I remember there was a guard in Craghammer, and Vex and Vax went to spy out this manor, and she brings Trinket with them. and then Vex sends Trinket back, like mid sneak fest, and like on the way back, I think Trinket runs into somebody. But I would not be able to remember his name at all. Oh boy, we're getting to test my memory. I'm predicting if there are 16, I'm gonna predict that I go about 5 and 16 on these. Just because my like detailed memory like that is not gonna be it. The animated show starts with a version of pre-stream adventures and then jumps to more or less this once they get the resources for a full season. This arc was the obvious choice. Fair. Okay. That makes sense. What up, John? Episode 1 is sort of set up intro dealing with the corrupt council person, but then it goes into Percy goodness. Hell yeah. It was Balgus, the man who they got the wine from. That's right. Who snuck into House Thunderbrand? No one snuck into House Thunderbrand. The House Thunderbrand is the house with like the magical barrier around it. Or wait, maybe they did later. Did they sneak in with like the flying carpet? Oh shit, I don't remember. Because the first episode, Tiberius tries to get in. He like uses like glacier wall or whatever, and then he's basically denied. But then they go back to House Thunderbrand after the whole Kavarn arc, and they all are there. But does someone teleport in? I don't think it's Tiberius. I'm going to throw out a Vax guess, even though I don't think that's right. I'm going to throw out a Vax guess. Zero Tiberius in the show, yeah. Well, it'd be weird to have him for like a little bit and then not for the rest of it. A lot of questions that you probably don't... I mean, not that you don't want to answer the questions, but you don't want it to be like the discussion around the show about how this guy got like booted, you know? Percy over literally all men. Excuse me, is Grog a hero, not a man? I simp hard for Taliesin Jaffe, and I don't care who knows it. Man, we got some Taliesin fans in here. I like Taliesin, don't get me wrong. I was like, I must know all about this emo boy. Oh, man. Sorry, I meant House Greyspine. Oh, Greyspine was Vax. This stream is just going to be Percy Posse. It seems like we are well in the Percy Posse. Just caught up on these yesterday. Very excited. What's up, Sam? Welcome. It was Scanlan? Oh, jeez. I didn't realize it was Scanlan. I forgot about that. I thought it was Vax. What loving name did VM give Clarota? Clarence. Now we see, the further we get in, I think I'll start remembering more and more. But yeah, it's Clarence. Clarence for Clarota. It would be pretty funny if they had Tiberius in one episode. Just throw him in there. Just be like, look at this party member that is equal to all of the party members. Just kidding. Goodbye, sir. I am here for the raw stupidity of Grog first and foremost. He's an ideal stupid character. I've said this many times. Where like he doesn't feel actively cringe to watch. It's just fun and endearing. Taliesin and his character. I'm glad that everyone has their picks. So far. It's so funny. Me and Marisha Ray are just on the same wavelength. Like in character, out of character. I don't normally play a druid. I'm not that into druid, but we are just on the same wavelength. What did Scanlan and Vax use to bind the Illithid during the Dwagar war camp fight? Ooh. Oh wait, blind. It was poo. Wasn't it? It was either Scanlan's poo or it was like from the latrine, like a cup of it or a bottle of it, and they threw it in his face and it blinded him. I think that's correct. I might be wrong about that. Marisha gets slept on so much. It's so nice to see her getting the appreciation she deserves. I'm there. I'm there for it. I mean, Grog is like easy appreciation. But like even like Travis and Grog are like not normally the types of characters that I play and not really like the type of characters that I really vibe with. Even though I love Travis and Grog, it's just very like I can more easily put myself into Marisha. Like put myself in her shoes and think about how she's thinking. It was a Care Bear stare. What was the name of Clarota's home and the place currently holding Kavarn? Yugvaril. Oh, Yugvaril. Which I really... Something interesting about Kavarn, Yugvaril, Clarota. I really thought that there was going to be a lot more, which I realize now, after the fact, that it was kind of always meant to be a limited series, so they were kind of never going to be able to expand that as much as I would have wanted. But I really liked the aspect of, like, I really liked the naming conventions. I thought there was going to be a lot more there with the relationship between Kavarn and the Mind Flayers. And there just kind of wasn't. Which is okay. Like, it's not, like, the worst thing in the world, but yeah, I think there were some really cool opportunities that I talked a lot about in, like, 4, 5, 6 of, like, what I thought was going to happen. I don't think it's a spoiler that when Orion left, he kept the copyright rights of his character, thus sort of screwing himself or his character from ever appearing in future CR content. Interesting. Dude, that is like... You must look back on that with... I can't even imagine, like, the level of regret that one could have. Like, I don't know, seeing every new thing that Critical Role does. Like, oh, they're making a TTRPG, huh? That's cool. Like, oh, they're on campaign 3. Dope, really dope. Oh, 2 Netflix shows? Really? Not just one. There's 2 of them? For real. Okay, shoosh. Like, just like putting myself into Orion's head, that must just be miserable. I'm pretty impressed you're getting... I am surprised that I'm getting them so well. Who died in the Kavarn fight? Who died? Akita. Evita. Grog. Grog died, I believe. I believe Grog died. That is my only guess. That's my only guess. Sucked to be Orion not being part of $1 million company. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need to speed up the questions as this episode is sort of lengthy. Yeah, just rapid fire them in, and I'll answer them as I get to them. So just go bang 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 bang. Kavarn is also a valid answer. Also true. Because I don't think they killed any of the Mind Flayers. They just bounced, right? He tried to spin it off into his own thing, but it did not turn out well. I think it was Kaid Draconian Knights? Oh, cold. Interesting. That sounds odd. 7. There were 2 phases of the Kavarn fight. Who got the original killing blow? Who got the final how do you want to do this on the zombified Kavarn? I don't know, actually. I believe zombified Kavarn was Orion, and original blow was Percy? With, like, the bad news? I don't remember that one. That one's I'm not confident on. Who is everyone's favorite NPC and shopkeeper? It's gotta be Gilmore with all of his glorious goods. It's him. Who does Felicia Day's character, Lyra, have a crush on? She has a crush on... Oh, I want to say Amancio, but that's an NPC from my game. It's not Amancio. It's someone I can't remember. Can't remember his name. No contest. Scanlan. That's wrong, but sure. What is the name of the white dragon that one half of VM, Lyra and Zara fought? I don't remember. I don't remember that at all. Ooh, I was doing too well early. I'm glad that I gave myself such an out as that. After the Trial of the Take episodes, we met Osissa, a sphinx who guards a temple to what god goddess? I don't remember. The only thing I want to say is Mistra, but I know that that's wrong, but I'm gonna lock it in anyways. Wow, the more recent we've gotten, the worse my memory. It's names especially. Names are not my thing. What was the name of the black powder merchant? Dude, it's like Timothy or Travis. It's not Travis. Fuck. Or Tucker. Or Vincent? Vincent Victor. Victor? Is it Victor? I think I'm gonna lock in Victor. That maybe is it. Who is VM's #1 fan? Oh, fuck. The Butcher's son? Man, we are really getting into names. I don't know names. It's a Butcher's son. I'm pretty sure he's like a level 1 fighter from what I could tell. He was ready to go, and then Vax bonked him on the head and knocked him out. Shit. 8 is probably a pretty contentious question. There are a few of those. Yeah, fair enough. I think it's Gilmore, though. And now some stats. It was played like an old radio show, which I like the concept, but wow, there was a bit of pettiness in the first ep. Ugh, bad taste. First eps are important. First steps are very, very important. And if you started out with a bad taste, that's really not good. I do like the idea of like kind of portraying adventures through like fantastical retellings of them. That does sound very interesting and fun. Oh, excuse me, and fun, but yeah, not great, especially if there's pettiness involved. 109 PC nat 20s. 10s are from 10 from Will Wheaton. Jesus. 25 DM nat 20s. 12 DM nat 1s. The Will Wheaton curse. 15 times knocked unconscious. Timothy? Timothy sounds right. Ugh. Oh no. 1 death. Grog via Kavarn. It was Grog. Let's go. 17 Grog rages. Hell yeah. Misread that at first. Less, but cool. I'm glad it said what it said. For Percy misfires. Yeah. And I think that's why I kind of mentioned at one point that I don't love the misfire mechanic, like as a general mechanic. But honestly, it's so low impact that like it probably doesn't matter. And like it has like an aesthetic purpose within the class of like making the class fantasy like feel right. So maybe it's fine, but I don't like that type of mechanic, but misfire's probably fine. Oh, well done, it's Victor. Let's fucking go. Woo, 103 Vex arrows. Level 1 is generous. Yeah, he's more level 0. Yeah, I don't know. Level ones are getting way overkilled by a level 11 rogue. That's for sure. 3 whispers. Okay, I had heard about whispers outside of like my watch through and the community. I thought they were going to be much more of a thing. I think that's why I went into them so hard in the episode where I go into it. And then, like, since then, there's been, like, 1, maybe, like, a half. So that was very interesting to me. I think when I was, again, thinking about that mechanic, it's sort of like misfires, where, like, I don't like it as a mechanic, but I think that it aesthetically fits within the product. For misfires, it's within the class. For whispers, it's in the context of, like, a live-streamed actual play. And I think it aesthetically fits really well, like both of those things, but like mechanically, I don't love them. So very interesting, very interesting. And many, many Scanlan songs, fuck yeah. And with that, we are done. Very nice, SSH. Thank you very much for the questions. And you know what? I'll let that be the recap, because my only real takeaway from last episode was, whoa, a lot happened, and whoa, we are about to go into what it feels like is the first real arc. Like, I feel like everything has been sort of temporary arcs for meta purposes, and it feels like this is the first one where they have, like, it seems like a decent amount of agency within it. Like, it's not being forced upon them, like the trial of the take stuff. It seems like there's a strong motivator within the party to do it. It's also, like, aligning with some of their other goals. So yeah, not a huge takeaway. I'm excited to get into the first questline. The first full-out one for Critical Role. Are we talking about the Orion spin-off series? Yeah, a couple of times. Thank you, SSH, and well done, Mega. Thank you. Orion got what he wanted in which to be the main character. Fucking true. It's just cringe, and I hate thinking about it, so I'm not gonna anymore. Oh, man. That was fun, SSH. I agree. That was very fun. I love that level of trivia. That was super cool. And I don't think there are any player absences, but while we go through the first couple of like time codes, I'm gonna get the bingo set up. So we're gonna do bingo today as well. It's gonna be fun. Whispers are much more of a C2 thing, I think. It's just physically easier when they eventually get their setup to the same table instead of the separate. Fair enough. And I'll have to see what I think of when they're more common in C2. From my understanding, C2 also has like a level of intrigue, like especially at the start, where a lot of the PCs like don't trust each other, etc., etc. So I can very much see how that would be more involved in that type of vibe. Which again, it might go to serve that aesthetic really well, and I'll have to see. Welcome to R2. How many beds got? I think 1, maybe 2. Oh no. Oh man. I knew the live watch numbers for this episode would be higher as this starts off many people's favorite arcs. Fuck yeah. I'm very excited. Even just like the starting, like people waiting numbers were higher. It's very exciting. We're starting to build a thing. Welcome everybody. With that, I'm probably, once we actually get into the episode, I'm going to have the timer and I'll set up some kind of a Q&A time at the beginning. I don't think I'll write stuff down anymore. But if there's something that I stop talking about because of the timer and you want to ask me about it at the end, I'll leave a little like designated like continuation time after the episode's done. This arc is probably my favorite C1, so I'm super excited. Gonna be fun. I'm excited. The vibe for early C2 is correct. Okay, yeah, hell yeah. 1 bed and 1 temple. That's true. Stream Elements needs the 0 dropping. Yeah, it does. Oh no. Don't let the numbers go to his head. This dude, you have been the one that has been like, tell everyone to like, tell everyone to subscribe. Let's get some comments. This dude is sending me mixed messages. But with that in mind, like the video. How do you want to like this? Freaking smash that subscribe button, dude. And let me know your favorite moment from Arc 1. Underdark up until now. In the comments down below. Don't tell me in the chat. I hear you about to type it in the chat. Type it in the comments. And with that... Oh, is Bug in the background? Oh, she left. Goodbye. 0 to hero. And with that, we'll get it started. There's a couple of pre-episode stuff, and then we're going to find Percy's backstory so that we can get ourselves caught up. I'm probably going to play most of the episode at 1.5. If they go into combat, it might even get ticked up to like 1.75. But with that, let's get into it. I want you to grow, but don't get smug about it. Fair enough. That's a very fair thing. I don't want to get smug about it either. So hold me accountable to that. All right. And we will get on into it. And I'll get bingo set up as well.
We're talking about the changes to Critmas because we had stresses on scheduling and we had crew here, and just when a lot of things go long, we were talking about possibly moving to like Periscope on a different day, separate medium. Well, the fan base has spoken very loudly and very intently about the reaction to that. And so what we're doing to still make it so people aren't, kept here for ridiculous hours weekly, we're still gonna have Critmas on the stream, but it's gonna be once a month. It's probably gonna be the first Thursday of every month, and we're gonna make an extensive day for that month where we.
And what is Critmas like a big after action thing? Because he's talking about like keeping people after hours, so I assume it's like what they do after the stream. I'm not aware of it. But that would make sense, especially as they get bigger and they want to do more stuff. I can imagine them kind of centralizing that. Yeah, fair enough. Can we see fan art? Maybe if the pace is good. If the pace is good, we can see some fan art. But right now, especially with all of this stuff at the beginning, we're probably going to be pretty behind on pace. Wish I could have experienced early days CR Twitter. I just know it was chaos. Oh my god, I can't imagine. These poor actors had no idea what they were in for. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, fan letters and fan gifts. That makes sense.
Open everything that evening, and so we still get to experience and share that with you guys, but also not keep these guys here way too late unpaid every Thursday night. So I think that's the plan we're going with forward. Hopefully that's cool with everyone still, because we love it too, and we want to make sure we can still share that with you guys. All right, a couple other announcements.
And then reminder of why Ashley is missing.
Ashley's show Blind Spot is premiering this coming Monday.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
I'm so excited you can check out Ashley on the show Blind Spot, where she may be sneaking Critical Role stuff into the show. Hopefully, we're trying to push her to do that. So you should go support her, see it's awesome, and all of us all lament that's the reason she's away from us.
No. And then at 8:42, guest announcement ?
Pressure.
What should we say?
Should we just say that we have Kit here?
Yeah, she's around here.
No, we shouldn't tell them we have Kit here.
Oh, should we not tell them that Kit's here right now?
Let's hold that back.
Bitbus is not here.
Kit Bus is here.
We also,
What the hell
both
is
of our
she?
artists here.
She might be in the kitchen.
Kit and Wendy.
What the hell? Why are they
Wendy,
not?
Kit and Wendy.
Right.
No, probably,
Kids are
it's better to watch out.
They're watching out
Yeah,
there.
come here. But come here.
There's like a 30-second line.
Yeah, do it,
We'll
bud.
wait for it.
We'll have him say hello fast, but Kit Bus, our official Crit Roll artist who did all the original character designs and who's produced amazing art for the show, is here visiting Los Angeles for the next week. So she's here on the set, and
That's
we'll drag her out in
sick.
front of the camera and embarrass her shortly.
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay, and we will go to the beginning at 14:31. That's dope that they I mean, I'm sure that they knew Kit from somewhere else, but that's cool that she's gonna be here. All right, and I will get bingo set up, and we will be ready. Let's go. Let's do it.
You have a week to figure out what you want to do in advance of that, and that is where we left off.
What time of the day is it right now?
Right now, after this discussion, your guys' arrival, I'd say it's probably mid-afternoon. The first things first, though, after this discussion with Secret Awesome, who leaves the keep, you do have a brief moment of awkward silence as most of the people that work within your keep turn to you. Lena kind of looks about the rest of you.
But, by the way, we've been working here for about 6 weeks on the pay of full. We're coming close to our next pay scheme, and you tend to leave often and for extended periods of time. We would also like to be paid, if possible.
Definitely, dear.
Oh, right.
Yes.
I thought.
Is this just a stand-in for Kit right here? Oh yeah, annoyance counter reset. That's a good point.
Definitely going to pay you.
Yeah, we're totally
Does anybody
gonna
remember
pay
how much we are supposed to pay now?
What is the total of the staff's payment?
And she kind of thinks to herself, which point you see Erwin, the elderly servant in the back, says,
Well, actually, you had previously said that it was both of our services were 50 gold each for the month.
Yes.
And if I recall, the other mercenaries or guardians that you've hired to watch the walls of the keep are at a discussed 100 gold for the month's wages each.
And how many of those guys do we have?
You currently have 5 on your
500
payroll.
gold a month.
600. By the way, if you do intend to leave for an extended period of time again, I would recommend perhaps paying that in advance. There was.
What is going on? Okay, is stream back? Stream has been weird. So I tried messing with the bitrate. I tried turning the how dare I? I tried turning the bitrate down because last session we had a lot of issues with the bitrate being too high. Or with the bitrate being bad. I'm going to turn it back down to somewhere in between the two values. I set it from 2500 to 5,000. I'm going to go with more like 3,000. I don't know why I'm just now realizing as I thought that turning the bit rate up would like help with stream stability. Hopefully, oh my gosh, yeah, our dropped frames are crazy. Numbers went down, tisk. I know, dude. Okay, I think hopefully we're good. Hopefully we're stable. I'm supposed to get mirrored service, but I don't think I am. I don't think I'm getting the same up as I am down. So I'm probably gonna have to call AT&T about that at some point, or Xfinity. But anyways, we will get back into it.
600 gold?
We do not.
Who's our treasurer?
I am, but you bitches keep spending money.
Cool stuff now.
Darling.
I'll go halvesies.
Halvesies?
Yeah, I've got
Lovely.
some money.
Twinsies will pay halvesies. Here you go. 300.
Thank you so much. I'll make sure this gets to the appropriate individuals
please
immediately.
do,
They'll be
please do.
very happy to not have to walk away.
Of course, yes. Don't worry, you will always be paid from Vox Machina.
What? I'll be here.
And Erwin steps in and goes,
By the way, if you do intend to leave for an extended period of time again, I would recommend perhaps paying that in advance. There was a bit of unrest last time.
Should we pay another month?
No, not yet, not just yet.
Maybe later in the week.
I'll pay him with invest right now. Just get out of the way. 600 out of here. There you go.
Got it.
Very well,
Write
sir.
that down.
This will be disseminated amongst the employees.
Traditionally, the head of house does dispense out the stipends anyway. That would be appropriate. I'm not even in the room, am I? Never mind. Sorry.
"Forgot where I was." Yeah, you're down in the
Speaking
you're
of-
down in the
I'm down in
workshop.
my basement.
Can I go find Percy?
You can.
Actually, we should all go find Percy. We should all talk to
Thank you
Percy.
kindly, Tiberius. Thank you.
He wanders off and begins counting out change into like a small person.
When they start to go, I'd like to go to the temple with the sigils and talk to the.
Some great Tiberius stuff, or some quote unquote great Tiberius stuff. I mean, I guess it's all entertaining, but some part of me has a feeling that I'm probably not going to love it. Okay, so let's play. And I'm not inviting players. We're just going to have our cards, or I'm just gonna have my card, and we're gonna go with it. With their line of work, they need some life insurance plans. Honestly, it's so funny. I would recommend, and this is, oh gosh, I need to start the timer. First timer of the episode. I really like the idea of a hideout or a lair or some sort of permanent abode for the party. I think that there are quite a few like modules that try to, I don't want to say address the problem, because I don't think it's a huge problem that it's not built into D&D. But there are quite a few that try to build it in a little bit more. I think one of the big things for me is that your stronghold needs to provide you, or your castle or your keep or whatever. It needs to provide you with both a benefit and a risk profile. Like, there have to be risks involved with keeping this up. Now, they can just be gold. Like, you can just make it a pure gold sink, which is kind of what it seems like Matt has done so far, is it's just a pure gold sink. I don't love that, because I think that it really brings you out of the fiction. It brings you out of the world. Like, I don't think it's, I keep wanting to use the word not appropriate. It's fine. Like, it's appropriate. It's just that it's not, I don't think it helps invest the players in the world. It is just sort of a mini game that they participate in occasionally. So I think that when you're thinking about the benefits and the risks, I would encourage you, yes, make some of them mechanical, no question. Make some of them a gold cost, like an upkeep, and make some of them like, oh, we have like a place to sleep, so we don't have to pay for inns or whatever. But also try and make it very narrative focused as well, which I know a lot of my advice boils down to, but I think that we can, one of the great things about TTRPGs is that marriage of narration or narrative and mechanics. And so whenever we're looking at introducing big aspects to our games, I want to bring in all like those two things. I want to bring in the narration and the mechanics. So while, you know, there's this risk profile, it should be things like, oh, other people maybe want the keep for themselves. They want to have those benefits. And they're either going to go after it via sneaky means, via diplomatic means, via military means. They're maybe going to try to bribe away the mercenaries from Grayskull. Like, all of these things can be in there. As one of the main keeps in Amon, maybe they are drafted into the military against their will, maybe even in a moral dilemma. Maybe Amon is being rightfully targeted, or they're getting involved in an unjust war. And that is made very clear to Vox Machina, but because of their real estate, because of this benefit that they have to get involved. So I think that, you know, I don't think it's totally necessary. I don't fault Matt for running it this way or doing it this way, but I want more out of Grayskull. I want more than just a gold sink for them to waste money on. Right? I want more benefits and more detriments. Oh, man. Just an observation that once again Orion chooses to have Tibbs doing something different. Yeah. I mean, we have on there Vax walks away. It really should. I mean, it would maybe be ticked too much, but freaking Tiberius walks away would be really common. And Orion chooses not to be there. Yep. I think if you switch the placement of the OAC in the chat window, it would lessen the overlaps. Oh, you're totally right. Yeah, chat goes over there, and then I can. Yep, totally. I'm with you. This rank gives me the idea of a Moonstone keep that only can be accessed during a full moon, but it can be upgraded with Moonstone to make it more accessible and more upgraded, the easier to find. Fuck yeah. Like, I love the idea of making it a central plot point. Since, I mean, where you live, where you call your home, is central to your life. It should be the same for these characters. It's not so free real estate. The Bastion stuff, I haven't. I've heard of it, but we're nearing the end of the timer. Fuck. And exactly what Eden said. We're done. All right.
Guy who runs the place.
Oh, you mean the Lyceum?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that a way?
The Alabaster Lyceum.
Yeah, because I learned something new this week, and I was like, oh, I'm done. But that's the
All right. So you make your way towards the Alabaster Lyceum. The rest of you head down into Percy's workshop. So you head around the outskirts of the inner portion of the keep itself, down the stairway that leads to the basement floor. The basement floor, which contains a small cell, like a holding cell that you had constructed for you in case you had somebody you take prisoner at some point. To the right, to the left of you, there's a small turning hallway that leads into the
Not
workshop.
weird
The
at all.
workshop contains a series of various tools, workbenches. Actually has a forge. A working forge with anvil and various blacksmithing tools. And as you guys come down there, the heat's already blasting from it. You can see Percy is madly into just diving into work of some kind.
What are you doing, Percy? Are you making more mouse traps? Guess not.
I'm a bit busy. I am making more ammo. I'm working on a few projects that have been rolling around in my head for quite some time now. The bolt is on the list, yes.
This probably doesn't count as Tinker's something until the moment that he actually produces something. Because right now, this feels more narrative than anything else.
The worker.
I've got a lot to do.
Yes. So, darling.
How many of you are down here
I
right
think we're all
Everyone
here.
Everyone except Tibbs.
I'm moving through his stuff.
I let Trinket
Tibbs.
forward around the courtyard, so he's not down here at the moment.
I think we need a little history lesson on
now?
these-
Don't touch that.
Why not? But it moves.
Don't touch
Matthew.
anything.
I took some fine meats before I left, and I'm feeding it to Lockheed along the way, by the way.
Okay. Lockheed enjoys them thoroughly. They're delicious. Comfort food, crafted by the finest cooks in...
Dude, who just sighed? Who was like,
But it moves.
who
Don't
cares?
touch
Matthew.
anything.
I took some fine meats before I left, and I'm feeding it to Lockheed along the way, by the way.
Okay. Lockheed enjoys them thoroughly. They're delicious.
I can't tell who that is coming from, but I think Liam's literally just like, dude, we're doing this. Stop it. Who cares?
Comfort food, crafted by the finest cooks in Grayskull.
Percy, it's hard not to clearly notice that you're quite distressed, and we're concerned. And you know, we're talking about it. Not that we were talking about you or anything behind your back or anything, but you know, we never really found out why you were in that prison cell.
I questioned it before. We never wanted to make you uncomfortable, but we're about to walk into a party, and I feel like we need a bit of a history lesson.
We're starting off
know you're right.
strong.
Should we guess? Was it public nudity?
A bit. I've never had to say this out loud before. I've never actually had this discussion with anyone.
It's okay. It gets better.
Do I get an inspiration die for that?
I'll give you D6 inspiration.
The Briarwoods, Lord and Lady Briarwood are responsible for the death of my entire family. Oh. Whitestone was my home. Many years ago. I don't want to get into the details. I came from a big family. I came from a proud family. One night, they were invited in to our home, and over the course of that night, they slaughtered everybody. They are evil. They are corrupting. The few survivors of Castle Whitestone who did survive only survived through deceit and by working for the Briarwoods, turning on the masters. Thankfully, the Derola family still has standing elsewhere, and there's other branches of the family other than my father's. I was lost for quite a while after that happened. I had nothing else in my life other than my family. I was never really going to inherit anything. I wasn't going to run anything. I was idle. And at some point, I made the decision that I was...
You know, it is classic Inspire Red, and I agree. I think I think a lot of times this backstory can, or this type of backstory could be seen as tropey. But I think something I want to call attention to is the fact that just like Keyleth's big dream, where she like saw herself and she saw her own death that was revealed during the Ashari arc, or the little Ashari mini arc. Just like that, the fact that he has waited so long to talk about this in character. I mean, this has been months and months and months of adventuring in character. His I don't want to say reticence, but his control over not just flooding his backstory onto everyone, I think makes it hit harder. I think a lot of the times when we identify like annoying backstories within D&D, a lot of it, at least in my experience, has to do with the timing of when it's revealed. And I find that even if you're playing a tropey character, like Grog is fairly tropey, but he's still delightful. Oh, for sure. Yeah, and sorry, I don't want this to come off as like, you're wrong for saying that. I agree with you. I think you're right. And as an add-on, I think this is a good example, both Percy and Keyleth, of waiting until the time is right to reveal your backstory, and acting it and being into it can make it hit so much harder than it ever would have if you just display it for all to see. And I think that this is well contrasted against Tiberius, who has a relatively interesting backstory, if you ask me. Like, he's like out looking for these artifacts, kind of similar to Keyleth's, but there's a great opportunity for Matt to make very interesting artifact quest lines. Like, I think it's a really good backstory, but he talks about it constantly. So, like, he never gives it the dramatic weight that it might be able to have. And I don't even want to say that that's the wrong choice. It depends on how you want to go as a player, but I think that this is a really good example of it kind of doesn't matter how good or bad or tropey or you know, whatever your backstory is, you can make it hit through good and well-timed performance. God, Percy's the type of dude to scream Griffith. Uh-oh, we've hit another Megaphone Man doesn't get pop culture moment. So anyways, I invented a gun. Oh yeah, also that. When I first watched his backstory video, I definitely thought he was a warlock. He gets a similar item to Guts as well. Anime. I know Guts. It helps to have trust in the DM that you will be allowed / encouraged to have your moments. Oh, 1,000%. And I think as advice to players, feel free to approach your DM and say, hey, it's been a while. We haven't really gotten around to my backstory. I'd like to work it in if possible. I know you have, your own plans, but if any of those could involve my backstory, that'd be really dope. Like, I think that approaching them off table like that is very cool, and it gives them some good direction. If they say, like, no, it doesn't really work, then, and you're not expecting it, but then they have it for the next arc, for the next little segment that they're world building to try and include you. How Percy's backstory was crafted is very interesting, but spoilers, yeah, fair enough. It's a Berserk reference. I've seen a lot of my friends really like Berserk. And I don't really read. Period. I do audiobooks. If there's a Berserk audiobook, but that's why I've never really been into comics or mangas. It's because I like to listen to things while I'm doing other things with my hands. It really helps. Just talking about how actually show blind spot count, or is it only counted during gameplay? I'm going to make a split decision. It's gameplay. And that's dope, Just Mustang. That's really sick. I like that a lot. And that's a reset.
If nothing else, I survived to maybe extract some vengeance, maybe set something right, maybe stop whatever it was they were doing. I don't know. There was one of their party, Dr. Ripley. She was in charge of something during the murder. I don't know what. I chased her. I chased her down. It took a year. And I had my gun. And I discovered where she was and where she was working on some ruins.
Timer does work wonders, I agree. And also, really quick aside, okay, maybe not quick, I don't know. Again, going into this not hesitation or reticence or whatever, but this control over what makes sense in the moment. He isn't even talking about the Black Cloud here. He's just saying, like, this happened, skip, I had my gun, I was chasing her. Doesn't even address a huge part of his backstory, which is the Black Cloud that gives him the design and his invention of the first gun. I mean, those are large segments, but he knows Taliesin, as a storyteller, knows that those are not applicable right now. Keep it tight, keep it contained, keep it hitting. Yeah, just dope. Big ups to a great way to start off an arc centered around him with this really controlled release of his backstory. I love it.
And I approached her, and I never even saw her face. The guards captured me, beat me up. Didn't even bother taking my things. They just threw me in that dungeon. I never even got close enough to see her face.
You know her name, but you've never seen her before.
I saw her when she was interrogating me in my home.
So you could recognize her?
Oh, yes.
How did you get away with the rest of your family?
My sister Cassandra, my younger sister, I see somehow evaded capture. I don't know. She set me free. I don't know what became of her. I don't know what became of any of my siblings. Probably not. Nothing reasonable, nothing good.
You witnessed none of these deaths?
I saw bodies of a few of them. It's all a bit shady. It's all a bit of a blur.
How many years ago was this?
4 now, 5 now.
If you know that they murdered your family, how are they still part of society?
I don't know. I could have gone home. I could have gone home at any point. At this point, I just I'm scared.
Did they take over Whitestone? Are they still there?
I discovered.
So last session, stream, whatever, I talked about something that I thought was potentially very interesting that Matt was doing, and then it kind of turns out he wasn't, which is fine. Which is the delayed travel of information, or the modification and the misrepresentation of information over time and distance. So them saying, like, how are they still around? How are they still in society if they did all this? Well, I mean, most people in Amman don't probably really know all that much about what's going on in Whitestone. Like, most people don't know who Percy is just on sight. He could claim to be one of the Derolos, but I mean, without any manner of proof, it's just as likely that Grog is one of the Derolos from most people in the world's perspective. So it's this really interesting thing. I think to make a video game reference, Skyrim actually works this in a little bit to their wanted system, where you have individual bounties depending on the hold that you're in. And I don't think, at least in my mind, Palace, I don't think that is meant to represent, jurisdiction. I don't think they give a shit about that. In my mind, that is more to represent that, like, they don't really talk that much. The exchange of information is slow and things get misrepresented, things get confused. It's a terrible game of telephone, constantly everywhere. And so I like this I think that it's an okay question from the players, but even as Percy, I would say, well, like, how would I prove it? Like, no one knows who I am besides them. Oh, thank you. No one knows who I am besides them, and obviously they have every reason to discredit me and disown me. So I think this is almost potentially you could see a plot hole in Percy's backstory, but what I see is actually a much more reasonable scenario, and maybe the player's not even grasping the exact nature of the scenario that Percy's in.
Approximately a week ago, they're still at Whitestone.
Will they recognize you?
I don't know.
And these pricks are in good standing with the council.
I don't know what to do. I'm preparing for anything. When I got thrown into that dungeon, I came to a realization that maybe I wasn't doing this the right way. I wasn't being responsible, and I prayed to whatever it is I pray to. That maybe I would have a sign of what I should be doing, and then there you were. I've been trusting that Vox Machina will take me where I need to go, and maybe what I need to do is confront this, but I don't know what this is, and I'm terrified.
The remains of your family.
Okay, this is gonna be a lot of front-loaded stuff because there's a lot here. Like we're lore dumping, but it is interesting. People are engaged. I mean, people care because he's given them time to. Something that I like is that he has, and again, this kind of goes back to the backstory as a whole. I don't want to say it doesn't matter how weak or strong or tropey it is. I think that the base claim of, I didn't deal with this because I'm afraid is at least an emotional truth, whether it's tropey or maybe a bit lackluster. As a reason, it's still a reason for him to be out adventuring instead of doing whatever he does back home. And this is something that not a lot of adventurers truly have. And so he's giving a very emotional statement, and I think that how true it rings, we'll have to see. I think that how true it rings will depend on how afraid he acts and appears. So far, he's acted very afraid. He's acted very wigged out. And so that is going to support this basic but emotional truth that Taliesin has ascribed to Percy, which I think is really, really cool. Like, this is sort of what I'm saying is, like, your motivations can be basic as long as you follow them up with good and detailed role play within the actual game, which I think Taliesin is nailing. So I'm interested to see as we progress into and through Whitestone if that emotional truth will stay at the center of his actions. And I have maybe an assumption. We'll see that is maybe going to be the climax or the pinnacle of the arc is him overcoming said fear. But we'll have to see. Sketch out how you think the whole arc will go down right now. I'll do that. You know what, AKL? It's like a 12 episode arc, 13 episode arc. I'll do that after the first episode. So we'll watch this one. I'll get all my introing, out of the way, and then the beginning of next stream on Wednesday, I'll sketch out the whole arc for you. What if someone made a character who claimed they were something like Percy, a past noble who belongs in a position of power because the current holders are not legitimate, but then it was fake, and the party just storms the capital and makes them noble? I think that is a really interesting. I think that is very interesting. I think one of the things that I would hesitate against is too much surprise for the rest of the party members, because that sort of narrative within the context of D&D will involve a lot of moral decisions, right? Especially if it is eventually revealed that they are not this noble person. Matt or the DM or what have you are going to put them in those situations where, it would really matter whether or not they are the noble person. And so if there is no foreshadowing, if there's absolutely nothing that tells the other players, hey, this player might be lying about something, then I think that could kind of come out of nowhere and make a lot of things retroactively less cool and kind of fucked. Now, I think that if you, as a player, tell the other players, this is my backstory, I might drop occasional stuff about it in character, but, mostly I'm going to be lying to you. Are you cool with that? I think that could be an incredibly fun thing to roleplay for everyone involved. That dissonance between them knowing that the character is lying to them, but their character not knowing, could actually be incredibly interesting to roleplay if the other characters or if the other players are down with it. But I wouldn't. If there's anything that you're lying about in your backstory, I would either have it not be super impactful to plot points and plot elements, or reveal it very early on and have it be one of the initial hurdles towards true group cohesion. I eagerly await the next Kavima theory. We'll see. Especially with this, I feel like there's going to be a lot of intrigue. I'm already wondering what the fuck is up with his sister. I could see there being some corkboards in our future.
Were they killed by the sword?
I don't know. There was an interrogation. There was a. Dr. Ripley was she was asking questions. I assumed for all these years that that's what became of my family.
What was she asking questions about? What did they want? Or was it just a political coup?
They're asking questions about the castle, about things about the castle. It was a long time ago, and I was not equipped for torture. I don't remember much.
Do you want them dead?
I think so.
Should we interrogate them first? Find out more about your family.
What a great response. Oh, I think so is so much more emotionally resonant than yes or no. That's great.
Or just skip ahead to the dead.
I put down my gun and I turn the barrel. And on the barrel is, of the 6 barrels, 5 of them have names.
Ooh, shit.
And Lord and Lady Briarwood are 2 of those names. Dr. Ripley is another.
What are the other ones?
Sir Stonefell is the other, and Professor Anders is the other, and then there's one blank one.
Are they all members of the same party?
Yes.
They travel with Briarwoods.
I don't know.
Wait, what were the names?
I
So
have-
there was the Briarwoods, Ripley.
Let's make it life easy.
Oh, Keelan taking
So
notes
Carrie
about
Ann
his
Stoneford, who's he?
backstory. That's so
He was the captain of
great.
their guards.
And Professor Anders. Who's that?
Professor Anders was my teacher. He was my tutor. And he was in collusion with them, and he's the one who, I believe,
Allowed them in.
allowed them to take the castle in the night.
And do you remember why they were invited to Whitestone to begin with?
They were traveling. They were on the road. It was my brother Julius and my sister Vespa who handled matters of court. I was studying. I didn't think.
And how many brothers and sisters do you have?
I had 6.
You might
Two
have
sisters.
6. We don't know what happened to them.
Snow, yeah.
You said you saw a few bodies of families. Do you remember which? Did you?
It's all very much a blur. It's things. The things you just forget.
Well, this is certainly tragic. But looking forward, what do we know of this meeting, event, party? What are we doing?
Well, I think we need to do some
Recon?
spying.
Well, have we? Do they know Percy's among us?
That's the thing. I don't know if they do.
You
And-
don't have to get involved in this.
Oh,
if you
we
don't.
are.
We are
so
one. We are
involved in
one.
Yeah, we do. You said you want them dead.
We've got your back on.
First of all, you don't really have a choice in the matter. My sister and I know a little piece of your pain. I'm not going to get into it, but there's nothing she and I can do. We can find reparations for you. We will.
Percy, is this what you want?
There's only one way to find out.
Man, this is I don't want to call it a masterclass, but it's close. This is such great interaction between all of these characters. I mean, even a lot of times it can be tough to reintroduce aspects of your own backstory and have it not feel like spotlight hogging. That was a great way for Liam to bring Vax's motivations outside of just, hey, we're a party, let's go. That was a great way to bring in, hey, we know what you're going through. We can't get, like, we can't get any sort of reparations, but we can get you yours. It is almost solidifying this tone of, I don't want to say selfishness, but I think it feels very Vax. It's not just we're supporting you because you're in the party, which is what Vex said. Vax is, hey, I know what this feels like. I wish I could have it. I'm going to get it for you. Like, it's very, I don't know how exactly to describe it, but it's very specific. It's very particular, and it is building out Vax as a character while keeping the focus on Percy, because he's bringing up backstory stuff that they already know, right? If Vax and Liam dropped new backstory stuff right now, it would kind of suck. It would take away from Percy, no question. But bringing up pre-existing backstory and lore is perfect, because everyone at the table already knows. We don't have to be surprised. We don't have to learn about it. We already know it, and you're relating it back to Percy. Amazing. Oh, I love how Vax was like, you don't have a choice, we got you. Again, very highly characterized, super specific. I love it. The amazing give and take roleplay in this section and us going through the slog of Arc 1 helps set us up for this emotional payoff entirely. I want revenge against someone. That's perfect. Just Mustang. Yes. I am a good person. I'm trying to be a good person, but I have this boiling rage inside of me. I need to get revenge, but I can't just commit random acts of violence. I have to get justified revenge, and you're gonna give it to me. You don't have a choice, pal. We're getting it for you. It's very forceful. It is really Vax. It's very specific, which I love. It's selfishly selfless. Yeah. It's why I don't recommend skipping episodes. I totally feel that. I'm so glad. Like, I understand why people might skip episodes here and there, you know, what have you, but I completely agree. If I was watching this as episode 1, I mean, I would think it's good role-playing, but I wouldn't have the context for who Vex is, who Vax is, how they interact. I really do think that this is paying off so much more because I watched everything else. Thank God Tiberius is there supporting Percy in his moment of need. No, he's playing with a paper cup, bro. Oh, man, that really is crazy.
Yeah.
And if we kill them, how much will you pay us? Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. We ask other people that, but not you.
And I think, okay, I've talked a ton about Scanlan as a joke character versus a not-joke character. That is how to be a funny character, how to joke in character without being a joke character. That is great, real feeling comic relief among a mercenary. I mean, they're mercenaries, right? Most adventuring groups are. And that's great banter within a mercenary group. It's, yeah, God, yeah. This is
Not getting your inspiration, nice, man. That's one thing I can tell you.
Percy, if we see them,
I forgot he was not there.
Yeah. Will you be able to contain yourself?
I think so.
And would they be able to recognize your face?
Yes, that's
Which
need
is why I was
disguise.
planning on. I know we have a captive disguise.
Yes,
I was
we
planning
do.
on.
Scanlan has
I've
it.
got one.
I don't even know if they would recognize me at this point. My hair is different and
Less purple.
less purple.
We could go into
Love.
town and find you a bushy mustache. It's worked for me many times.
Oh, again, this feels like again, sometimes Scanlan's jokes, especially early on, took me out of the scene. This feels like something that a friend would say to another friend when they're going through a really tough time. I love it. Timer. Oh, yeah. I think I'm debating on this. This is kind of an aside, and I'll stop talking about it. I think I'm going to let the timer wind down all the way to 5 in case I have any more things I want to say about that particular topic, and I just don't think about them until later. And then when it gets 0, that topic is closed no matter what. That's I think what I'm going to do for now. We'll see. Yeah.
I think I wear one as well as you do.
How does that cap work?
Well, that cap.
Well,
It's more of a hat.
Are there any tools?
While wearing the hat, you can use this action to cast a
Just
disguise
nothing
spell.
but
Oh,
tools.
cast a
Just
disguise
like
spell.
small.
Do you have to be a spellcaster to use it?
You do not have to, no.
Okay.
I see a shiny tool. I don't know what it does.
You reach over and grab it, and it's a large set of tongs that looks used for gripping large, heavy pieces of metal, either for the actual forge itself or to bend and manipulate on the workbench.
I take it. Put it in the bag.
Make a sleight of hand check.
You're stealing from the workshop that you
There's
partially
lots of
own?
cool stuff in there.
You're stealing from a crime.
What is it, Jack?
Where's
that hit? Oh, 17.
My passive
Perception is.
Snap.
my passive perception is 21.
You see Grog slip this away into his
No, this could be
Do
funny.
anything?
Let this happen.
I give him the evil eye.
She gives you the UI.
It hurts. I put it back.
That was fast.
What, out of curiosity, what did you pick up? What did it look like?
It was a big thing of tongs. I didn't know what it did. I just wanted it.
Was it a big thing in tongs?
Of tongues.
You got a lot of
What would
cool
I have
stuff.
to roll to find out if it was covered in like some basic basic sulfuric acid? If it was just like if it was one of the things I was using for casting.
Ah, interesting. Well, you know your tools very well in your workshop. And yeah, the metal is scarred and pockmarked from use with various corrosive chemicals.
It'll take about 10 minutes to take effect. All right.
Stupid.
We're not there.
And see, this is stuff I'll let my players know they don't even really have to ask me for that sort of shit. I give them, when it's RP within each other, especially somewhere that they own and that they like control, I'll let them say whatever they want within reason. Corrosive acid on it? Sure, go for it. Whatever makes this more fun for you guys.
Well, this hat of disguise, Percival, it requires some attunement. I don't know how capable you are with magical items, but...
You just have to kind of like hang out with it.
I can find out.
Yeah.
Well, we got 7 days. I can make you look like anything. I can talk to the right people and get you the right paperwork, and you can be anyone, and no one will know a fucking difference.
Oh, okay, calm down there.
I can forge paper.
Oh, yes, he can. He's actually the guy we go to.
He is that guy that you meet on the corner of Sandy Alley.
I can make us all into birds.
Are we supposed to go meet the council right away?
No.
No, in a week.
In a
In a
week.
week.
Have a week.
And what do we do in the week?
Well,
Prepare?
Do things that we
Recon?
want to
We
do.
can do things. I mean, how long of a ride is it to Craghammer?
To Draghammer on horseback, it's about 2.5 days.
Solo style if you're fast and back.
Fast and back,
Or if you're an eagle.
That's 2.5 days.
I'd say about just under 2 days probably.
How about the giant eagle flash?
You know, if you're flying.
Hey, what's Tiberius doing?
I'd say, well, the eagle, the horse is probably a little faster than the eagle.
So you don't have to stick to a road as an eagle.
True, exactly. Coast through, I'd say, put you there about the same pace.
on that, guys.
About 2 days on the eagle, because you can go straight through.
What is Tiberius doing?
I mean, you want to take the road, because you know there's a lot of dangerous things
I don't know, in
that
typical
wander
Tiberius
the
fashion, he
wilds
left
that
without
are
saying
between there.
anything.
Because this was more important. Mine is secondary.
I mean, what do you think? Is it stupid to go?
I mean, yeah, but like, don't say it like that. You sound like you're annoyed, and so I'm gonna be annoyed at you. Fuck. God shame him. Yeah, that's crazy. I also, this is a really small thing, so I won't even start the timer. I do like the little meta information that Matt gave him of you would want to go on road rather than flying because there are dangerous things off the road, whatever. That, to me, sounds more like a meta constraint of, oh, I didn't really predict for you to fly. But he very quickly wrapped it into like an in-world packaging and told it to them so that they don't make a decision that, while not wrong, would be a lot less fun. Because he doesn't have anything planned and he can't just end session early.
Ride hard and try to get there and
We
back.
don't say it.
We are kind of casual.
Wait, we're going to get cash and come back?
Well,
I mean,
think
we
of
don't all
sending
have to
someone.
go. Just a couple of us can make a fast ride.
Tiberius is working on it. I have a feeling deep down inside.
Why would you say that?
You know I deduct points for metagaming.
I didn't do anything.
You didn't say
I
anything.
agree. We should
did
send
nothing.
someone. We should send someone for the money. I agree.
And it won't take us a full week to prepare for this party. All we need is a couple of disguises.
Yeah, but we need to do research. You barely know who the Briarwoods are.
We don't
There's
know
not
if
a lot
these
out there.
people are straight up gangster or if there is something supernatural, seriously supernatural about them. That hat, it probably would work on 80% of people, but I don't know. We don't know anything about them.
Well, they're not going to recognize any of us right now.
That's right.
We could go do some recon.
Yeah, besides, have we seen all the brothels in Amon? I don't think so.
We can do some research, some research, some reconnaissance.
Some boutique shops and then.
While
oh,
someone goes for the money?
Or should we wait? Just, I really want the money.
People get married in my family for money. I think it's perfectly reasonable.
Listen, we could all go get the money and be back in 4 days,
But
right?
some people need to do some work. We need to just send some people off.
Split the party?
Yes.
Quickly.
Hopefully be back in time.
We can each. This 4 days. We can each do our part.
Yes.
5 days.
Keyleth, can you and Kiki,
Yes.
Too busy talking to the air.
can you and Scanlan fly to Craighammer?
Yes, I would like to stop and talk to Gilmore first, though, before I leave.
It's
If you have
smarter to
time
stick
for
to
that.
the road. Our
Oh, I can
illustrious
fly.
god just told us.
Oh, wait, what?
It's smarter to stick to the road because there's bad things.
In the air? There's air traffic? I have to worry
No,
about air
but
traffic.
by horseback, you want to stick to the road. By air,
Oh, okay.
By air, though, check yourself.
Before you wreck yourself.
What?
You, I would assume, use polymorph, as I do.
No, I use my bee shaping.
Ooh, that's so sexy.
Of course it is.
Does that last for longer than a day?
It lasts as long as I want it to last.
This is getting weird. We need to-
I go up to the kitchen and look for something to eat.
It's in my blood.
You
It's
can
in
be
my
an
blood.
animal as long as you want.
Where are you going with this?
You can-
I've just got a chub on, that's all.
you can stay in B shape for a number of hours equal to half your druid level.
I'm putting a little bit of powder in a bag.
So and 5 hours right now. You can transfer.
What's my password?
So, when I mean as long as I want, I mean like long
Always
enough to where I've
split
never
the
had to
party.
really think about it before.
More work, more
Now.
work.
Well, then, like me, flying there would not be an option. We'd have to stop, rest, walk, sleep.
Yeah, that would slow it down a lot.
Well, I could get 10 hours because I can use 2 bee shaping abilities.
But that's still a 2 days
And
flight.
rest.
And then rest for that
And then
2
2 days is the horse riding hard. What about an eagle?
That's
No, I
equal.
just have to
That's
rest
what you
for. I get my druid shapes back after a short rest.
said. Oh, okay.
Yep. So you could.
Because
you
circle
could.
of the moon, bitch.
Sorry.
Yeah. So you could. B shape twice. Rest for 30 minutes. B shape twice.
Twice. Counts.
Yeah.
My gangster.
The Eagles!
Gangsta. But can I go? Can I make a stop first and then I'll run
We
the
have a lot of money
Yeah.
at the moment.
She might have some.
Yeah, I've got my personal funsies.
Can you leave me an earpiece so that I can just keep
Yes,
in
of
contact?
course.
I'm not
Sorry.
leaving my workshop.
Yeah, make sure I have an earpiece, right? That way I
We'll
can-
leave you alone, Percy, to work.
Unless I
Is there anything else you need from us, Percy? Is there anything you need while I'm out and about?
Leave me an earpiece. I'll call if I need anything else.
Percy, is there anything in this shop that you want in the bag of holding for later?
Not yet. Thank you, Rob.
You're not there.
Do you not have an earpiece? You don't have an earpiece?
No, I don't think.
I'll give you mine.
How many minutes has it been?
Somebody know.
I'm wondering if his hands are starting to itch yet.
About this time, you started to get this weird tinglings and
Dude, it is actually something that I have is a surprisingly different thing about D&D for a lot of people, and it's actually one of the things that I recommend new DMs focus on with their new players. If your new players are used to MMOs, video games, a lot of other TTRPGs, they will probably be used to abilities that do not have the same types of limits, at least. So, like, let's use the Skyrim example again. You have your mana, and maybe you have, like, one ability, like a total, that is, you know, recharge once a day, whatever. Oh my gosh, excuse me, I'm burpy. You maybe have, like, 1 or 2 abilities that recharge on the day cycle, but most of them are driven by stamina or like a specific, like, expendable material resource like potions or on mana. And that's the same thing in most MMORPGs. You have just a mana pool and you just spend it down, but then it recharges. So it's more about the second to second allocation of your features rather than having to think about them on the span of a day. In a lot of cases, most druids in most fiction can kind of wild shape however much they want. And even if we think about, like, fictional books, like the restrictions within Mistborn of needing metals to do your magic is like a ludicrous restriction by the standard of most fantasy or sci-fi. Things like the DC or X-Men or Marvel comics. I know X-Men are Marvel. I don't know why I separated them. Most superheroes and magic in that setting is unlimited. It is only how quickly you can bring it to bear each second. So this is not like a long-winded tirade of just like defending Marisha's position, but it is, I really want to highlight it because it's something that I have to highlight to my players, that you don't need to think about your resource expenditure on a second-by-second basis. If you have all of this experience in these other works, you have to think about it in the order of your resource expenditure over a day. It is a marathon, not a sprint. Like, this is not an MMO where you are having to micro, like all of your footsteps with all of your abilities. Like, it's not that. It's a resource management game. More than anything, it's much more similar to RimWorld than Skyrim. So it's definitely a learning curve for a lot of people. Dawson knows too much about chemicals, true. It's just an eldritch being. He's allowed infinite knowledge. I make fun, but I've only ever played on D&D Beyond. Spoiled, no, they're probably still on books. Yeah, true. It's very. I mean, it was a lot harder when it was on books, and when you didn't want to write out all of your features on your sheet in like great detail, because then it would be hard to find anything. So then you summarize them, but maybe you didn't summarize the important parts. It is one of the distinct limitations. Even when I play in person, I normally use some sort of online character sheet manager, whether that's D&D Beyond or something else. For a long time before I used D&D Beyond, there was just an Excel sheet that we found that had a lot of like easy programming in it, that you could use to really easily make character sheets. So yeah, I think it's to wrap it up. If you are someone teaching someone D&D for the first time, I would really highlight that of like, hey, most stuff you need to think about in terms of like a long rest or maybe a short rest, or you can always have it like multi-attack. That's going to be the majority of your features you need to think about on those timescales.
Station around your fingers.
Do they crave blood?
No, they crave some sort of an agent that will prevent the now slight burning sensation.
Ow. Quick question. Sorry, I kept something from falling in the shop. Really quick reflexes. It's making Muppets tingle. Do you have anything for that?
You haven't been scratching yourself, have you?
No. I had that before. Not the same thing.
I don't know, there's a bucket of water in the corner. You can try that.
I'll go over to the bucket of water and I stick my hands in the water.
It'll make it worse.
Yeah,
Yes, it does.
it does make it worse.
It does. The slight burning sensation now has turned into a very vibrant, burning white hot on the skin. And you look down and you can see bits of the skin starting to peel back a little bit. The lower
Hand him a small bag of powder. Now you've learned not to touch things if you don't know what they are.
What do I do with the bag of powder?
Pour the powder on his hand.
It kind of foams up a little bit in places, but it is.
Yeah.
You're a good friend.
It's gold bond.
Can I leave now?
Oh, yes.
I'll go to the kitchen to eat.
Okay. Alrighty. Easily get another meal muster for you.
I'm gonna go make a trip to Gilmore. Does anybody want to join?
I should probably tag along.
All right, we'll go.
I'll come too.
Me and
So
Vax
we're going to
will go.
workshop. You're eating. You guys are going to Gilmore's.
Yes.
All right. So as this is happening, Tiberius, you make your way over to the Alabaster Lyceum. You come up to the front main area of the structure itself. It is essentially it's an arcane college. You make your way to the front clerk. Looks up to you. A nice young fellow. Looks like he's trying to work through his credit in the school, through his training. It looks like he's dressed in the ceremonial robes of somebody who is a student, who is currently stuck with the job of working as a clerk at the moment. It's like,
Hi, can I help you?
Yes, hi.
Also, I just realized Vax definitely said me and my sister. We're on Vax says my sister, for sure. Who shushed?
of school through his training. It looks like he's dressed. Looks up. It's an arcane college. Lyceum. You come up to the front main area of the structure itself. It is essentially it's an arcane college.
Oh, it was him. Normally, the shushing is Sam. That was who I immediately expected it to be.
You trying to work through his credit in the school, through his training. It looks like he's dressed in the ceremonial robes of somebody who is a student, who is currently stuck with the job of working as a clerk at the moment. It's like,
Hi, can I help you?
Yes, hi. If you do not remember me, I'm Tiberius Stormwind from Draconia.
Draconia
Vox
mentioned.
Machina over at Greyskull Keep.
I've heard that.
When we told you multiple times before, we met with you using your sigil of teleport. It's fine. I come here on a matter of business anyway, so that's neither here nor there. I was wondering if I may procure a address or number, as it were, for a sigil to Craghammer. I believe the Thunderbrands would have some kind of facility near theirs or on their own premises where their sigil could be channeled through the circle of teleportation spell.
If you're talking about sigils for teleportation, you would probably have to discuss that with Gatekeeper Xanthus.
Yeah, where is he? I thought that was you.
No, I'm the clerk. I run the front of the... Follow me, and he gets up.
and leads you further into the structure to the central.
Man, it really is so sad because, and I've said this occasionally, and I know people agree. It's like sometimes I really do like Tiberius as a character when I can actually separate him from Orion, but man, it's just so rare. It's so rare. I think that the kind of tottering, long-winded speeches is kind of charming. But man, it takes up all the air in the room whenever anyone else is around. It's just, it's tough. It's really hard to see what could have been.
Room, this is the white marbled room that contains all the doors around. In the center, this is called the traverse junction. This is where you guys have entered, the place you stumbled into every single time you teleported back to Iman. And there you see the elven wizard who you recently bothered, not but maybe 5 hours ago, who stumbled in, who's like currently setting up some sheets, goes back. Oh, hello again.
Hi, I'm Tiberius Storm from Draconia. Moreover, Vox Machina over at Greyskull. I was wondering, and I asked your clerk here, because I thought he did what you actually do here, if I may procure for coin or perhaps some kind of, I don't know, favor of sorts, Damn it, Sam.
Dragon favors.
The address or number or code or whatever it is that would work for the Craghammer sigil of my spell with Circle of Teleportation for this sigil kit.
I get an understanding here that you're seeking access to one of our many sigil-based rooms of transference. Those rooms are currently under very protected lock and key, approval by the headmaster, Thurmond Adlam himself.
Okay, well, where is he? Like,
Oh my god.
Can you take...
It's like calling Time Warner Cable.
Can you take me to him, or is he... Where is he at?
Glances over at the clerk, goes, right, I'll... Right this way, Mr. Stormwind.
Okay, all right.
Leads you back to a long, long hallway, arched ceiling. You can see that the marble itself has these carvings and sculptures of various, almost dead-looking faces of, long past mages that originally either built or were very held in high esteem within the halls of this lyceum. At the very end, it opens up into what looks like a pretty well-decorated, almost over-the-top decorated office room for the headmaster himself. The interior is just lined with large 15, 20-foot tall bookshelves and on this giant oval room with, sliding ladders that are attached to them that kind of slowly glide on their own, like they're on some sort of arcane-based pattern that just puts them back and forth. There is a large chandelier of brightly colored orbs that sits about 35, 40 feet in the air that slowly rotates on its own, that keeps this kind of slowly fluctuating, changing color of the room. And in the center there is a circular desk, and sitting there at the desk you can see is the headmaster Thurmond, who is this extremely elderly human male. Shaved face, very short, kind of, curved bald head, a little bit of hair in the back, hunched forward, and is currently collecting a series of books into his arm. Looks like he's about to get up, and he turns and looks over.
Can I help you? Hello, I'm Tiberius Stormwind from Draconia. Moreover, Vox Machina, and over at Greyskull Keep here in Iman. We are the saviors of this town and whatnot. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I went through this fellow, who I thought was the job of this fellow, but it wasn't either of those jobs. It was you who I've been needing to talk to, I'm assuming.
What do you require from me,
I'm looking to procure a address or the access to the sigils of Craghammer and through my circle of teleportation spell and whatnot, using your arcane gates. That's about it. Well put.
If you're asking for access to one of our closely guarded sigils for Thunderbrand, you say, within Kraken.
Man, he's really good when he's good. Shit.
Yes, we have business with them as well.
Well, then I will, just one moment.
And he reaches into a pouch and pulls out this mirror, this oval mirror, and sets it onto his desk. Reaches underneath, pulls out a small chest, opens up the chest, and you can see in this chest there are probably 24 of these tiny little marbles, all different colors, some different shapes. And he goes and there's little labels you can't really see from your perspective. And he takes one out, places it on the top of the mirror, and as he does, the mirror all of a sudden shimmers for a second. And what was originally just a normal reflection is now this light glowing blue, slightly glowing water-like surface. And he takes it and lifts it up to himself and
Hello!
a moment later, you hear this distant voice kind of echoing with a strange kind of warbling filter over it.
I'm coming, what's taking your time? Yes, Headmaster, what do you require? Well, there's a gentleman here, Dragonborn,
Sorry.
who is requesting use of your sigil of teleportation.
Do you know this gentleman? Turns around, and you can see in there's
Hello?
This is the same long-bearded dwarven individual that met you at the actual the Thunderbrand house, and had a bit of an argument with you early in your travels of Craghammer.
Oh, that guy.
Yes.
We got things for you this time, like we said we would get for you. And the underdog. It's really inconvenient, but we have things. But we need to get to you quickly.
Now, listen here. Last we spoke, you and your friend stormed into our lair. Nearly destroyed our precious arcane defenses of our homestead.
Drinking, he's an alcoholic. He's got help since then.
Deception check.
You go to crack hammer. Press one.
Wait, what is it? What is it? Persuasion? That's
So this is deception.
Oh,
well, you are alcoholic, but that wasn't what he meant.
What is that? 11 plus 9 is 20.
20.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, either way, we can't just let anyone just willy-nilly knowing how to directly appear in the center of our homestead.
Of course. I mean, sorry, I started like.
Wait. Bring me another accent.
Of course. Don't be, I wouldn't expect you to, but yeah, exactly, that's him. But I'm Tiberius Stormwind from Draconia. My father, Draconia, Cravanis Stormwind, has held the council for over 2 generations.
My name was Craghammer.
We come from a noble house, and I give you my word that I will never abuse. Abuse.
That one.
However you pronounce it in your tongue. The privilege of quickly traveling to your stead to do business with you, and there would be no other intrusion otherwise. I guarantee it as my name as a Stormwind.
Make a persuasion roll.
Chief Negotiator.
Oh.
That's a 11.
11. So his head turns to the side a little bit with a kind of peering through with a slight scowl.
You know, last we talked, the reason we didn't report you to the guard for breaking through our defenses was you promised to look beneath the city and bring back various artifacts you were in search of.
Oh, we found one.
Did
a
you
couple,
know?
yes, and we killed a bunch of those buttholes.
Can I see one of these artifacts?
Oh, I don't have it on me right now. It's with the... Who has it?
We're done here, Headmaster.
And this mirror shimmers and closes suddenly.
Wait. He was like, what? No?
Good try.
Oh, we can bring. Oh, we're not there.
No, we're on.
Master takes the more glass.
I'm sorry that didn't seem to go your way.
It's fine, Headmaster. I'll be back in about 15 minutes with the proper proof that we did procure the things that the man that needed to have proof did. Excuse me if I... And I go the hell out of there.
Okay.
Yeah. And as soon as I get out of there, I cast Fly myself and I Gandalf right back to the keep.
Alrighty. So, you're eating, you're crafting. Are you going with us in the Gilmore?
I
Yeah,
don't know.
Scanlan
I
and
guess so.
Gilmore. Going to see Gilmore.
I have no idea why. It seems I don't know why the doubling is happening, and I also don't know why Are You Live doesn't work, but everything else does. I don't understand stream elements. Honestly, if anyone knows a chatbot other than stream elements, I really like stream elements for like the actual chat function, but their chatbot is wonky. I don't love it. So if anyone knows of a different chatbot that like any other streamers use, I would be interested.
Right, you guys make your way to the outside of Gilmore's Glorious.
The only other one I'm aware of, I think, is Nightbot, but I believe that's Twitch only. So I don't know. We're on the same page, SSH. Moobot. I don't know about Moobot, but I think a Nightbot is Twitch only. I'll have to check.
Goods.
As we walk, do we see Tiberius sort of fly over our heads?
Yes. Actually, I'm staying at the keep. I'm staying at the
Tiberius
keep.
keep. Okay.
Well, Travis is my target, right? Are you still at the keep? He's at the keep.
Oh.
Yeah, see.
No, it looks like Nightbot is for YouTube. And Moobot as well, I think. Okay, I'll look into those off stream because I have gotten frustrated with stream elements one too many times.
Yeah, that's right. Well, as far as time goes, you haven't quite gotten to that point yet for these guys. So you get to Gilmore's. You enter the interior. You can see that for the most part there aren't a lot of people in here. It's getting later in the day, and a lot of the customer business seems to happen almost earlier, like either pre-noon or around noon. There's no current sign of Gilmore. You do see across the way.
Good for you on Twitch.
Okay. Good to know. Sherry, thank you. Sherry, the mousy helper who runs the shop in Gilmore's absence, or at least runs the first portion with her thick glasses kind of up on her nose, and she's sitting there with her elbows over the top of the main desk. It's been a day. She looks up as you enter and kind of takes your glasses and pokes them for a second.
Hello.
Hi.
You remember us?
Right, I do. We've worked.
Vox Machina, we're sponsored by
Yes,
Gilmore.
I recall.
He put the brand on my armor that my mother gave me.
And you should be wearing it proudly, yes. Now, what can I help you with?
Well, is Gilmore around?
Yes, I was hoping to catch up with him. We've been gone a while, and I was hoping to trade news with Glorious Gilmore. Is he not in at the moment?
Gilmore's in Western, currently setting up the expansion of the Gilmore's Glorious Goods business. If this is important, I can certainly summon him here.
Well,
I need to pull him away from business. I don't want to get in the way of his business. I mean, I am rather sad not to see him, but no, I don't think that would be the course of action we'd want to take. Let him continue to set up.
Right, I suppose.
Can you get a message to him, though?
Yes, I can, actually.
Well, tell him Vaxeldown and friends visited. We're in the city for a week.
Pulls out a small sheet of what looks like kind of a rough around the edges piece of parchment and starts inkwell scribbling down.
Vaxeldown. That's with an A, not an E.
Right.
We're here for a week. I don't know if he's going to be back from Western before then, but if he is, tell him to get word to me. I'm very interested in exchanging news for the past few weeks.
All right. Sirakona. It like flashes and disappears in front of her.
Well then, he'll be receiving the message right about now.
Oh, awesome.
Pass that on, and whenever he returns, I'm certain he will get back to you and deal with whatever business is necessary.
Thank you. We're here late in the day. Are you still open for business?
We are open.
Good call, this dude. I think bio break right around now seems like a good time in the content. Seems like a good pace IRL. I think that is a good idea. Let's see how we're doing on pace. We're at 53:55 in an hour and a half. That's not bad for us. That's not bad. I think we are on a good pace for this session. Sick. Yeah. So bio break really quick. Go get some water. As always, hydrate or dihydrate. And I will see you guys in a second. Be right back. Hello. Welcome back. How we doing? How's fellow chat gang doing today? What's up? Oh, man. And after the bio break, I will insert the shameless plugging, liking, commenting, subscribing, but also Discording. Check the description. There's an invite to my Discord. It's already a poppin', fun place to be, but I'm working on making it even more so. I have been teasing this to folks for a little bit now, but I've been working on something. Been working on a Discord bot. And I will not specify what it's going to do. But it should be coming out. I can now, this is a leak, this is a drop. I can now say with semi-confidence that I think it's going to come out on January 1st. I think so. I think that is a realistic date that I can predict. So be excited. I think it'll drop on the new year, and the Discord will be even more poppin'. And in Discord, there's oh yes, that is one of the, I forgot, that's one of the most active parts of the Discord. There's a spoilers channel. So you guys can hop in and talk all manner of spoilers without me knowing a thing. A bot which tracks New Year's resolutions. I don't think we need that. But yeah. So a little bit of drops, a little bit of spoilers, a little bit of foreshadowing, if you will. And I will also say, depending on the progress, there might even be a beta sometime in December, where I might invite some people to like a test server to test out the bot. So won't have a chance to do that if you're not in there. So I would really recommend joining. It'll be a lot of fun. We've actually been making really good time. I know. I think the timer really helps. I also started at 1.5 from the very beginning, so there's a little bit of that's helping us make better time. But yeah. So that's all I have, and we will get back to the show.
Yes.
I was just curious if you guys had a chance to think about the alchemy workshop that we talked about before, or if you were maybe had any alchemy books that came in that I was sort of requesting?
It's possible. We haven't completely restocked the shelves as of late. I know we had some new things come in. I can go check. And as she turns, all of a sudden there's a large, vibrant, white flash of light and a sound from the back room. The beaded curtains kind of shift for a second. And you hear heavy footsteps. And pushing through the beaded curtain, you see before you, with the beaded sweat on his head, Gilmore.
I'm so glad you came back.
Gilmore!
Gilmore!
I'm sorry, I was out and about running some business.
You didn't
ways
have
away.
to go to all that trouble to come back here.
How could I miss seeing my fight? There's not as many of you as usual.
No, we're seeing two different bits of business. I turn back to him, I walk forward with hands out. I walk up to him, take him by the head, give him a good European-style kiss, just about here, right there. Come back and say, there is so much to talk about.
Oh, yes, there is.
Where can we be alone?
Looks up at the rest of the group. Well, I mean. But of course.
See to whatever business.
We'll just peruse, yes.
Yes,
We'll window shop.
yes.
I'm gonna sketch this. He walks back through the beaded curtain, kind of giving his look over his shoulder. As he does, as the curtain kind of falls behind him.
Those beads.
Oh, jeez.
I just walk right in and follow him in.
All right.
Have a smell.
As you go in there, you can see that there is, and you can see now as the glow gently fades.
Does this count
there's a rug.
as Vax walks away? I don't know if that counts as that. I don't think so.
Pushed to the side, and on the floor of his room there is a familiar sigil, kind of similar to the one that you've seen Tiberius scrawl before in some of his spells. That's apparently how he got here so quickly. But he walks in and he kind of kicks the rug back over it, sits down on the edge of his bed, puts his hands kind of up and flashes his chin on his face. Goes, "So what seems to be troubling you?"
So I walk over and I sit down opposite him and say, before we talk about anything, I feel
I don't get it, Robin. So I'm going to choose to interpret it like not badly. If it's a joke or something, I don't get it, but
like I should apologize. Because although we didn't have any sort of written agreement, you and I are friends, aren't we?
Yeah.
And I was supposed to help bring your brand wherever we went. And I thought that would be possible.
That's
basically come back. We came back from the Underdark. We had a very hard time. Some of the hardest weeks of my life. So I haven't delivered on my promise. And I mean to, but I haven't yet. So I apologize wholeheartedly. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I understand. People grow busy. There are There are things you must tend to. That's all right. And I appreciate you being so honest. I really do.
In addition to that, I am changed, and promises mean more to me, even more than they did before, and I promise to follow through. In the interest of time for the game, DM, Vax tells the whole story of the Underdark, of the Horn, of how close it was.
What is taking him so long, Scanlan?
No. While that's happening, the rest of you are left there, kind of awkwardly staring about the.
Did Sherry find my book?
Sherry! A few minutes go by, Sherry comes back, she brings like 2 books over. She goes,
Best I can tell, these may be what you're looking for. I can't quite.
sits them down. One is a book that just is the properties of various liquids, chemicals, and things that are found on this plane and otherwise. It's kind of a good way to locate and identify phantom liquids should you come across any.
What up,
the other one.
Might be good for Scanlan.
He's the source of a lot of phantom liquids. The other book appears to have a section about alchemy. It's essentially I won't say beginner's guide, but it's a very, very easy to follow introduction to a number of various low-level sorceries and the creation of low-level spell components, preparing them for use with spellcasting, and there is a chapter on low-level alchemy.
Okay, how much are these, Sherry?
They haven't been priced yet.
I mean, they're all right, so.
Well, he's busy.
You're
I'll give him to you.
I like it.
25 gold each.
25 gold each? Oh, come on. I know some university student dropped these off and donated these. Don't kid me, Sherry. Am I doing it right? Do I sound like Vex?
Give persuasion roll.
Damn it.
I have to say, make her do a persuasion roll. It'd be fun.
You should do it like Rob.
And she's all grown up, and she's all grown up.
Unforced error.
I'm sorry. So perfect. So perfect for you.
And takes the books and slides back and says, well, if that's how you feel, perhaps these could return to those university students that perhaps left them by. I should put these in the lost and found.
Sherry!
Sherry, if I may. What Keyleth was trying to say was that she never got a chance to go to college and that she wanted to feel like she wanted to get that university experience.
Good luck.
Well, that didn't work. Hey,
The little flick up of the glass.
can you serve me now?
Great.
Scanlan, will you buy those books for me and I'll pay
I can hear you. I'm right here. Yes, I'm happy to help you.
I was wondering if you had a small box of some sort that could carry a magical item and perhaps shield it from detection.
That, yes, we do have a couple of those. Hold on.
She darts up a stairway in the other room and goes to the second floor. A few moments later, she comes back down with these 2 small chests. They're about that big each. One's like a lighter wood color. The other is painted black all over.
We have both of these. They should shield something of this size from most low-level magical detections. These will run you about 200 gold apiece.
I just need one. Which would you? You're a woman of the world, and I'm sure you have fine taste, judging by your appearance. It is quite fine, if I may say so myself. If I were a little taller, I would probably ask you out on a date.
If you were a little taller, yes.
Sherry is sassy today.
She's
full sass.
Which one is the fancier of the two?
As well, looking at these, this one points to the one that looks like just a casual wood chest. This would be easier to hide in plain sight amongst the rest of your furniture. This one, however, would be difficult to locate in a more shaded or lightless circumstance.
I want ostentatiousness.
This one?
Yes, please.
Really?
That. Thank you. 200 to you. Also, I know Gilmore is otherwise entertained. Can you try to identify something for me? Do you have that? I mean, judging by the glint in your eye and the beauty in your heart, I'm sure you have many skills I don't know about.
I'm Mr. Reynolds.
But I'm wondering if you could identify this small red vial with a floating something in it that I procured quite some time ago. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
This vial, if I recall, has the small.
Did I try this once before?
I don't know. This was one that was found.
Me and Pike found some stuff in somebody's house. I don't even remember. This is like a year ago.
Right. Yes. Okay, there we go. She takes and make a persuasion roll actually on this one.
Look, and I don't want to be too critical on like Matt giving out a bunch of magic items and making magic items super duper accessible. That is a very specific type of game, tone of game. It can work really well. I've run games where magic items were this abundant. But one of the things I do hesitate away from is giving my players a metric load of them and making them so casual that they forget about them. So even I've talked about before, I don't give out a lot of consumables, so like potions, because I think that people get really in like a too good to use area. I actually think that Vox Machina is better about that mentality than most parties, but they still fall into it. But even beyond that, if they are making potions or trying to acquire magic items, even if they are abundant, If it's something other than like a +1 magic item, like a +1 sword, shield, whatever, or like one of like 2 or 3 magic items that I offer them, they will either have to go out and look for a seller, so like a private art deal, which can get very fun very quick, or they have to craft it, which I do allow my PCs typically to craft whatever magic items they would want, or work with an artisan to craft said magic item. But I almost always tie it to some sort of mini quest. So like if you want to make the boots of haste, you have to get like displacer beast fur, or you have to get like giant eagle feathers. Like, you know, pick some thematically resonant creature within the monster manual. Blink boots take blink dog scrotum. I don't know. like pick something within the monster manual, and they either have to find it existing, could involve talking to a hag. They could get a weird tip about a shipment coming in, or it requires them going out to that creature's natural habitat, what have you. And if you kind of, I don't want to say force them, but make them go through those steps, or potentially just offer those things while they're already looking through. So don't give them a random potion. Give them an ingredient that goes towards crafting a very specific potion, or a very specific magic item. Maybe one that they've been looking for and they've expressed interest in, or maybe one that they haven't. And I find that really invests the players more in the magic items, to where they don't just shove them in a bag and and totally forget about them. Now, on the other side of that, I have some contradictory advice. I also love giving out magic items where the players don't know what they do. So it's a bit of both. You have to balance it a lot. But what we really want to avoid is them just hucking it in a bag and forgetting that it exists for, you know, however long. That's not, to me, that's not super fun. And I'd rather them really care about everything that they're interacting with. Magical PETA would have a problem with the blink dog castration. A bit. But I don't think PETA's around in the in the Forgotten Realms.
A lot.
Roll like a real roll.
Shut up.
It's like 18 plus, I think, 10.
Roll like a real roll. I'm so bad at the talking.
It's 35.
Peoples.
It's like the dice now.
Wait, 31. 31.
Not just visiting his mind palace.
She
like, have it.
She looks at you and goes, "You've been good patrons, and you've been much kinder to me than others.
Did
We'll put this one on the
wink?
house.
Good job.
We'll call this on the house."
And she takes the vial, sets it down, she pulls out another book that she kind of shuffles through, puts it up there, some through pages, and kind of looking through.
This here would be a potion of fire breath. When imbibed, should give you a temporary time period to breathe fire, much like a relatively
Imbibe's a great word.
young dragon. This one in
Very
particular
nice.
is fire. There are many different vials like this that pertain to different colorations of dragon, but this one is specifically for the red. So,
Thank you so much. Thank you. Get her phone number. Well, thank you so much. 2 more questions, then I'll leave you alone. One, where can I go get business cards printed up in this town?
Business cards?
It's like a calling card. Never mind. Forget it.
like a flyer?
Yes.
Those can be printed. There is actually a pretty well designed print facility not that far up the road.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'll go investigate that. And one other thing. You know those books that my friend was asking about? Could we maybe make those happen for her? I know that you had quoted her a low price of 25. I'd be prepared to pay even more than that for them. And compose you a little song about yourself.
At which point, for the first time since the entire time you've been in the shop of Gilmore's Glorious Goods, you see a slight grin creep across her lips. She goes,
How could a lady say no to a song? 25 gold, the price stands.
So I have to pay you and sing to you.
Yes. We're on a business here. Yes.
Pulls the books out.
I bring out my something. Sherry, baby. Sherry, baby. Sherry, won't you come home tonight? Come home tonight. You better ask your mama. Tell her you're with a gnome. Why don't you come on to my key? Pay for the book. I hear you.
You see, like, her face is flushed, and she kind of like
I kind of druid craft a flower real quick and slip it to Scanlan to give to her.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Did she blush?
Except she's red in the face. At this point in time, the beaded curtains open.
Oh.
You finished the conversation? Or do you want to keep
No. After 10 minutes of finishing all that, of telling him every tiny detail, if you mind me backtracking, I briefly place my hand on top of his and say, "It was terrible. I've never seen anything like it." Now we're back. And we're in our home, and I'm hoping to learn how Uriel is doing, how the city is faring. Is there any news? Things are ill in Craghammer. They still haven't seen the last of their troubles, but I'm also concerned for our new home here.
As far as I'm aware, the city's been doing rather well. I mean, since Winter's Crest, just this previous year, the trade has been booming. We're opening up pathways all across the continent. We've improved relations with many other distant kingdoms, and I'm opening a second shop. I mean, that's amazing.
Western, how's it going?
Yeah, so far so good. We're going through the construction process, and I'm making sure that I have a rather supple income of artifacts and oddities that I have to sell at both locations. So I have to widen my input of various items. And,
You're a busy man.
yes.
Have you any time for leisure?
Eventually. And then, like, you can see he's a little more worn than you've seen Gilmore before. He's still Gilmore. He's excited, but after the tale you told him, you can see like the opening of the second shop has been a little rough on him, and his jovial self is a little more wearied.
I completely agree, Restay. Anytime someone's getting that into any aspect of their character, I feel like you're 100% obligated to say yes. And yeah, I don't know. I like to make players, or not players, player characters that have that sort of performative aspect to it, but it's very fun. Especially, I've talked a lot of shit on the big group and like how many players they have. 7 is a lot to handle, but it's fun when they're all into something. It's very, very fun. It's interesting. I'm a very like fade to black sort of DM when it comes to flirting or anything like that. And I don't know if I do it mostly out of habit. Like, I definitely know that like when I was younger, I was just like not comfortable with it with my friends. Now I think I would be much more comfortable. I think I more just do it out of habit, but it is fun to watch Vax and Gilmore flirt. And this might be the only reason I know Sherry is because of the musical about Frankie Valli in the Four Seasons. So we're crossing over into the pop knowledge that I actually have a little bit of. So I did recognize Sherry. But yeah, I think it's kind of obvious of like, make sure everyone's cool with the flirting, but they obviously are. And I don't know, it makes me wonder if I should It's a very weird statement to make. It makes me wonder if I should flirt with my characters more. As a GM, because it's like a fun interaction if they're into it, but I don't know. Silly shit. I love Jersey Boys. Oh yeah. I absolutely love Jersey Boys.
Though he still looks fabulous.
Right. You seem a tad weary. Is there anything I can do to help you?
Just praise the brand.
Get to flirt.
Praise the brand, young Vax.
That will happen. I did not even mean to discuss this coming here, but
look, if I could flirt with Matt, we could compare our hair, then I'm all about it.
I noticed coming in a sigil under your carpet. I had no intention of this, but we need to get back to Craghammer in a bit of a hurry, and I certainly have no abilities, but do you remember my friend Tiberius, the Dragonborn fellow?
Yes, I remember him.
He needs to run an errand back in Craghammer. Is there any way you could hook us up with a favor?
What kind of favor?
I just want to send the lizard to Dwarf Town. Do you think we can make that happen?
Send the lizard to Dwarf Town? How many more slurs can you have in one sentence?
My sigil here is for my...
You're not here.
I don't care.
My sigil here is for returning personal use.
Oh, all right.
Did you hear that? There was some strange noise in the sky.
I'm using my earring.
This is for my return use. As far as an outgoing, most other sigils are, well, they're up here. Looking for that, you're going to have to go to the Lyceum, I'm afraid.
Understood. I don't want to push my luck.
However, if you're going to the Lyceum,
yes.
I am owed a favor or two. Let me see what I can do here. And he goes and he pulls out another piece of similar paper, scribe, and he writes a quick little note on the side and sets it up in the air. Benches.
So awesome.
He goes, I've just done you a favor. Keep that in mind. Your Lyceum, you should have access to one of these sigils. Make sure you choose properly. You only have one.
I'm pretty magic stupid. Would
Then
that work for-
don't be the one that does it. Talk to your friend.
Yes,
Tiberius
yes,
fellow. He'll
Tiberius.
know what to do, I'm sure.
Correct. And then one last, it's smaller, it's boring, it's business. I need a dagger. I don't want one for free or anything. I want to purchase it. We're a little low on funds. The reason Tiberius needs to go to Craghammer is because we're owed a large sum of money. He'll be
Right,
back.
you mentioned this last time when you almost opened a line of Gilmore's glorious credit.
Mm-hmm. I'm not there.
What would the credit entail?
Previously, we discussed 25,000 gold pieces, the amount of which you were going to retrieve.
What I was going to, what was that?
Retrieve.
Retrieve? God, I've been in the Underdark so long. What was the deal?
The deal was, since you did not have funds,
Yes.
and you had to retrieve this money from this dwarf town, as you so graciously put it,
Oh, shit.
that you would borrow the money at the time and then pay me back within a
Pay
month.
for it. Not there.
Within a month.
Understood.
Wait, is Gilmore trying to say we owe money?
No. We almost did that.
You're not there.
Correct, DM? That's what we almost did, but we didn't do it.
Correct.
He offered
You
it.
backed out last minute. When you realized there was apparently hidden platinum.
A shit ton
in-
of platinum.
I
that
would
I'm
be
holding.
interested, Gilmore. I really just need a quick favor, and I mean to pay back quickly. I was hoping I need a dagger for something. Not your best dagger, not your shittiest dagger either. I just need something nice. How much would a fine dagger cost? Something that would be good in a fight. And could I pay you back in a couple of days once Tiberius returns from Craghammer?
If you want something functional, there are masterwork daggers out there. We do have base level enchantments that give you a fine, honed edge and a balance that cannot be beaten for its price range. For that, I could easily give you one of our baseline enchanted items for no more, friend discount included.
Yes.
400 gold pieces.
That's a pretty good
That's a really good deal.
That sounds like
I
Can
think.
I please purchase 3 of those?
I know what the Vex, like, choking because she's not there and wants to haggle sounds like from a mile away. Off camera, I immediately heard it like 400. Don't why? Don't do that. What are you doing?
You may.
Done.
All right, I'll get these right now. He stands up, and now there's some sort of business involved. He's completely renovated and recharged. He comes through the beaded curtain again. You guys see Gilmore burst out. It's like, ha, we're in business. And he goes into the next room and back up the stairs and takes a moment, comes back down with an armful of these daggers and kind of like sets them down on the counter. 3 for you. That'll be 1,200 gold pieces, please.
I reach out and I give his cheek a little bubby squeeze and then clap him on the cheek.
Cool.
And say, I'm good on my word. And you're a good friend. Thank you, Gilmore.
Least I could do. Pay me back. I'll find you.
I know you're good on your word.
Indeed.
And this is supporting the conversation that me and Summer were just having in the comments of one of the previous VODs of like, how can Gilmore's glorious goods exist? And Summer was saying, maybe it's an antiques shop sort of deal where, they're buying these things off of people that don't know what they have or, things like that. And so they have really, really wide margins so they don't have to make a lot of sales. And I was like, maybe that makes sense if they're not, expanding, having all of these other employees. Like if it was just Gilmore running head of house, maybe that factors in, but the more I interact with Gilmore, the more I like the alternate theory that was provided that Gilmore's primary business is like loan sharking or he's like a front for some criminal enterprise. Like, I don't know, that comment is obviously very funny from Gilmore, but also I don't know. Again, I can't imagine that there is that much supply or demand for what Gilmore is selling and the amount of people he's employing. It honestly reminds me, Europeans, feel free to weigh in on this in the comments or in the chat. When I've been in Europe, in both Prague, several places in Italy, all over Spain, in the big cities, there are all of these candy shops and like feet away from each other, like 2 full-fledged shops that are just like Willy Wonka's land. I mean, not, not actually that, but they're just like mountains of like sugar. And like I look at it and I'm like, this is a place for business. Like, I can't imagine that there are not business, for tourists. Like, I can't imagine that there's so many child tourists or adults that really love candy that you can afford to keep a full-fledged candy-only business running a block away from another full candy business. And so I was talking to my buddy who lives in Amsterdam about this, and he was like, "Oh, yeah, those are owned by the mob." And I go, man, that makes way more sense. Like, I was like, oh, it instantly clicks. Their fronts, their money laundering. It all clicks together in my mind. Like, okay, that makes way more sense. Like, pizza joints in New York, okay, but I think that the demand for pizza is significantly higher than the demand for candy. Maybe I'm fucking wrong. Maybe I'm the loony here, but that is my read of the world, is that pizza's in higher demand than candy. Gilmore could totally be a top-tier villain if they default or piss him off. Oh my god. He doesn't even need to have a class. Make him a commoner and just load him up with magic items. Like, his only feature, like his only custom ability, is that he can have unlimited attunements. Oh my god, he's a top-tier villain. Holy fuck. That'd be insane. Iman has a listed population of 365,000. Okay, so I mean, it's the size of, I mean, what are we talking? It's a little bit smaller than like Kansas City. Like, sure, but that's a large population. Does that population have significant need of these magic items? Like, that's where my mind wraps back to, of like, are they in like significant conflict where they would need all of these? Because most of the magic items we've come into contact with are mostly combat related. There's some utility here and there, but I don't know. I think there's mattress stores, also mattress stores, definitely fronts, where those clusters of smaller businesses can benefit each other, but that also makes sense. I think Gilmore is definitely doing some shady business. The pizza stores are also almost always mob storefronts like the same candy stores. There's no reason to have 10 pizza stores. Surely not all of them gets business. I think you're probably right. I think there's some shady shit going on with all of these stores where like they're fucking everywhere. But yeah, I don't know. Gun shops do good business. You know, I'm gonna end it on the timer there because I think that's the most reasonable argument someone has put in for why Gilmore's might exist, despite there not being like these existential threats to Iman. Maybe once higher ups could purchase goods. Maybe it's the diamond industry charming people that they're worth. Maybe you know what? I can accept. I'll end the timer with I can accept the guns argument and the diamond. Maybe. But just like the guns and diamond industry, there's probably some shady shit going on.
Really?
Gilith, hello.
Oh, yes. How'd it go in there? You're walking straight, so it couldn't have gone too well.
Warm in here.
Daggers so sharp it could cut the sexual tension.
I slide the daggers back into them.
They are +1 enchanted daggers, yes.
Well, let's get out of here and go. Did you find us any?
I'm good. No, everything's good here, just not everywhere else.
Let's get out of here. Go back to the keep. Have I reached him yet?
Which, at this point now, Tiberius, you have coasted over the air, and as you come careening in, you hear and look down, and 2 crossbow bolts just whiz past you.
It's me, you idiots!
At which you immediately, oh, sorry!
Sorry, we're not used to having you bolt in from the skyline.
I'm in a hurry, sorry!
You just push past Shane and Cordell. They both like change their bolts, and they both kind of argue with each other, like, I should have seen it. I'm sorry.
Not again.
Make your way into the courtyard inside Grace Keep.
Why'd you miss?
I know, right?
Wait, did they say it's canon? Oh, I think Robin's just saying it's canon. I mean, whoa, what the fuck? Why did that go into full screen?
Rush into.
Hey man, we didn't discuss if he's a power bottom or not.
Find him eating. Quickly! And I go into the bag of holding and I take the item out that we. What the hell was it?
Oh, we have a bunch of
Tiberius. Wait, are we there? We're not there yet.
No.
Do you have the earpiece though?
I walk into the room to see Tiberius just
I do.
throwing things out of the bag of holding. I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
what are you?
I have to. I can't because you have to visualize what it is to pull it out.
Yeah,
so.
what are you looking for?
That thing that we had.
I'm going to start using my earring on the walk home. I don't know what the range is. Tiberius, can you hear me? Tibbs.
It's pretty or pretty out of range at this point.
What are you looking for?
The thing that I take it in my hand now. The thing that we when we were in the Underdark, and one of the items that we procured while we were scavenging, and we looted it, and we could give it back to the Thunder Brand.
Oh, like pieces of the enemy. We get paid for it.
Well, but there was artifacts that they wanted. I remember.
It was like a necklace,
And
right?
we found like one or two of them.
You found a necklace.
Found a necklace you were supposed to go. Hang on, I'm finding it.
I've got 2 gold necklaces, 2 gold chalices, and
It
2
was,
rubies.
it was actually a mental item. One of you may have it equipped. It'll say in the description of the item that it has an inscription on the back.
Oh.
I don't have it.
I don't have that shit.
I don't have it.
Hang on, let me see.
It was a necklace?
I
got it.
And see, this is okay. As I talk about a lot when it comes to like differing styles and like what can work at some tables, what can not work at other tables, what is constructive, what conflict. I think that again, it is okay to flood your players with items and with magic items particularly. I think that's totally okay. But you do need to keep in the back of your mind that the more shit you give them, the harder it will be for them to keep it all organized. Whose sheet is it on? Is it on a common sheet? If you're using digital, is it on like a common digital doc that you all have? Is it on like an old version that someone accidentally like forked by saving as? Like, the more you give them to note keep and to bookkeep, the more you're gonna run into situations like this where it's hard to keep track of it all. Hey, he gives them cards, and that is a great mitigator to this. Like, if you want, and this is why I bring it up and I want to highlight it. If you want to do this, if you want to give your players so much shit, you need to come up with strategies like cards to mitigate the worst of it. Because, like, I do think that cards really actively assist in mitigating some of the worst of the downsides of this, and it helps highlight maybe the upsides. Because there definitely, I don't want to like just talk shit. There are definitely upsides to this, and there are definitely players that really, really enjoy it, and so you're giving them a lot of what they want. But you do need to think through it as much as you can whenever you're picking a style or a theme or a strategy on what are you going to do in a situation like this. Like, if you're Matt right now, you know they have it, right? They haven't gotten rid of it. They haven't sold it. Like, we know that. He knows that. He's just waiting for whoever to just find it within their inventory. Are you going to be hard on them like that? Because, like this dude said, he gives them cards. Like, it shouldn't be that hard for them to keep it organized. So do you just let them flounder? Do you let the pace just die in its grave? and try to enforce that much more rigid organizational structure? Because I think that can pay off. That can help establish some really hard rules, and when the characters do everything right, when they do everything that they're supposed to, it can help them feel very autonomous. It can make them feel like they have a lot of agency. It is up to them whether or not they lose this as a player, not even as a character. It's up to them whether or not they lose it. But so that's a huge benefit of all of this. But the downside are these moments where if you are in the middle of something and you're building drama and you're building intrigue, and then they have to spend 5 minutes looking for a card only to result that, hey, we don't have the card, but we know that our characters have it. What do we do, DM? Do you make them look more? Do you just write up a new card? Do you say, fucking sorry, you lost it? Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? These are kind of the things that it's good to think through as a DM.
Protection of some kind.
A ring of protection?
Amulet.
Oh, I don't have that. Oh no, what if we gave it to Kima or...
We can give it to them.
But Kima took some armor we found.
Amulet of natural armor?
look in the description of the item. It should say underneath the name. It'll have the actual
Was it just
inscription
in the
written in the descriptor. of
Everybody look at your stuff.
I don't have it. It's not my favorite thing.
I don't have it.
There's this stuff.
I look inside my belt of dwarven kind and it says badass.
It's a sapphire pendant that should say "To Lorna, my love."
Oh,
That's what I reach in and grab.
Okay.
House Thunderbrand.
There you go.
Yes.
Everything in this grab.
All right.
we didn't equip that.
I mean, no,
It was a ruby?
I like your hair.
Thank you.
It's cool.
Oh, there.
Yeah. It is enchanted. It is a.
And see, this is interesting. No one found the card. Like, keep that in mind for how that just went. No one found the card. Keyleth found a note about the item, and then Tiberius said, okay, I know what I'm looking for. I grab it out of the magic item bag, even though we are pretty sure it's not in the magic item bag because Grog keeps track of all of that. But Matt's letting it go. Not a bad decision, not a good decision. It's preference, but you should think through what you would want to do as a DM.
It's not the one you're wearing, right, Scanlan? We didn't like.
Or as a player, a lot of times I say this, I say this kind of phrase like think through what you want as a DM. If you're a player listening to my DM advice, think through what you would want or what you think you would want your DM to do. It's always good if like your DM doesn't directly address this. They also might not have thought about it at all. If it's something that concerns you or that you think might come up in your games, it's worth like just like pulling them aside and having a casual conversation about it and like what you would prefer, what maybe ask them about what they would prefer. Like open that dialogue. It's very easy and interesting. Marisha always has the joke about not knowing spells, but she's also recognized as the lead note taker. Yeah, I mean, she is. It seems like even, again, during Percy's backstory, she is taking notes about another player's backstory. That's diligent, which is dope. And again, the system that Matt is using and enforcing, it leads to those cool moments. That's fun for Marisha. Like, that's fun for Keyleth. To basically be that repository of knowledge and memory. But it can also maybe lead to some issues. So.
I remember we found it, nobody equipped it.
Tonight,
Put it in a bag.
I had it in the bag, yeah.
All right, so there you have it.
Take it out and I put it in mine. Grog, I'm finding out a way, as soon as I can show this to a fellow, we can go in to crack him up very, very fast, as well as slowly.
That's wonderful.
So we should leave right now.
Can I go with you?
Yeah, and I'll cast, because who's around? Just them two?
Just those
I
two.
cast fly at, like, again, at, like, whatever, 3rd or 4th level to cast out.
I don't want to go.
Now all of a sudden you're like.
Yes, but we get the most fast. We get the most fast.
Look at Vax or Liam clearly knowing that Orion did not pay attention to the fact that Vax already secured them travel to Craghammer without all this bullshit. And he's just like, I'm keeping my lips shut, I guess.
We fly, and I go.
I take off after him.
What if I want to stay? Let's go.
You can say just hover
I'm
around it.
fucking floating above my middle.
Yeah, you can control it. Not
No, this is bullshit, and I'm bouncing off the ceiling and shit. Can I control myself?
Yeah, it takes a moment to adjust to it.
Oh,
Sometimes
no,
you
no.
have done it. You held
just
Trick's
trying to eat
hand.
chicken.
It's not like trying to swim down to my plate.
It takes a little bit, but you do eventually get control.
Sure, yeah.
This isn't so bad. And I float across.
Propulsion does work.
As we're flying, can I keep an eye out for our party members that are returning?
Yep, and as you guys coast over, you see leaving the exterior wall gate to the south side of Iman, you see the rest of your party walking back towards the
That means we're close enough.
Yeah.
Brother,
Oh, hello.
we're heading to the portal. Tiberius is working on something. We can get there fast. I'll be back soon.
All right, Gilmore has an inn. He said we just need to mention his name and we're through. We can send Tiberius through. Does that work?
Brilliant. I'll let him.
Ooh, that gives you a wonderful idea. And then I'll cast it at 4th level again, because we'll probably rest, right? I hope. And I'll go and cast it on.
Just because I think it's funny, I see your Grog is flying over too, right?
I'm in the kitchen, floating around, farting, and eating food. I'm in space. I've got priorities.
Okay, well I see you guys are flying, the two of you.
So you fly down and cast fly on the rest of them?
Right.
Alright.
Oh.
Come on,
Holy shit, I've never flown before. This is amazing.
I flying too? What's happening? Yeah.
So you guys are now floating. You guys are floating as well. You're coasting over Iman for roughly 12 or so seconds before Grog, you drop to the ground. And now Tiberius and Vex, you begin to plummet.
Wait,
Why are we plummeting?
Flight's a concentration spell. You cast it again. Your amulet keeps it up for 2 rounds, which is 12 seconds, and then the previous fly spell deteriorates. That's
What am I stuck with then?
what I'm saying. The circle it lets you maintain concentration for 2 additional rounds. Around 6 seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, Tiberius, I'm falling.
Huh?
Oh, man. Okay, so this is a hard situation of... I don't want to say that Matt is, like, baiting Tiberius. And, like, if I saw a clip of this... If you just isolated this as a clip, I knew none of the context, and you just showed this to me, I'd be like, oh, Matt's being kind of a dick here. Like, Yeah, I think it's pretty clear what Tiberius is going for, and like the chaotic mess of who he's casting it on is essentially flavorful and descriptive role play, not like it doesn't matter. They also don't even need to fly there. They could just walk. So like again, if you showed me this, I feel like I'd just say he re-upped it and move on. Yeah. Like again, if I just saw this, I'd be like, Matt's being kind of a dick. But with all of the context of Orion not paying attention to concentration, using too many spells at any given time, them arguing about the circlet, and I'm almost positive, especially after seeing this, that they probably talked about it offline, and that they had a conversation about it. If they didn't, maybe Orion has a little bit more to stand on. He tapped his head. Dude, the head taps, man. I cannot deal with the head taps. Which is, it's like, again, if I had none of the context, I'd be like, wow, what a rude DM thing to do. But at this point, Orion kind of deserves it. Like, they've tried to talk him through this, and it's almost better to do it now while the stakes are so low, right? So like, be a little bit of a dick, be a little passive aggressive while the stakes are low, while it doesn't matter that they'll fall, and he'll definitely catch them with feather falling. Like, it'll be fine. Just to reinforce that he needs to be more clear and specific and keep concentration in mind. I don't love it. In isolation, I would never recommend this to another DM. Like this, what Matt's doing right now. But I also can't fault him too much knowing the whole history of it. So I don't even think I'm gonna, even though he fucking did the head tap, which I would normally count on the OAC. I don't know. This feels a little bit like a two-sided fault situation. Why is Tiberius so gung-ho to get to Craghammer anyway? They have a week before the dinner. I don't know why all of them are taking the timeline so seriously. I thought the timeline would be so much more casual, especially considering, like I talked about last episode, I'm pretty sure Craghammer's on the way to Whitestone. So, like, they haven't, it's weird. They, like, blew past the planning. They, like, did roleplay, planned for a second, and then, my theory, I think all of them are starting to get a sense as performers of when they've been analyzing for too long, and they all just said, fuck it, we need to go. We need to make something happen. Stream's getting boring. They've been yelled at on Twitter one too many times. I think you wanted to nail down what that item did because T still doesn't understand it. Yeah, and again, in isolation, I'm not going to recommend that a DM do this. Even knowing the context, I'm not going to recommend it, but I understand what he's going for and why he's doing it. He loves to be the one with the solution. True. Vex wants her gold. It has come up before, though. Yeah, which is... That's the complicating factor here, is that it's such a pattern of behavior. It is so like, dude, how do you not get it at this point? How are you not thinking about this, paying attention to this? And the reason I'm really, really hesitant is because I do think that this is like, I've said before that I think that DMs should inform players of when their character is doing something that the player probably doesn't want to do. And I think that actions like this, however, partially justified, build more towards Orion's perception of player versus DM. It really draws a line on the table. You have to, it's hard. Like, I get it. I very much get Matt's emotion and what he's going for here. But I think it's probably better overall to just stop and say, hey, man, remember, this item works like this. The way that you just handled it is like this. Before anything bad happens, do you want to do something different? But that's hard. It's way... so I really understand what's happening with Matt here.
Oh,
I'm falling.
I cast fly again at 6th level on everybody else.
I start falling.
And at that point,
no, because I can catch everybody.
At that point now,
That's 6.
Yeah, now all of you guys are currently flying.
Oh my goodness.
And you catch yourself.
As you fall in the kitchen, though.
Yeah, you're.
Well, that makes things simpler.
Is this going to stick, Tiberius?
Yes, it's a one spell. I just really need a nap after this.
Okay.
I really need a nap after this. That's all I'm
Talking
saying.
about having gas.
Hello, jump scare.
I go back to Daniel.
Okay, make your way.
And it resolves fine. It resolves fine, but yeah, I was really worried that was going to be another Tiberius blow up. But maybe he's learned. I know that he gets kicked off at some point, so I know he hasn't learned, but maybe he has.
Right towards.
I hope.
Now, you eventually, all of you following Tiberius, you coast over down to the Alabaster Lyceum, landing right through the front area. Whoosh! This whole party now appears. Catch your feet, and there you see the same clerk there looking up.
So you've returned.
Yes, can we not talk to the middle guy first? Can we go right to the last guy who can do...
Down that hallway, follow to the very end.
Thank
His
you very much.
You're welcome.
Follow me, everybody.
You all kind of glide through the hallway, or walk if you prefer. To the end of the hallway, you open once again into the office, and there you see behind his desk once again as the headmaster, Thurman, who looks around.
Oh, yes, you've returned. I received the note from your friend Gilmore, and you are welcome to utilize one of our sigils.
Wonderful. That makes me quite happy.
To Kraghammer, was it right?
Yes, but I do not want to use that favor for that sigil. I would like to show, call our friends, and I brought the item, and I bring out the amulet. I would like to show our friends in Kraghammer that we actually brought them the thing to get their permission to go upon their sigil. And the other continent that we were on was called what?
The other continent?
Vasselheim?
Yes. The favor I would like for Gilmore was to get to the Vasselheim sigil, please. But let's contact our friends at Kraghammer first.
To note, there is no sigil in Vasselheim. They have been outlawed and destroyed to prevent arcane intrusion.
We don't like magic.
There have been historically many wars past in which Vasselheim nearly fell to the sudden appearance of small armies within its walls, and as such, many of these sigils, all of them, have been destroyed over the past 1,000 years.
That's a long
However,
time.
there was a third war.
He's just going into a long diatribe about the history of Vasselheim.
I'm writing all the notes.
Dude, snaps for this. I am admittedly, I'm a big teleportation circle stan. I think that teleportation circles can fit into any D&D setting. I think they can be ancient, crazy tech. I think that they can be natural, like stone circle type formations. They can be high fantasy runa tech or arcana tech. Like, I think that teleportation circles can fit anywhere. And I think that clever usage of them can really do a lot to describe the world, the political alliances, the flow of information and knowledge, and this Vasselheim of like, oh, they don't have a teleportation circle. That's big. That goes towards describing not only their literal history of, someone... several times it's been used to teleport armies into the wall. Hilarious. It also goes towards describing their fundamental nature, describing the themes of Vasselheim, that it is incredibly isolationist. It's across the sea, and even on their own continent, which is so connected. You have these teleportation circles. You have easy scrying with the ball. They are so connected that in a medieval fantasy setting, there is a store that is franchising. I mean, that is crazy connected. And so it makes sense that they have this casual relationship with their teleportation circles, but that it's restricted to friends and family only. That describes another kind of inherent quality of these cities on their home continent, like Amon and Craghammer and Whitestone, of what it seems like this very kind of political web of alliances and like favors for friends. Gilmore calls over to the Lyceum and suddenly they're fine. Whereas before, the only way to get through was if they essentially bribed the person on the other side, right? So that teleportation circle, that scrying, is building this really kind of complete image of the themes of what's going on here. And it's awesome that it's all getting introduced at the front of Percy's arc, which is about like political intrigue, political coups, and sabotage. Very dope. And it's solidifying Vasselheim. It's across the water, and it has not only is it not possible, because that could have been a thing. It could have been that it wasn't possible for Vasselheim to have one. There could be a magic aura. You can, as the DM, as the world builder, bake in any number of reasons that a teleportation circle might just not work in Vasselheim. But it's not that it doesn't work. It has been that they've actively been destroyed. It really solidifies this image, this litigious, witch hunter, militant image of Vasselheim. It supports what he has established with the Trials of the Take, that you make one infraction and they fucking send you to jail or put you to work. I mean, it's very dope world building. It's very, very good. The parallels between Matt saying Vasselheim doesn't like magic matches Hermione saying you can't apparate within Hogwarts. Yeah. I mean, these sorts of things are at your discretion as a DM. You can do whatever you want, so you should do it in service of the narrative, of themes, of world building, of symbolism. Like this, the fact that they don't have a teleportation circle is not important. Like, they will be able to abstract the travel just fine, but it builds the symbolic image of what Vasselheim is within the players' minds. Very cool. Very great stuff from Matt. What up, Terrace? How you doing?
Educated. Perhaps we could talk later about all of this wonderful history.
Hermione? Look, I see Moyne. I don't know. Hermione.
Yes, I'm sorry. The mirror.
And he pulls out the mirror, pulls out his chest, brings out the same marble again, pops it into the mirror, it shimmers.
Hello! 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 And you hear the voice. Are you kidding me? Really?
Steps up.
You again. All right, now, what are you bothering me with?
I'm using my mage hand, I'm like...
Spinning.
It's one of the things that you wanted us to get.
Who are you talking to? What is this?
I can see it. It's fine.
What's it say? I can't read it from here. Read it out for me.
To Lorna with love. It's written right there,
Oh,
Tiberius.
sorry.
Just read it.
Oh, there it is. To Lorna with love.
At which point you see like the eyes of this dwarf that were very kind of untrusting, open wide for a second.
See, it says it.
All right. Give him the sigil. Send him through.
Hey.
I'll see you soon.
All of us.
The mirror gets out again.
Oh, all of us? All of us?
Well, the headmaster then takes the mirror, puts it back down, and goes, and he points back to the clerk who's in the hallway behind you again, kind of waiting. He says,
Go ahead and bring them to the junction. Allow them access to the sigil for House Van der Branden Crackhammer.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Of course.
As he's doing this, I'm like writing the sigil things that I'm seeing forming in my...
Well, he leads you to the junction, and there is one of the doors he opens up, and on the inside there is the actual sigil to Crackhammer there. Cool. Gives you some time to study it, you memorize it, you get it locked in, and you now permanently know the sigil of teleportation.
Now, I think that this is mostly a sequence of Matt not wanting to slow down play, but I really do think that if Matt was really sort of committing to the themes and symbology here, he wouldn't let Orion copy that. Like, he wouldn't let Orion permanently know it. They have to keep in the good graces of all of these portal operators in order to use them within, this political alliance intrigue system. I think that would do a lot to go towards bolstering the themes and symbols that we're setting up here. And then that opens up a new opportunity for the players to try and get access to it, of try to sneakily, perceive it, memorize it, very quickly when they're not supposed to. Or potentially even a heist type thing where they go and find the ledger of all the sigils or something. But all of that would probably slow things down in the moment. Tiberius would argue a little bit. All the other players would, if you weren't expecting it, it might be kind of weird. It would throw off the pace. So I think from a world building perspective, it would have been better. And I think at a home game, I would do it. But if I'm on stream and the pace and the tone matter a lot more because we're putting on a show, I can very much understand Matt's choice to just keep it moving. I pronounced her name totally wrong for years in my brain. Harry Moan. Harry Moan. I see it. I see Harry Moan. Hermione. Hermione. It's a Hermione. I bet if he showed up in Craghammer unannounced, Matt would gladly punish him for it, though. Straight to dwarf jail. True. Probably. I mean, it's what he started to do in Amon, but they happen to be very notable celebrities in Amon, so it makes sense that they couldn't just pop in. I do hope I'll look forward to seeing if it ever happens that they come unannounced to Craghammer and what exactly Matt does about it, because that's very interesting. Sadly, I must just succumb to the insistent slumber. I look forward to watching the VOD tomorrow. Good night, sleep tight, and I will see you then, Kale.
To Craghammer within the House Thunderbrand.
Ooh.
Cool. Yeah. Shall we go collect our money now? Or do we want to?
Yes.
We're all going, all of us.
Well, we don't. All
Might as well.
have
It's a
to.
quick trip.
I guess just the five of us, because Scrog and Percy are back in.
Would you rather just send Tiberius then?
No.
We should all go.
You guys, I can go back and check in on them. Is there
Wait,
anything
you're with
else?
us?
I'm with you.
Oh,
Yeah.
everybody's here but Grog.
And me.
And Percy.
Where are you?
Oh, you're
I'm working.
tinkering.
Yeah, you could go back and check on Percy, I suppose.
I have an errand to run.
Let's
an errand
go.
to run?
Let's go check
All
in
right,
with Grog
I'll go
and
with
Percy,
Vex.
and let's all go together because I like you guys.
It sounds like
the
it's
three
going
of us.
to
It's
be
me and
you,
you
me, and
and
Vex.
Go get the money.
Okay. Thunderbrand's a butthole, so.
That's all right.
We'll take care of
That's
it.
why we're taking the heaviest hitters.
I was just say that. Wait. We'll address that later. Come on, Bax.
Persuasion-wise.
I mean, they are taking
Yes,
all the
that's
magic.
So you guys head back to the keep to get Grog and Percy. What about you guys? What are you doing?
Huh?
For Tiberius, Scanlan.
We're going
We go through.
Well, it's just the sigil. You have to cast the spell.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, is that what you want to do? Is that what's going to
Let's
go?
go.
All right.
What? There's a spell? I don't know
spell
how
is
this
it?
works.
Oh shit! No, actually, I need to sleep. All that flying left me a bit.
Oh my god.
Actually,
Sorcerers, they improvise.
So wait, you're saying that we cannot go through?
well, hold on. Maybe there's a way I could just trigger the spell.
Let's go home and go to sleep.
Because it's the
Go over, go to sleep.
Okay, rules lawyer really quick. You could convert, he hasn't used any sorcery points, so you could convert the sorcery points into a spell slot. I'm sure he has enough for one casting of teleportation circle. But at least he was marking the slots. And it also doesn't matter that much. Like, that one day is not going to make or break them.
Wait,
let's get a drink. Maybe. It's only been a day.
You can cast that sigil anywhere, right? We don't have to be here.
you can do it from the home.
I can do it from home.
we can
Let's
do it.
just fucking go home.
What time of the day is this? Because it's still like afternoonish, right?
At this point in time, they'll travel back and forth. It's getting close to dusk.
Great.
We'll take a nap and we'll go tomorrow. It's getting late. The Thunderbrands are probably going to bed at this point. We
Right.
don't want to invade. They're probably just sitting down for dinner.
Since we are
We're in
going
the dark. There's no real time there. But
And my swallow's been crafted at the other place, right? Is that happening already?
Yeah, it's been crafted
okay,
for
so
you,
I have
yeah.
swallow.
It's not a swallow. It's quarterstaff with knives attached to it.
I'm calling it swallow.
Okay.
On the way back, because we're obviously gonna leave in the morning, right, to do stuff. For
sure.
Things.
Yep.
I'd like to quickly stop at any blacksmith I see on the way back to Grayskull Keep.
Okay, there are a couple blacksmiths that you know about on the way through.
I'll go to the good one, not the bad one, per reputation.
Best reputation is Karen, but she's specialist one. That's the one that made trinkets.
Yeah, Karen.
I'll go her, because she's awesome.
All right, you go and approach there. She's currently working away on some custom piece that she's currently working on.
Hello, can I help you, Dragonborn?
Yes, I'm Tiberius Stormwind from Draconia. Moreover, from Vox Machina.
What can I help you with?
Oh, sorry, right, we've done business before. I would like to commission you, and as I'm doing this, I'm taking out 5 of my daggers that I have, and I'm going to hand it to her. I would like to commission you to somehow craft these daggers into a type of bended glaive, if you would. I don't know how long it would take you to do.
Oi, 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 what the fuck are we talking about? Also, I said it when he first went to get this quarterstaff with blades or whatever crafted. Talk to Matt about this out of session. I would recommend it for an at-home game of, if you have, really specific shit like this that, you've already pre-thought about, right? He didn't just, come up with this on the spot. He's been thinking about this. Hey, some player advice? Go talk to your DM about it before the session so that they can prepare for it and you can talk about it and not take up everyone else's time with crafting intricacies. And you can talk about it if you want to roleplay part of it, then you can, and you can do it so much more efficiently than if you're trying to figure out mechanics and role playing all at once. I really wish that Orion would talk to Matt about this out of game. That's all for a home game. Oh my God, I would be so annoyed if I was Matt and the other players, and he is just absolutely wrecking the pace of this on-stream performance that they're doing. I mean, I don't know if they've transitioned out of this all being for charity, because I know that was kind of the start, it was like all for some LA charity. I don't know if they've transitioned out of that and into like they're getting paid for this, but oh my God, you're making the product worse. You're a performer. Oh my God. Just talk to him about it outside of it. You literally just need to like text him. It's not that hard. Can you bingo one square? Dude, it has been, I do think it's been 4 or 5 times at this point. Oh my God. Didn't you hear he's changing to a martial class? Look, if he wants to multi-class, if he wants to take a fucking level of fighter next level and he has narrative reasons for that, be my fucking guest. But don't waste everyone else at the table's time. Do not jump scare your DM with random bullshit. Like, just talk to him about it out of session. They may not have had Discord back then, but they had phone text. Yeah, exactly. Like, just text him. Be like, hey, Matt, by the way, I'm interested in getting this sort of weapon for the thing that we do every Thursday together. Love you. Bye. Like, it's that simple. So my understanding is that Matt nerfed Tiberius a little, and now he's trying to beef up, right? My understanding is that, well, I mean, Tiberius was playing wrong, and then Matt said, oh, he actually wasn't playing wrong. That was a homebrew rule that we had that we just never mentioned, which I think is kind of bullshit to save face for Orion, but what have you. So then Matt said, okay, we're still going to let him play wrong. Let's be clear. Orion, or Tiberius, is a more powerful sorcerer than base 5e sorcerer. He can do more than the base. And he has all these magic items. And then Matt said, okay, so we're gonna take you back a little bit. So he's still more powerful, but less than he was. So maybe he is trying to beef back up, which is well within the player's rights. I'm totally down with players trying to get more powerful outside of just level progression. Just don't take up so much time with it just yourself. I feel that these last few episodes of Ryan has so much more ups and downs. He actually has some fun, cool RP moments, but he's also super annoying. Dude, we were talking about that earlier, Terrace. Like, there was a fantastic set of RP from Orion earlier in this episode, and I was like, oh my God, what could have been? But then he just sticks a knife in any sense of momentum or dramatic tension and just rips it apart to do something that could have been handled over a text.
So, but...
what?
It's like, you see, it's kind of like, it will look like this, right? But it's...
Crawl?
Yeah, totally. But the blades are bended, but they're all connected in the center. You could use an iron or a steel ingot to connect the...
I can certainly try, yeah.
Wonderful.
Right. For this, it will take me about 2 days, and...
Why 2 days?
We've already supplied materials, other than a bit of the side bits.
Dude, this is a custom design, Matt. Tell him you have no idea how long it'll take. So, this is part of the problem, dude. This is... God, I have a feeling that I'm going to have a whole segment about this in my, like, autopsy of Tiberius after the fact. Like, and I mean that figuratively. I have no idea if Tiberius dies or not. But in my figurative autopsy of, like, this whole situation, there are so many things where I'm like, yeah, Orion is doing the wrong thing. Orion should not be doing this. And then for some reason, Matt and the other players make it worse. And I don't know why. I know that Matt wants to treat him the same. But he has to realize that Orion is not asking for the same things as the other players. Like, in Matt's head, he's like, oh yeah, if Grog asked for this sort of thing once, I would say 2 days and I would give it to him and I would improv it all. But Orion is putting you in this position so regularly that you have to be more strict just to give yourself wiggle room on how to handle it. Like, if you say 2 days, Orion's gonna remember that. And, like, he's gonna be back in 2 days. And if you forgot about it as the DM, fuck you, he's demanding the glaive. Don't put that timeline on yourself. For something like this, for this, like, totally weird, out-of-the-box custom thing, just tell him, like, fuck, I don't know when it's gonna be done. I'll let you know as soon as I know. Just because that's a totally reasonable thing for a blacksmith to say. Like, I'll have to experiment. And then, like, you could even have maybe some more RP there of like, oh, do you want to come to Castle, like, Grayskull? Maybe Percy can help you, etc., etc. Like, there are opportunities there. But, like, Matt is just painting himself into a corner here. And I don't want to... I'm almost straying into, like, victim-blaming territory, because I know that Orion is putting him into this situation. But it's so hard. It's so hard because I see the buildup of mistakes, of bad things that Tiberius does, and mistakes in how they're handled that climax into, like, the Laura Arrow episode. And I'm so nervous. I'm so, like, existentially dreading the next, like, Laura Arrow situation. Oy, oy, oy. Way more downs than ups, lol, but hey, at least there are ups, not true. I love the movie Krull, BTW. Never heard of Krull, but hell yeah, dude. I think Matt also doesn't want the stream to suffer from Orion complaining. I agree. And I wouldn't be... I think I've gotten progressively more critical of Matt's reaction. For a while, I was pretty critical of the players' reactions, and I actually think they've gotten a bit better. But I'm more critical of Matt's reactions because he's had time to establish this. He's obviously aware of it. He's taking some actions with the fly stuff and the concentration things. Like, he needs to take those same types of small actions of just saying, I don't know when this is going to be done. Or, fuck it, I just can't do this for you. Maybe if you provide me with some blueprints, I might be able to do this for you. And then that starts a period of time where they can talk offline about it. But you never want to, if you don't know what's going on as a DM, if someone's springing this on you, you want to give yourself as much wiggle room as possible. Not only to make sure that you don't give them something detrimental or overpowered or whatever, but just to make sure that you understand their vision right, that you are playing to their class fantasy, and that their fantasy is being accomplished while not degrading the other players' experiences, and that is really hard to do in the moment. So giving yourself as much time as possible is super important. I think you got a square on the card. Ooh. I think Orion used to be a fine player and has earned the benefit of the doubt from the home game. Yeah. It's a good point, Terrace, that Matt's still figuring out how to be more strict. That's a good point. That's a good point. Being watched by a large group of people might do that to you. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of and I've said before, I think a lot of Orion's behavior is probably exacerbated by changes from the fact that they're now on stream. We'll have a bigger Orion conversation later. I'll tick some OACs and we'll get on there. PC forgets what spell does. I don't know that anyone's forgotten what a spell does. They've just forgotten the restrictions around a spell. Although, maybe that counts. Fuck it. I'll say it counts.
100 gold pieces.
100 gold pieces?
Hey, I'm a specialist.
You went to the good one.
What, that's all? I mean, yes, of course. Here's 120.
Certainly. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, it should be done within the next 2 days.
Wonderful.
Feel free to come by and check on it if you like. It'll be done.
I trust your work. Tricket's armor was fantastic.
What?
Did she do that? I thought it was the same. No, Karen did.
This is Karen.
Same Karen.
Yeah. She just thought bear. She just knows bear.
Bear's armor. The bear's armor was
Oh,
amazing.
you're friends with that one. She was real nice. That bear was adorable. Happy to help with that.
Its name is Trinket, if you do.
What was that one?
Yes. I perhaps didn't tell you it's an adorable name.
Probably heard it. It's just been a while.
This is Lockheed. This is my shop. It's a bit sick.
Guys talk for a little bit.
my
Thanks for making it
God.
And I do business with, and I go back to the keep.
All right.
When he comes out of the, are we still waiting for him outside?
You guys are right.
When he comes out, I've cast a minor illusion to make it look like I have a long gray beard. Can we go home now, please?
Oh man, the other characters are doing well, and I think that this is a good I think it is really good. If you as a player are ideating a character where you want one of their character traits to be that they're kind of fucking annoying, that's valid. You can play a character that's kind of fucking annoying. But I think if you are going to, I would really, really recommend comparing Orion's character, Tiberius, to Felicia Day's character. Felicia Day's character was also kind of annoying. But they were annoying in very different ways. And their the amount of air that they took up in the room was very different, even though the expressions of their annoyingness were actually kind of similar. So if you want to make a character with that trait, watch like a highlight of like fucking Orion's most annoying moments versus the 2 episodes with Felicia Day in the Trial of the Take. And really compare and contrast, like dive into those details, because they're actually expressing very similar character traits, but obviously one plays much better at the table than the other.
I'm here. Yes. Sorry.
Any other stops you'd like to make? Dry cleaners, perhaps?
I got my robe. Oh, prestidigitation.
Oh, that's great. Now let's go night-night so you can cast a spell on us.
All right, you guys head back to keep.
While they're doing that, I stealth away from the group.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I do a passive perception check to see if I notice him sneaking away?
Vax walks away.
And a natural 20!
It's a huge fart.
There's fire!
Well,
Go ahead, roll perception.
I rolled a 32. So.
All right.
Perception or passive perception?
Oh,
Or
for
just
this,
perception?
it's not active. You're not actually going.
Oh,
Whereas
okay,
next to
okay.
be your passive. You know.
Then that is 24.
Vax has vanished. And you,
Yeah, with the
what you might have
24.
noticed instead, the explosion-like eruption of gas from your dragonborn friend distracted you from the proper getaway. So you vanished.
Yeah, I'm totally down an alleyway, through the alley onto
you're
another
right.
bush.
Before he asked.
I just grab a random person on the streets. Excuse me, I'm looking for a butcher, a specific butcher. Harold the butcher. Do you know? I think he's in the upper slums. Can you point me toward him?
The individual you
Harold
stopped, some younger gentleman, probably in his like mid-20s or so, a bit dirty in the face, just coming from a day of work, going to the local tavern and finish his evening some drinks.
I can't say I do. I mean, there are butchers all over town. There's one.
Where's the upper
2 blocks
slums? Upper slums, please.
Oh, that'd be the north side of Iman that way, and he points you kind of toward the.
I don't even say anything else. I just keep walking.
Okay.
So I don't know how long that'll take me. If that's like.
I think about from where you are now, 30 minutes.
Let them do
35 minutes
whatever
walk.
and then get back.
All right, so you guys get here back to the keep. Gather up. Grog has eaten his fill.
I'm asleep on the table.
Yeah, he's passed out. Percy's nowhere to be seen. You, I would like you to make a tinkering roll in relation to construction of ammunition. 10. You managed to, utilizing material for 20 bullets, only craft 10.
Percy
So you get 10
Tinker
bullets out of it,
something.
as opposed to wasting the materials.
Is it possible to, before I go to sleep, I have a basic poison potion. I'm kind of hoarding. Can I, like, try to dip my tip of one of my bolts up in that thing?
You certainly try it. There is between poison and disease.
Oh, is that...
You can certainly try. Oh, I didn't get it on this card. Fuck. It's definitely one of the options. You can certainly try. Shit.
Different. The potion seems to have no effect.
Like on bolts? Okay.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have any.
How many batches of bullets are you going to let me attempt to make, or is this going to be...
For the day, that's what you spent making for this day. Tomorrow we'll get to whatever you want to try to craft then. All right, so you go off. You manage to make your way to the upper slums.
Yes, I see a stunted old woman and stop her on the street and say, "Grandmother, I'm looking for Harold the butcher. I need a butcher. Have you seen? Do you know where I can find him?"
Best I could gather. You're all that way.
She kind of points you, and the breath is awful, there's missing teeth, but she kind of, her crooked finger curves off to the side, and you can see what looks to be a relatively, across the way, locked up right next to what looks like some sort of a homestead, a hovel of that. There is a very, very humble-looking butcher that is currently in the process of closing shop.
I'd like to go stealth.
All right.
Okay. Roll a 20.
Yeah. All right. You make your way up there. You can see there's an older gentleman in his like his mid-40s or so, kind of salt and pepper hair, black, usually with a little bit of gray in the sides. Is currently in the process of closing up.
Do I see Kynan anywhere?
No.
No. And it's a home. It's a business and a home.
It's hard to tell. It looks like a business from this perspective.
Okay.
Did he describe a spell, apotheosis? Oh, it's a gentleman. There's a humble-looking butcher. Oh, the breath is awful. Ooh. Oh, that's close. It is literally describing a smell, but it's not. Or it's literally saying that a smell exists and that the smell is bad, but it's not. I guess it's. I know what bad breath smells like, and if I said that something smelled like bad breath, then I would know what that meant. I'll give it. I'll say Matt described a smell. Yeah.
And you see the lock up right next to what looks like some sort of a homestead, a hovel of that. There is a very, very humble-looking butcher that is currently in the process of closing shop.
I'd like to go stealth.
All right.
Okay. Roll a 20.
Yeah. All right. You make your way up there. You can see there's an older gentleman in his like his mid-40s or so, kind of salt and pepper hair, blackish with a little bit of gray in the sides. Is currently in the process of closing up.
Do I see Kynan anywhere?
Nope.
That is a reformed man.
And it's a home.
True.
It's a business and a home.
It's hard to tell. It looks like a business from this perspective.
Okay. I'd like to go around the back of the building.
Okay.
And just scope it out.
While you look through the windows, there's a dull light on the inside, just from looks like a small hooded lantern that's set up for a little bit of interior light, but there's nobody else in the house.
There's nobody in. I'd like to, at the window, just try to listen and use perception to see if I can tell if anyone's inside.
Okay. You listen for a while. You make perception roll.
Yeah, that's what's the one? What is it? That's 25.
All right. As you continue to listen, eventually you hear the slamming of wood. You look off and through the little bit of glass window, you kind of peek up alongside. You see the same gentleman who is closing the shop enters this room where the hood lantern is. There's a table. He kind of just sits down quietly for a second, looks at the lamp, starts cleaning his fingernails a little bit, gives a big sigh, and turns off the light of the lantern and exits the room, closing the door behind him.
Is it one floor of the building?
It's one floor.
One floor. Is the window locked?
Burn it down.
You check the window, it's not locked.
All right, I'm climbing in.
Okay.
Yeah.
You slip in. Is that a problem? You've done this many times before.
I'm looking for. It's a family residence where Kynan lives. Are there bedrooms?
It's hard to tell. Looking around the room here, there are 3 doors that exit. One that he came through, which is from the front of the butcher shop.
What are you doing here? What are you doing here, Vax? You kidnapping this kid? Because the way that you're going, it sounds like you're kidnapping this kid. And I would never say that about you. I would never guess that you were about to kidnap this kid. But all of the individual actions you're doing are kind of painting a picture that you're super gonna kidnap this kid.
This appears to be kind of a central room that connects this to wherever else you walk. There are 2 other doors.
All right. I'm just going to. Well, they're not trapped, are they? Yeah, the butcher's probably there.
They're not trapped.
Yeah, so I'm going to push open. I'm going to crouch down and push open the first door and see what do I see?
Okay, the door to your right or the door that's in front of you?
In front of me.
The door in front of you is one that the man traveled by.
Oh, no, not that one. There were 2 other doors, weren't there?
There's the door that he came in from
Yeah.
and sat down,
Yeah.
and then he left on the door across the way from you, and there's a door that's been on.
There's one other door.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Okay, you go ahead and you push open the door. Very quietly, it makes a little creaking sound, but you stop. Peering inside, it's dark. There appears to be a bed. There's a small table. There's looks like an old pair of boots that are worn out on the side. It looks like a bedroom that's nobody's currently in.
And there's no sign that this is a youth's bedroom or the father's bedroom. Can I glean from what I see in here?
Make an investigation check.
Someone use luck. That's better. 22.
Okay. You take a little bit of time in peering over the materials, looking at the bed size, looking at the boot size, looking whatever you can nearby. This bed is definitely weathered. It's been used for a long time. There are a couple of small knickknacks and toys that are discarded underneath and have been there for a while. Lead you to believe this was at one point a boys' room. However, what you do notice is that most of the materials, most of the belongings, anything that you would normally see in a boys' room, anything that would say a person lives here, seem to have been hastily grabbed and taken off.
Oh.
And the father went out the other way. All right.
That's tough. I also think I'm pretty sure I'm now putting it together that Vax bought that dagger to give to the youth, Harold, and was gonna slip it under his pillow like a weird tooth fairy. The rogue fairy, the knife fairy. And that's still weird, Vax. I want to point that out. Still super weird. But, not as bad as kidnapping it. But also, he's run off to go and prepare himself. And now they're going to find Harold's body on the side of the road or something. Oh, that's going to be so fucked, dude.
So I creep back out the window.
Okay.
And I go around the front, and I knock really loud on the front door.
A couple moments later, a voice comes through the side.
Hello?
Hello, I'm sorry, I don't mean to bother you. I know you've closed up shop.
Gone for business for the day. Come back tomorrow.
I'm actually, I'm not looking to buy anything. I owe your son a bit of money. I lost some money in a wager we made. over a dogfight, and I was hoping to reimburse him. Do you know where he is?
The door opens just a little bit, and eye peeks through, and you gather there's a slight scent of alcohol from the other side. Just as he starts talking to Drake, he says,
I don't know where my son's got off to. He came in a huff, we got in an argument, he grabbed his stuff and left. He does this every now and then, he'll be back.
You think he'll be back? Or he's...
This isn't the first time he's done this.
I want to leave something with you.
You said it's money you owed him?
Yes.
I can get that to him.
I take 50 gold of what I have left, and I leave it with him. And I take out the 3 daggers. Yeah. I can just hear my sister's...
Bro, this dude lives in the slums and his eyes do not pop out of his head at 50 gold. I'm pretty sure a day's wage in D&D is like 5 copper, dude. Like 50 gold is like a large savings for one person. And 3 like nice daggers, right? Calm down. It's Kainen. Yeah. A day's wage is how much you could pay. Oh man, cuckoo, inside check, cuckoo.
Always in the back of my head. I want to use insight on him to make sure that he's trustworthy. Oh, that's good. That's 20.
Okay. There's something about his face that kind of gives you the feeling that he's more interested in the contents of what you're leaving than actually transferring these to the intended recipient.
Just give him the 50 gold. Thank you. I'm gonna leave.
Okay. Close the door behind you. You hear a lock. Light goes back out in the room.
Kill him, shit on his back.
I head back to the keep.
Okay. All right, eventually, Vax finds his way back to the keep. The rest of you are there for the rest of the evening. Is there anything else you want to accomplish before the night's out?
I just flipped through my book on that alchemy section for a bit.
All right. You all find yourself to bed for the evening, rest up for the next morning, and at that point, we're going to go ahead and take our break. 5 minutes, guys. A strict 5 minutes, because we still have a lot to get through.
Strict.
A lot to get through tonight. Don't want to stay late.
Strict
No.
5 minutes.
No, 7 minutes.
We're not going to take our 5 because we have like 30 minutes. I think we're going to take a 5 at 9 my time. So we're just going to head past the break. Honestly, doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. I am not mad at all about our pace. I think I would like to go, hopefully a little bit faster because it's been 3 hours, gone through half of it. So we're looking at like an 11:30 end. Not great. Artwork. Probably not this time, this dude. Maybe next time. Just because the second half is actually longer than the first half, and we're right now at our pace, we're getting to bed at like midnight my time. So I think I'm just gonna have to go past it. Let's see. 1:56 is the timestamp after. 1:56:02. Wait, no. What? Oh, 1:56:13. Why is it? Uh-oh.
Artist kit bus.
Maybe sign by kit.
1:56:13.
5 minute
Yeah,
break.
5 minutes. That's 5 minutes.
Good at that.
That's exactly 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. Couple quick things.
Yeah, we can talk about that after Rebecca. Hold it in your brain. Yeah, we'll talk about it at the end.
First off, we just hit 7,500 subscribers! For many reasons. But so all of you who are currently watching, be active in the chat room so you can be included in the next giveaway we're doing.
Yeah.
Giveaway's going to include signed picture of the cat.
I went too
Sign my
far.
cat. Guys, so much.
Only you 7,500.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Not gonna lie.
I was in character.
Can't do about that.
All right, cool. So let's get back.
The Kiss Army.
Let's see if we can roll through some of this stuff.
Power
So as you wake the next morning, you guys awaken to the dull sound of metal cleaning as Percy has already been the first to awaken, is back in the workshop. Tiberius, you're well rested. Everyone's spells have returned. You get to make a beer roll.
Beer check, please. Beer check. Beer drink. 5.
35. Bundles of kittens, by the way. 1. Congratulations,
Bundles
bundles of
of
kittens.
That's a good.
Bundles of kittens.
Everyone loves
prizes.
It's a bundle of death.
Yeah.
35% does count. As you wake up, you reach up and you feel the return of a nice, hefty bit of scruff to your chin.
Scruff?
Yeah, it's getting pretty thick. It's a good like half an inch to an inch length.
Oh,
That's
wow.
half an inch?
And you're starting to get a little. You notice the first time you grew some facial hair is coming through that weird, creepy, translucent color. It's starting to come through like a proper, almost like a dark red, brown color to it.
What?
Got a little bit of that Irish thing going on.
I don't know. Might have to get a cage. The women are gonna come running.
So you all got breakfast. You get your fine breakfast awaits you, already prepared by your servants of the Grayskull Keep.
What do you wish to do?
Good morning, Vox Machina.
Oh, jeez.
Lovely to see
Look at you.
all of you.
So, Gronk, you fell asleep in your plate of food and woke up with a beard.
I know, some guys are just lucky.
Have you checked to make sure it's not a stain?
Hey, fuck off with your stinging, burning shit, alright? I'm not putting anything else in water.
Don't touch any of my things.
I don't know if you know, Scanlan, but water burns.
Good job, Percy. Now he's never
Pretty
going
sure.
to pay.
Rob, you may have taken the wrong lesson away from that.
No, I pretty much got it. In, burn, out, powder.
You're not a chinchilla, Grog, which is a small creature that bathes itself in dust. But you are a human, which water is good.
I'm not a human.
Well, you are a humanoid, which is water is good. It's like you, mostly of you is water.
You always drink water when we drink. Does it burn?
No, it feels rather.
Let's get going.
Okay.
Just breathe fire.
I'm feeding Lockheed some of my breakfast.
Certainly. Lockheed enjoys breakfast. Lockheed is looking healthier. The color is a little more of a deep emerald green and appears to have a little more energy, which is more.
Creeps me out, that thing. I'm gonna. Is it shit on your shoulder?
He hasn't noticed, but there is a slight streak of dried.
That I think that counts for Scanlan makes a poop joke. I think and he also might have made one earlier and I missed it. I don't know. I think that counts.
I'm not aware of it.
No, until somebody says.
You think
Percy did throw shade. That's true.
So the DM doth speak from experience.
Donor, he does.
I'm going to. I rolled. I'm going to do a roll for the day. I think I rolled one for the day, and I'm going to go start, and I'm going to. I rolled a 14 to try to teach it to sit. Start.
It sits down on the edge of the table.
Oh. And I give it a treat.
Bite your finger.
As it's hanging, I put it on my shoulder.
It sits there.
They get nippy. It's in the breed.
So, what do you want to do?
we want to go to the? We want to get out of here. We can cast the thing. Let's go.
Go to Crackhammer.
Okay.
Yeah,
As I'm having my oatmeal and such, I start to cast the teleportation.
I still think maybe the more talkative members of the group should go.
Okay.
You still want to split the party?
I'm gonna go.
I'm staying.
We already got rolling before being asked, but I agree.
Anyway.
I'm checking in with Tiberius. Or,
At which
Percy.
point, the teleportation sigil appears in the center of the floor.
Sigil.
Tiberius had prepared it.
Right here.
Glowing
I've got
right
all
now.
the creature bits, so I should go too.
You take care of my bear. I'm leaving him here with you.
All right, I got him. Can I get a drink?
Oh,
Treat comes up and
Trinket.
rubs
I love
his
you
nose against
so.
your
Hey, all right.
I'm gonna feed you so much chocolate.
It's okay.
It's really bad for him. Don't.
Let's go.
It'll be fine. Oh,
The sigil's starting to spark and
Okay.
fire.
I jump in.
I jump into.
Okay, so all of you who are going, you leap in. But you're staying and you're staying, correct? All right.
And I'm staying.
And you're staying. So Keyleth, Percy, and Vex. All of you guys step into it. All of a sudden, there's a familiar whoosh of some sort of dark transference. You feel as if gravity for a moment doesn't exist, and your feet find purchase on some sort of a wooden floor. The room is dark. You glance about the immediate vicinity, and for those of you who have low light, there's very, very little you can actually make out other than the fact that this is a basement of some kind, and you are amidst a bunch of sheet-covered crates.
There is no light.
As the light fills the room, you look
And I
around.
cast it on Lockheed, on his tail.
All right. Lockheed begins trying to shake the light off the tail, so the light kind of moves around a little bit. And then,
Brinsvelk. That means good in Draconian. Brinsvelk. I give him a treat.
all right. As you look around the room, there are about 6 or 7 of these crates immediately visible to you that have sheets put over them. They're different sizes, some sort of storage room. There is a staircase that leads up to the floor above.
Can I? Wait. Do they know we're coming?
Doesn't
Anything?
matter.
We're just in the middle of their home now.
Yes, of course. They know. Bex, they know we're coming. I showed them the amulet, which is how we got the sigil to come in to begin with. We're fine. We're doing business with them. It'll be good.
Can I perception and make sure there's no traps around us?
Okay.
Just to make sure. We're just kind of popping in.
Well,
And this
no,
is a
they're
magic house,
expecting-
am I right?
They're expecting us. They have permission to be
Good.
here.
So I can't check for traps worth shit.
The room looks safe.
Great. Good. Great.
Well, good. Let's go out of here.
Sorry.
What is people?
All right.
Yeah, I do. I found that interesting as well. I mean, I understand it, and this is sort of one of the not necessarily detriments, but I basically when I'm running downtime-esque activities, I will allow things like shopping or research or whatever. And it doesn't really matter the time scale. Like, you can do them on days, you can do them on weeks, whatever. But I do like it when someone is doing a downtime activity, like crafting bullets. Everyone is in downtime. So whatever you're doing, you get like one thing a day, and then we move on. And that way we can keep it a little bit quicker, a little bit more snappy. So even things like, getting those runes and the sigils. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't zoom into active role playing during downtime. It's just something that should be like a zoom in, zoom out. We don't need to talk about the flying. We don't need to talk about traveling. We don't need to make pit stops along the way. It is like you are doing one thing this day, and that's it. So I think that would help make it feel less weird. But even then, I think that there's a certain amount, and I'm giving Taliesin a bit of the benefit of the doubt here, but I think there's a certain amount of him that knows, hey, we're about to embark on what seems like an entire arc about me. I'm going to maybe step away for an episode because the next while is going to be at least tangentially, like, or tertiarily focused on me, right? So I can appreciate him from that perspective. As much as a player might want to be involved, Taliesin does what his character would do. Yeah, and I think that in certain situations that can be like, you don't want to. I'm trying to think of how to say this. You always want to do what your character would do, but you don't want to play a character that is consistently detrimental or weird or odd to play with or around. And if Percy was doing this constantly, that would be the case. But this is like a one-off situation. Like, this isn't like Taliesin's MO. So this odd action of Percy basically being like, not MIA necessarily, but like, not involved, goes to support his emotional state rather than just being like a general character trait, kind of like Tiberius has. So I definitely think it's good. It is a bit odd, but I think there's both to use words that we've used before, there's both Doyleist and Watsonian reasons for his behavior. The Doyleist reason is, hey, we're going to talk about me a lot for a while. And then the Watsonian reason is that Percy has a certain set of emotions that he is feeling about the quest that they're about to go down, and he's playing into that. So I think that there's good reasons on both end, because sometimes when you only have Watsonian, when you only have the in-character explanation and it is actively detrimental from a Doyleist perspective, it can be a little bit weird. And I think that is honestly Tiberius a lot of the time, is only Watsonian, ignoring all of the Doyleist, the out-of-game consequences. Like Lockheed, like all of his interactions with Lockheed. That's what Tiberius would do. Doesn't make it fun to play with. But I think in this case, even though this might look similar to something that Tiberius would do, it's not. There is a key difference here. To be fair, Taliesin doesn't look bored or impatient. Yeah, there's also it's like a not what you say, how you say it sort of thing. Like, Taliesin's just chilling. He doesn't look bored. He's engaged, but he's also not actively like tapping his finger. No, he doesn't, because he's being true to Percy. I love it. Yeah. And I won't reiterate everything I just said, but yeah, and I definitely think that there is a large tone of this of, if Orion was interacting with all of this in the same way that Taliesin is right now, then it would probably come off a lot better more of the time.
You guys make your way up to the second floor. As you step up to the top, you can see there's light definitely emanating from the top of the staircase, and a figure moves into the staircase. A stout, dwarven figure. This is the same individual that you spoke to previously. The dwarf kind of steps to the top and says, with kind of an air of annoyance to the voice,
All right. Waited up all night for you to arrive, and you never did. And you come here and interrupt my breakfast.
I'm sorry. We thought you would like a night's sleep before we intrude in.
It's fine. Step up the stairs, please.
And he steps out of the way, leads you into the central chamber. This house is unfamiliar to all but Scanlan, who turned invisible suddenly and decided to wander in briefly.
Oh, yes, I did. I was stomping ground.
The classic, I don't know! Looking about, it's very well kept. It's an old house. The ceilings are taller than you'd expect for a dwarf-type home. A lot of these ceilings are a little low, especially if you grow up. This one's built roomy. There's actually a lot of cultivated cave plant life in this. So there's a lot of boxes that contain various underground dwelling plants and other such funguses. The air itself is mixtures of sweet and pungent, kind of mixed, almost like there's a spice garden somewhere that's shifting. You're unable to really take a beat on what the actual interior would smell like normally. It keeps changing around. You're brought to the main foyer area.
I love that. Smells talking about a environment that is constantly changing. Talks about it speaks to the air of inventiveness here that would probably not exist elsewhere in dwarf society, that the smells are changing constantly, and so like the actual contents of the room, the people that are here, their goals, their ambitions are constantly changing. Symbolism.
And the dwarf turns back to you and says,
All right, you've made your transference. Where's the amulet?
Oh.
I'll open the bag of holding. He's got it. And I'll take it out. Now, before I actually go over and speak, I'll turn to Scanlan and Bex. Is he the same person who pays us for the other?
No.
This is a different thing.
I should probably go find that guy.
No,
Or we
I
can go all together.
I just didn't want to say the wrong thing.
Sure. No, don't worry, you will.
It's yes. Oh, sorry. Here is the amulet, and I show him. And I'm like, now, as far as trade, it was rather taxing to procure this particular artifact.
Incredibly difficult, he means to say.
Yes, yes, she's correct. I was wondering if we could perchance trade it for a favor of your arcane ability.
It's funny because I already did. I gave you permanent entry to my own household, my family's household, by offering you the sigil that gave you entrance to the interior of our well-guarded estate. Yes. That was a trade enough. That was what we agreed upon through the mirror.
That was just to get me here quicker, I thought.
So you come into my home and try to extort me?
No, not at all.
Better.
Not at all. It's just, here's what happened. See, we were on an adventure, and I pulled out the carpet out of my bag. And I was like, this carpet was enchanted once with the ability to fly, and it helped us many times in many adventures. It was dechanted, I guess, however you want to say it, and we needed rechanted. And I thought that the House Thunderband would be a strong enough house to have the ability to do such a thing. So maybe not a change. And I hand him the amulet as I'm saying this.
He takes it.
And I'm like, not as a trade, but as a favor for just the effort, or mainly because I'm not strong enough as a sorcerer myself to do it.
Make a persuasion roll.
People speak very, very highly of
Oh,
your abilities.
not good.
Can I assist him? Can I assist him?
Don't bother. It's not gonna matter.
Badge.
Winks up, wink.
All right.
Yeah, we've heard so much about.
You keep talking. As you're explaining this, he's not even paying attention to you. The dwarf is staring at the amulet and is looking at the back of it where the inscription is. And you swear for a minute you see what looks like a tear gathering in the corner of the eye of the dwarf. He then reaches up and kind of wipes it from the corner and takes it and puts it in the pocket.
My apologies. Thank you for returning this. You're talking about the carpet, right?
Yes.
I want it to be enchanted.
Well, we've heard very wonderful things about your abilities, and not many people can do such a feat.
We have done a carpet before. Only one. It's very possible. It's for strong magic.
Did it look anything like this one?
Not this pattern, no. That one was more of a blue. I mean, this can be enchanted, but the materials and the time put into it's a very pricey endeavor.
It is.
A carpet of this size, especially.
Oh.
How much?
Looking at...
See you, Terrace.
If we're looking at the better part of a year to enchant this, and that'll cost you about, time included, close to 50,000 gold pieces.
Oh my god! I throw my hands up. I just can't.
Sorry, she's very...
How did we not? Oh my god.
She's very fond of
I'll come
carpet.
arm around Vex and try and control her.
You're not there.
50. Yeah. Why? Thank you so much.
When there are smaller ones, you might be able to find elsewhere, but for this size, it's rather
Yeah, no,
large.
it's a really beautiful carpet. It would cost a lot of money to
She
fix up.
loves the hand-woven carpets. It's just
Oh.
very tragic.
All right, well...
So we go get our money.
Yes, who's the man that we need to see about that?
Oh, that's the Craghammer. We go see
Johnny Crackhammer.
Johnny Craghammer.
Have you
Nostoc Gracefine? No, that was
It's Gracefine. It was Gracefine.
Nostoc Gracefine. You're escorted out of the House Thunderbrand. You make your way down to the quarry at the very, very, very bottom level of Craghammer. Once again, it's been a long time since you've been in this portion of the world, let alone the city, where you started this leg of your entire journey. You do, because I like to use this one here. There we go. Make your way down into this area to Lord Nostoc Gracefine's proper office, the one where you managed to procure.
I will note, I think that all of his players reacted to it well, but you do run the risk. Speaking back to the proliferation of magic items within this setting and world and context, it could potentially seem a bit pricey, and not only a bit pricey, but a bit long. Now, I think those are perfectly reasonable values, but when you look at just how many fucking magic items are just floating around out there, that something like Gilmore's Emporium can exist. I mean, a flying carpet's cool, but, and yeah, it is powerful magic, but so is half of the shit that Gilmore has, and we're not looking at those types of prices. So, I mean, the scaling is extreme. And if you want to establish that there is like an exponential curve for magic items, that like it gets ludicrously more expensive, it's not linear, that's totally fine. And maybe that's what Matt is in the process of doing. And we just haven't like really gotten to see it yet. But when you're doing it, especially with something that has so much emotional connection, like my initial thought there was like, wow, he does not want them to have that carpet. Like it felt like really targeted. And I know that people online and potentially people in the party might have thought already that Matt was specifically trying to get rid of the carpet. And so when you pair that sentiment with this, with this ludicrous price and this ludicrous amount of time to enchant, in a world where magic items are established to kind of be all over the place, at least in this region of the world, it can be a little tricky. It can be a little bit emotionally. So these are the pitfalls, and they're fine. You know, every strategy, every theme, every tone is going to have pitfalls, no matter what. But these are the pitfalls of letting magic items be everywhere. Now that was mean of Matt Lowell. They've been so hopeful of getting it re-enchanted, he never led them to think otherwise. That's what I'm kind of saying here. Yeah, like he's established the world that he's established around them has not led them to believe that it would be that out of reach. Like, it is theoretically within their capabilities, but this campaign is not working on the timescale of months, right? Let's say, because there are campaigns that do work like that, where like sometimes between sessions you'll have a month skip. Sometimes if you're doing a lot of downtime type stuff, maybe you'll cover several weeks or several months even in game time over one session. Like that's feasible for some tables. But that's definitely not the table they're playing at. So by him saying it's a year from now, he's basically saying, hey, say goodbye to it. It's not possible for the next probably 10, 20, maybe 30 sessions. And only if they do a big time skip. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a big expectations kind of breaker. And it's with something that they care so much about. If they cared less about this might be a useful world building moment, but because they have so much emotion attached to it, it doesn't feel as good. It doesn't feel as right. But I do feel like they should have guessed based on how expensive already made magic items cost. Are they that I mean, they are expensive, but not that expensive. Maybe he has a supplier of components that helps him with his inventory. Sure, but that still means that like suppliers are prevalent enough and business is good enough that like it can't be that long to enchant most of this shit. Well, they have never come across another carpet, so it's not like there are 5 available for purchase at Gilmore's that we know of. Like we only know a fraction of Gilmore's inventory. Like I'm sure that in this case, Matt would probably say that there aren't, but like narratively, there's been no reason for Matt to say that there was another one for sale, because why would they want to buy another one? They already have one. So I think that that's a little bit of like lensing bias of like, he hasn't given weight to them for potentially other reasons, which is something else for DMs to keep in mind. Did they ask Gilmore about the carpet? I don't think so. And we're out of time. Fuck! I have more to say. That's fine. The timer, we need to stick to it.
His expensive line and make this business venture at the very beginning. You step to the familiar halls. As soon as you enter, you have a brief discussion with the guy at the front who recognizes you and leads you into the office. There, waiting behind his desk, is Nostock, who's currently in the process of looking out the window over the entire quarry of his mine, and turns over his shoulder, looking at the rest of you.
Well, surprised to see you all alive. Just assume you all got yourselves killed, like the usual bumpkins that come wandering this far down in the mountain.
No, we did not die. We, in fact, succeeded in taking care of those creatures under dark carpet.
She's that time of the month.
Oh, excuse me. We came to collect the money owed us for completing the mission you sent us on.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes.
Understood. What was the price we had agreed for that?
It was 30,000 gold.
Plus bonus.
Plus all the extras for the scalps that we acquired.
I open the bag of holding and I go, here's one brain chunk, and I dump it on the floor.
There's one brain chunk.
As a note, I'm pretty sure at practically no point in your entire adventure to the Underdark did you ever say you were scalping a creature.
Yeah, we're above base.
We definitely totally
Luca.
sort of forgot about
You
that.
completely, in the entirety of that adventure, didn't collect a single scalp from anything you killed.
Oh, I grabbed a dead brain chunk.
No.
I thought I grabbed an arm.
The audience has been
You
very
did. He did
clear.
grab an arm. He grabbed an arm from the
There was just
creature
an arm
in the
from
trap,
the
and he
stitch
put
guy,
it.
and I just grabbed it.
An arm
Okay,
is not
so there's
scalp.
an arm.
There's an arm part.
It's this.
Knockstock also looks at you and goes,
And while I respect your memory,
Yeah.
a dwarf's mind is like a trap that you can't escape.
And I believe the agreed upon price was 25.
And this is another one where it's like, okay, like, are we really gonna say that Vex, the person that is practically defined by her greed, in a context where they have multiple bags, I guess at that point they only had one bag of holding. Are we really saying that Vex would have never done that? Because there's a difference between what the players will remember and what the characters will remember. For the characters, it was like a day ago, and for the players, oftentimes it was 7, if not more, days ago. And so, as a DM, when it comes to that, when it comes to okay, I know your characters would do this, I really try to remind them in the moment. And let's give Matt some grace. Let's say that he forgot, because it's also been a certain amount of time for him. I'm not going to punish the players for me forgetting to do something I should have, which in this context, I do view reminding them as part of my responsibility, because part of me accurately conveying the world is accurately conveying things that their characters would know or remember or think of that the players aren't. So, I think that's pretty fucking harsh on Matt's end to think that they wouldn't have scalped any creatures. I don't know. Lol, Matt grilling them tonight. Love it. I mean, he is. And they are settling into a new arc. You know, they're settling into the long-term stance. If this is what he wants to do and he's going to enforce that in the future, might as well start soon, start early. But yeah, it's them remember to pay attention. Yeah. I agree that they need to remember to pay attention, but also I have to give a certain amount of leeway to players who are in different circumstances than the characters are. They have out-of-game priorities. They have IRL issues. And I'm not going to penalize them for that. So, if it's in session, if I told them something earlier and it comes up later and they don't remember it, that's not on me. But if I told them something 2 sessions ago, because remember, it took them a day to get through the mine area from where they were offered all these scalping trophies. If it's been 2 weeks real time, maybe longer, I'm probably not gonna be so harsh on it. She didn't though. I mean, that's my point. Is Vex would have Laura Bailey, the human, not the half elf, didn't remember it because Laura Bailey has a job and friends and other things outside of this. Vex, the ranger, has nothing outside of this. So I think it's much more reasonable to think Vex would have remembered even if Laura doesn't, is at least my interpretation. And when there's that disconnect, it's my job as the DM to bridge that gap, in my opinion. All she has to say one time that along the way I'm scalping creatures that covers the entire Underdark, sure. But again, I agree that that's all she had to do. As a DM, I'm looking at them and I'm going to be like, hey, do you want to scalp every creature in the Underdark? Tell me if you don't, because I'm assuming that you do. It would be silly if you didn't want to, and your characters aren't that forgetful. Like, maybe Grog would forget, or Tiberius, but it's ludicrous to think that Scanlan, Vax, Vex, or Percy, or Keyleth all collectively forgot. It's out of this world. It honestly breaks immersion. And it's my job to keep that immersion intact. He doesn't want to hand wave the plot. Dude, I agree. I think that that's kind of the long and short of it, is that he's punishing them because it's in front of an audience. Which kind of sucks. But, I mean, I guess it is what it is. Bark, bark. Wouldn't mind a mind first. It's all tentacles. It's tentacles all the way down.
Oh, it was? That is so weird. I remember 30, but it's
an extra 5 for, like, it sucked.
I don't even know what you thought. If you're going to collect your money, tell me what the hell you freaking
fought
do.
a bullet. We fought
Illithid. Have you heard of a beholder?
You fought a beholder.
We fought a fucking
beat a beholder.
Really?
He almost
And you're all still alive.
Well, no, not all of us.
Hey.
If you'll recall, there were more of us when we came down here, and some of us aren't here because they died.
And I stopped pretending to cry.
Make a deception.
That's really good. That's really
I'm
good.
pretending to cry.
I'm sad I'm not here.
Oh, I hope that doesn't come back.
I start thinking about the carpet and I really do start crying.
Okay.
So before you berate us, know that we are mourning the loss of 2 of our members. And a bear.
And my bear!
Beholder, you say.
It was really big.
What else did you encounter?
Illithid.
Lots of Illithid. A whole city of Illithid.
We actually, we destroyed half of an elder brain. Part of an elder brain.
And there were all these dark.
Dwarves. They were dark dwarves. To regard.
They were mind controlled. They were mind controlled, yeah. It was crazy. We're not just making this up. It really happened.
There were also
It's all very, very,
little
very
wrinkled
true.
testicles that were walking around on
He
TV.
almost died just from this one little brain.
Strange thing, if you're stupid and it looks at you with its wrinkled testicle face, you go unconscious.
Well,
I know the creatures you speak. I've dealt with my share of Dergargo.
I completely stayed away from it because I was terrified.
Oh my god.
Roll high.
Oh, are we all rolling because we're all talking?
You were spearheading that part of the
I was? I thought Scanlan was.
Scanlan already made
I'm
it.
not giving her advantage because I was talking about testicles.
No testicle advantage in that roll.
No.
What circumstance would testicle advantage come into play?
What's your
Gilmore.
With the
11.
Yep.
Granted.
Can I assist?
Yes.
Looking at your number, I can see that you've certainly encountered some dangerous things in your travels, taken some losses. And I will say, since you've left, we haven't had at least one excursion.
See?
You think that's a coincidence?
It's been very helpful. The fact that you've returned with these tales, I believe most of it. I'd say, given that circumstance, I'd be happy to pay you up to 18,000 gold pieces.
I am going to cast suggestion on him.
18,000 gold in addition to the 30.
He's doing it. He's doing it.
All right.
I don't counter.
This is
So,
D&D, man.
what's
He's
the
doing
DC? You don't have your
I
hand.
don't have my hand count out. 17.
It's natural 1.
Money,
what do you suggest?
I'm going to suggest to him that he is an honorable man and we had a deal, and that he should honor it to the fullest extent of the word.
Okay, so that's what she goes.
I also, as a cantrip. God, I hope it's not concentration.
Don't just joke.
I'm not going to.
The Grey Spy name holds weight in this city. And the last thing I want is to that be sullied by miscommunication. If we agree to 25,000, I'll pay 25,000. But I hear a single disagreement out there, or a bad word that came from your lips about our exchange here. I'm gonna come for the rest of that money.
I hold up the Duragar severed arm and I curl all the fingers in and make a.
He looks back at you very slowly as you do this with a tense stare. It's all right. He's just bringing up coin purse after coin purse after coin purse, counting it up as he does. It takes him about 5 minutes or so, but eventually he counts out at your vision to approve it, 25,000 gold pieces and platinum pieces altogether and pushes it across.
Woo!
To you guys, you retrieve that. No additional funds as no scouts were collected, but you did get 25,000.
Do you want the?
You can hold on to that, thank you.
You're very gracious. Put it back in the
25,000 gold in my hands right now. Thank you so much. This won't make up for the lost lives we have suffered, but
Don't fuck us up.
it helps.
I'm glad. And I'm sorry for your losses. Perhaps you'll be less stupid in the future.
Probably not. We should go.
Thank you. We shall be using. Remember the blood we spilled for your people and your safety.
Vox Machina.
I go to give him a business card, but then I realize I never got them printed. So.
Also, Gilmore's Glorious Goods.
Oh yes,
Great.
Yes,
Let's
Gilmore's.
go.
If you're ever overdark, come check it out. It's a great,
my God.
great store.
Like an unexpected web pop-up. He gives you an expression of, where is this coming from?
Get out of my office!
Thank you very much. You've been wonderful.
Tiberius, how do we get out of here quickly?
I just go back to the chamber and I'll do the spell again. And
Can you do it again?
Yeah.
Don't you have to rest?
I can do it twice.
Oh, thank God.
Do it twice? Mm-hmm. 6th level spell twice?
No, it's a 5th level spell.
What, the teleportation?
Yeah, it's a 5th level spell. I can do one.
I think it is. You're right.
Yes, very well. We can go back. Then I'll do it.
Cool.
And then we'll go back to, and I'll choose a mon.
Nice.
Yeah.
Excuse me. As soon as they left, Trinket and I we left, and I went to the nearest shop and bought a lot of pink ribbon. And I've been furiously tying bows all through Trinket's hair the entire time they've been gone.
Actually, I'll help with that campaign. I do some braids.
Yes.
I do some braids.
Yes.
And add some flowers.
Teeny tiny little braids.
Little tiny braids.
Keyleth has been weaving flowers in, and I have been.
Where's the fan art of this? Especially, I want this to all be on top of the fucking like chitin armor that the Trinket wears. So he's this incredibly like menacing bear with all of these. Like armored bear with all these
Knotting braids started at the head and then worked all the way down Trinket's back and down the tail the entire time, feverishly.
I come up for lunch.
Keyleth, can I borrow you for... What in good God?
Is it important? Do you need me right now?
Listen, don't argue it.
Pretty important.
Is Trinket comfortable with this?
He's so comfortable. Look, I gave him plenty of space. He doesn't even know what's happening.
This mournful, low, guttural growl. You're pretty sure it translates to whoa.
I feed him a piece of chocolate at that moment.
Don't give him chocolate.
It's a dog.
Licks it off.
It doesn't matter.
Sitting there,
Give it-
scratches his balls a little.
Sorry.
Licks the rest of the
When you have a
chocolate.
moment.
You make it sick.
Pretty bear.
When you have a moment.
All right.
Pretty bear.
10 more minutes. I'll be down in 10 minutes.
It takes about 10 minutes before the keep doors open and the rest of your party returns.
And I run downstairs really fast.
Side note, I let Trinket give me bear kisses all over my face. Vex never lets Trinket kiss her face, and it's so sad.
His breath is terrible.
And I let him just blubber all over my face.
Disgusting.
I feel like there's a real world in
I
that.
feel like we're playing out some sort of real world psychodrama here.
As this is going on,
Good boy.
I want to turn to Scanlan and go, no, I have an idea that I want to run
Scaly.
by you.
Yes.
Your name's Scanlan.
Okay, careful.
Okay.
Hawaiian man.
I think we should. I was going to go and do this just on a whim, as I usually do, but I was thinking that we should speak to Aurora. And I don't think I should speak to her alone.
I'm sorry. I must be asleep. Are you planning something?
I am.
Ahead of time?
Yes.
That's amazing.
You know, it's sometimes, like I told Vax, you just have to chill out sometimes, and I'm like, well, maybe I should run it by
Whoa.
the man with the mouth.
Wow.
Of our group.
Well, you've come to the right place. I do have quite a mouth.
Yes.
Yes, let's go talk to her. Wait, she's the woman you fancy quite a bit, isn't that true?
Yes, but this is more business rather than denied pleasure.
What do you want to speak with her about?
Well, as far as I see it, there's no other way to get our carpet re-enchanted. I
Oh,
want to
the carpet.
I want to confess what we did to her, and hopefully she takes mercy and helps us out regardless. We've helped her out far beyond anything that...
At this point in the discussion, you guys all look up and see, sitting in the center of the main foyer area of Grey Skull, a very mighty bear brought down low, sitting covered in pink ribbons, looking forward, going,
Wow. See, I told you it was a girl.
Trinket, you look so cute. Oh, I know she'd love it. We need to get these off of you immediately. But you look really, really, really cute. And I scratch yourself.
Oh, let him sport it for like a...
How dare-
You look over too. There are traces of chocolate smears across the face of Vax.
Vex, stand over. No, Vex.
Me?
Yes, you stand over closer, and I use my still image and take a little still of her.
Say it, Staffy. Just say Staffy.
Take that, Staffy.
No, but it's of her. It's a Yui.
Yes, but it's with your staff.
It's a Stoofy.
What is the piece of art immortalized upon? A piece of wood?
Oh, what? And I open my scroll of tail script and I'm like, see, little images.
Oh, look. Now I can remember this moment forever.
You should patent that.
Trinket, let's go get you a bag.
We got so much money.
I go and put it in the party funds. We got our gold.
Good job.
Our gold.
We can pay
I go
back
down to
your
help
mom.
Percy. It's the second time I've been that way.
Let's Taliesin Tiberius.
Yeah, I think it's mine.
My share. Just my share.
I'm gonna rip
Are
up
we
the little
splitting
paper.
up all of the
And I hand it to
gold
Vex.
right
I'm like,
I
no,
wanna
Vex,
ask for another
here.
one.
She's not paying attention. Vex.
What, darling?
And I give her the picture. I'm like, now you have a picture of your bear with the silly bows that you're wearing.
Oh, thank you.
And I take advantage of her good mood and say, I just want 1,200 gold and I won't ask for any more of it. Any of the amount.
What?
Oh, yes, I like the same thing.
Do you want me to split up all the party gold right now?
No, I don't. No. Just give us a quick stipend. Give us each 1,500. And
Everybody
let's
gets
move on.
1,500.
Wonderful.
Yay. Is everybody happy?
We're all happy. Now
Trinket,
let's
are
go
you
do
so
some recon.
thrilled?
Listen,
He's like
Tiberius.
pulling him out with claws best he can.
Sweetie. Bath time.
I think we should go do our recon
I
first.
follow.
Trinket stands up and heads out to the front courtyard. All
I
right,
go.
so it's 1,500 minus 7.
I'll do the math.
Do the math, please.
Let's go do our recon. Who's doing it?
Oh, we're going to kill him.
Oh man, I love the we're about to do a bio break because it seems like a good point to stop in the narrative, but I love even the way that Laura Bailey goes, "Oh, sweetie, bath time." Like I can't even like replicate it, but it's not even like, "Oh, you're such a cute baby." Like she doesn't do the baby talk. She talks to Trinket like I'm trying to even think of what this reminds me of, but it's like a very specific, it's like a very like loving, like noble woman aristocrat, like a governess almost. Like, oh, sweetie, bath time. And I like that dignified image of Vex. It's very funny to me, especially with the interaction with Trinket. All right, but that is going to be bio break time. Go fill up your waters. Maybe you won't. I don't need to. Still working through mine, but let's get some hydration in here. And I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back. What up? We're back. Hello. How you doing? Welcome. And we are when's the end of episode? I'm checking our pace, checking our time, seeing if we need to slow down, speed up, what we need to do. Matt ends session at 3:47. Woo! We got like an hour and a half left, so we are going to keep the pace up. Let's go.
No.
Because I'm thinking, I mean, we're well over halfway. So just gotta keep the pace.
Oh, we're just gonna go spy on them.
I'd like to finish my morning crafting before moving to
Okay. Are you making more boats?
I'm joining Percy
I'm
downstairs.
gonna have help. I'm working on project number 3.
Okay.
Recon group
This is probably going to take you the rest of the week. It's an extensive project.
If I have a little help.
You have a little help.
I have been. This is something I've been tinkering with for quite a while now.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's also the most complicated thing outside of the gun that you've constructed.
You've got a couple more days too.
How many days have passed since we've been doing this?
Just the one.
So it'll take you the better part of the week.
I still need bullets in my
Percy, you go to work. We'll figure out everything else.
It's up to you.
Okay. Well, as long as do you think I'll have time to finish everything that's on my list if I roll well?
Probably not everything. You'll have to choose between a couple.
What if he rolls a 20?
Because I was going to have Keyleth lightning spell to help. set the battery for the.
Right. Well, that is technically an enchantment.
If it just uses it to start a charge.
Oh, to start a charge, then you could do it.
Okay. I was going to Frankenstein this just so I wouldn't have to generate.
We could begin the roll now.
All right.
So go make a tinkering roll.
That's better. 20.
20. Okay. You with her help, at least not actually doing the charge yet, 'cause you're building the basis, the structure.
Hey, keeping all things equal, I've said this about Taliesin and his stuff before. I also wish that he tried to talk about or establish it with Matt ahead of time, but everything I said during the Tiberius discussion of this phenomenon applies here. So, not going to talk about it anymore, but yeah.
You help him just downstairs, kind of in his workshop with the various materials, begin crafting the actual shell of the item.
So,
away from the water down there.
What's you guys doing?
Let's go recon.
Let's go recon.
Yeah, what are we checking out though? I mean, it's not like the Briarwoods are out in public. We don't know anything about them.
We need to ask around town about the Briarwoods. We need to go to...
We need to get into the Briarwoods estate and talk to them.
Yeah.
Well, they're not local. They're coming into
But they've
town.
gotta be
Oh, they're not here yet.
They're coming into town in
Shit.
5 to 7
No,
days.
they're arriving now in 6 days.
Oh, shit.
And arriving for the actual feast.
Where is the feast to be held?
It's to be held in the palace.
Shit, we can't do any spying.
Not on them.
All we can do is...
Oh my god. Oh, whoa. I had a totally skewed perception of what was going on because I was talking about... I was thinking this whole time that they were having to go to Whitestone for this dinner. But the dinner's in Iman. So that's why it was such a hassle to go to Craghammer and then make it back by the time of the dinner. I mean, it still wasn't that much of a hassle. I don't think it would have been that bad even if they hadn't done the teleportation circle. But that's why they weren't just like, okay, we're heading out, and this all makes way more sense. I am now understanding their mindset a lot better. I do think he talks with Matt out of the game. He is just clarification. Potentially. I mean, it does... I'll say that. It seems like they are on much more of the same page, especially because they're referencing some common item that I don't think he's said out loud. So it definitely seems like there's been a lot of discussion out of game. So that's fair. That's fair. Dinner is with the leader of Iman. Right.
Just, get gear and do things. And
We can go to the
Make a
pub
plan.
and
we can sleep for a few days, and then
You can help me in the workshop.
help him in the workshop.
Make a plan. Maybe make a plan. We don't really have a plan.
What is our plan?
Can you remind me in the group? The dinner. I know it's with the Briarwoods, but who else? Is it with Uriel or who is it with?
It's with Uriel, the council,
Yeah.
which is why you guys are invited also because Percy asked, and the Briarwoods. It is partially to discuss and celebrate the agreed-upon construction of a bridge that goes across the Shearing Channel. It's at the far northeastern side of the continent of Tal'Dorei. There is a large channel where these two large mountain ranges, which are the closest the two continents are to each other, but it's a very treacherous pass of water. So any trades having to be done has had to travel southward, like in a big arc around the bottom of the island, or take via skyship. Both are very expensive. This bridge will enable a much faster trade route between the two continents. And Whitestone has essentially been in charge of spearheading the construction of this bridge and making this agreement with Uriel that will be overall.
Yeah, it definitely does seem like there's a lot more. I think the only thing is from Matt's end. It seems like Taliesin has given him these things, but it doesn't seem like Matt has communicated back the expectations. So that's a good clarification to make. And you guys are right. It does seem like Taliesin has been much more communicative about this than Orion has even gotten close to. Yeah, and even thinking back on it, it's like most of it is like it seems like they haven't talked about it because Matt is giving him these these requirements and these things in the moment, and I think it would be better if they were both on the same page, which is a two-way communication. So I think I would still rather Matt have given him those things back, which it doesn't seem like he has, but this is a small nitpick at this point. Does this count as Percy has a plan? He has to say it out loud. He has to say, I have a plan out loud.
Helpful for both continents. And since they've agreed upon this, they've been invited here to Iman for the first time to have dinner with the council and with Uriel to celebrate it.
Maybe we want to talk to Uriel.
Maybe.
To Uriel.
Maybe you guys should go, because I want to spend the next few days training Trinket how to roly-poly, roll forward and bludgeon people with his armor.
Okay.
Yes!
Okay.
Metroid that.
I mean, the only thing I can think, Percy, do you still have an idea of what the Briarwoods look like?
Oh, yes.
I could attempt another scrying spell. We could even possibly go to Allura for help. Try it again.
See if Allura will come here, because I want to keep working.
Okay.
And I'll also say we should send word to Uriel that I will not be myself at the...
Yes, that might be very strange.
We should maybe send word to him that the Briarwoods should be watched.
I don't... The less we say, the better.
What makes you say that?
You think people
sound
working
the
for
alarm when I
Uriel
get that
might
back.
be in the Briarwood's pocket and pass on that
Would not be
we're
the first
aware.
time.
It's true.
Yes, even if you wear this disguise hat, Percy, how are you going to get into this event? It's a private event. You can't just be some random person.
I will be with you.
He'll be part of Vox
And
Machina.
if we can let Uriel know that I'm coming under a false pretense.
Yeah,
then-
won't that arouse all kinds of suspicion?
Exactly, yeah. If we tell Uriel you're coming
How about
to
this?
someone else, he's going to ask
Percy
why.
he knows that I don't trust them, and he knows that I'm keeping an eye. He does.
Well, also, I mean, there's a certain amount of like you can tell him that something's up at the party and that Percy has to be disguised, but you don't have to tell him what. I guess he is the king. Maybe you do have to tell him. I don't know.
Wait, who was it that came and talked to us? Who was that?
That was Secret Asum.
I was going to say, it was
You could tell us.
Secret Awesome.
Secret Awesome.
But he didn't say that Uriel had his doubts. He said he had his doubts.
So let's let Hassan know that
Let Awesome know.
Why don't you disguise yourself as...
Burt Reynolds.
What about Vax? He can sneak in.
Actually, well, I don't think... Will the hat let me choose who I look like?
Well, the hat, like any minor illusion spell, you can choose your appearance.
How much of a shape change can I?
I mean, you can look pretty close to somebody else.
What if, could I look like Grog?
You could, but as it is an illusion, there's no physical
Right, your size
behind
wouldn't
it.
change.
So if somebody were to reach up and touch your shoulder, it would just pass through.
Right, and your voice doesn't change.
No.
So you probably don't have to try and sound like Grog all night.
No, well, I was actually thinking Pike, but...
Ooh, Pike. You could be Pike. You would be a very big Pike.
Yeah, but people could bump into him without realizing he's there.
There's nothing I want more than for you to take bad news and unload it on every one of those motherfucking shits. But if you're me and I'm nobody, if I'm a ghost,
all right, that's
I can
actually
help take out one or two.
You'll stick to the shadows, and I'll be you.
Yes.
Not to be, sorry, you gonna say something?
No, it's a pretty good plan, actually.
How many days left?
I know.
6 days.
Can I ask you a question, DM? I have the in the assassin perks. I think it's 7 days. I can be anybody, as long as I don't do anything else and I work on getting the right papers, and no one will know who I am. 100%. But it's 6 days, so am I shit out of luck?
Fortunately, you're just under the
This is what I was talking about yesterday, you motherfuckers.
That's okay. It's a good plan. I think this plan is a good plan.
All right.
I think it'll be fun because I have the privilege perk.
You make me invisible.
I can also do that.
You make me invisible.
Or he can.
Yeah, one of you two.
No problem. And we should have some sort of I know it's a few days off, but we should have some sort of safe word, some sort of attack word.
Well, also...
Is a privilege perk a Pathfinder thing? That's what it sounds like. But also, we are so close to I have a plan so many times.
We're not hired to
Grog,
kill
any
the
suggestions?
Briarwoods.
Jenga.
Jenga.
No.
Jenga.
Jenga it is.
Jenga it is.
I know
I like
that
that.
place.
We're not hired to kill the Briarwoods, and not to be that member of the group that has a golden heart and wants to ruin everyone's fun. I don't want to stand in between you and your revenge that you are absolutely owed, Percy. But are you sure this is what?
Always have a safe word. Also, what do we think about Keyleth has a moral dilemma? Seems like it might be applicable. It is important to always have a safe
feel
word.
better. Just
I don't know what I want. I want to see them. I want to look at them. I want to see them.
do you want to talk to them?
No. I want to listen to them.
Can we follow your lead?
I want to see them. I don't know.
Do you want us to fucking capture them and drag them back to the cell that we built in our keep?
Oh, hey.
Calm down.
We built it for a reason.
Okay, watch it, Minxie.
Let's see how
She
it plays.
gambles now. She's crazy.
I know, I've been opened up to so many things.
The best I can give you is we just have to see what happens.
First of all, I trust you implicitly. You have earned that trust.
Thank you.
Do you believe them to be evil in the purest sense?
I do.
That's all we need.
That's all we need.
We don't even need that much. If we just said to kill someone, we would probably do it.
I saw things.
Should we just
Shall we prep for 6 days and get it on?
Yeah,
Let's do
All
it!
right, so prep for 6 days.
But I've been training Trinket though, does that help?
Go ahead.
I've been reading my alchemy books.
How many days? 6 days?
I went.
checks.
Again, we already talked about this, but I mean, Liam is just continuing the roleplay, the fantastic roleplay. Like, this is really showing Vax's kind of underside, his kind of dark underside of like, he is pushing for the blood. Like, he has a little bit of hesitation, like, hey, like, you should do this. You should kill them. Okay, now let's talk it through. Do you think they're evil? Then let's fucking kill them. It's kind of intense. And it is something that we've seen glimpses at before with Vax. but I don't think in such stark detail and stark relief before. So it's a very interesting session of role playing from Liam. Also, we built it for a reason. I agree with Vax. I mean, fair. I don't disagree with Vax. And I think that that's the really cool and interesting part about this role play is that everything that Vax is saying is not like necessarily like evil or senseless or like on the surface bloodthirsty, but it's the way that he's going about focusing on it. It's like, it's very a like act first, ask questions later, and he's, you know, receiving some resistance or some hesitation about asking, and every one of his questions is framed. I mean, it's leading the witness. Is like, hey, Percy, are they fucking evil? Not, what do you think of them? Tell me about them. Like, what's their morality? It is, are they evil? Are they the purest sense of evil? I mean, Vax is leading him towards a conclusion that I think we all know and agree is the right conclusion. Like, I don't think there's an actual moral quandary here, but it is revealing about Vax's underlying character in a really cool way.
To get business cards.
Right. It'll cost you 25 gold for 100
Half
flyers.
of the, I'm gonna get 2 sets. One says Scanlan Shorthall, one says Burt Reynolds.
Okay, both can be constructed without question.
I repaid my debt to Gilmore.
All right, that is paid. Mark off that gold.
There's nothing left.
Yes!
How many is that?
That's
He's
4.
rolled
And
four.
what, five total, right?
Right.
That was just 20. So it's 17, 15,
26,
12.
45, 55, a 1, and a 95.
You rolled one.
By the end of this week, you have grown what is a rather majestic, full chin beard. Actually, Oliver, you were probably the first Goliath to have
Does it
facial
have a
hair, let
mustache
alone
too, or is
white
it-
background. No, it's a full, like we're talking Portland man.
One
Portland
moment,
man?
One
Oh
moment.
no, oh no, oh no.
Another thing that I did
Brew coffee.
was go off and get some like a lathering cream.
Okay.
And
not.
on the second to last night, after I took Grog out to the tavern,
Oh, no.
I bought him a lot of drinks.
I assume dodge.
I didn't shave off his whole beard.
Don't shave off any of it.
Only
That's
half
so
of it.
mean.
I just became the most handsome man in the
Right.
Do
world.
not shave his fucking beard off.
This much.
Make
Make a
a
stealth check.
stealth check first.
Oh my god,
Make a
he's gonna be
perception check.
so
We're
mad
a
at
terrible
you!
person.
Make a perception check.
I have
You just broke a mechanical pencil.
Did you? Oh my god!
I'm so mad at you.
DM. I rolled a natural 20. I have advantage on stealth checks, and I rolled an 18 and a 20.
All right.
Natural 20.
So, sleeping soundly, drunk.
You are so mean!
Oh my God. Hear the approach of Vax. As you pull out your blade and get ready, I want you to go ahead and roll a sleight of hand check.
Oh my god.
Still gotta do it.
After
You
the
got in the
20?
room.
You're
Wow.
stealthy.
One thing Robbie does, it's another to shave someone's face without being noticed. This is about stillness of fingers, not just how quiet or stealthy you
Oh,
can
I
be.
hope you know.
I'm using luck. Okay, so I rolled a 21.
Using luck? Come on, man.
Perception check, Rob.
Yes, I did.
Where's your slide?
Advantage, because this is against your face.
Also, I totally
against your
agree with
face.
Can you
Rebecca.
rage?
Fuck. I have 3 a day.
13.
21.
All right.
Why are you so evil?
Why did he trip me and
Why
make
do
me
you-
eat shit 2 months ago?
Why do you?
It's an appetizer of things to come, my friend.
The crowing sound of
Remember
distant
we-
roosters on the outskirts.
And we just made up.
The farmlands that surround the outside of Iman, which are relatively close within earshot. The morning sun rises, cresting over the
pendulum swing.
eastern skyline of Taldore. Rog, you come to consciousness. Stretch, reach up to rub half a beard.
Half a beard? Like just one side of my face?
One side of your face.
I say in a low,
we even
guttural
have
growl.
You have no idea it was me.
Vax. I didn't have to wake up to know it was you,
Make an
motherfucker.
intelligence check. Make an intelligence check.
We all know it was you.
I
Dad, make him make an intelligence check. This isn't fair.
reach down, I find a dark stone. I find a dark stone on the ground, and I go over to the bare side of my face, and I draw a very beautiful mustache to complete the other half of it.
Alrighty.
He is dumb as a post. Why does he know that?
Because you're the only fucking idiot stupid enough to do that.
Magic is mysterious. Why couldn't you grow half a beard due to magic?
He's already grown 4 days on full beard.
Maybe I don't know. Let's say I assume.
However, it is morning. Beard check.
Oh, come on.
8,
Nah,
4.
no movement. Smooth as a baby's.
Sorry, big guy.
All right. So, as a note too, Percy, I want you to go ahead and make 4 more attention rolls.
All right. I'm gonna give him inspiration for one of them. Do you want to build a machine gun?
Why, yes, I really do.
18, 19, 21. 28.
28. Okay. Second one.
It's raging. Oh god.
Ah,
Oh god.
dice going everywhere.
Oh, my. Inspiration's 10.
20. Oh, inspiration
10.
I got a D6 from the last one you did.
Well,
the D6 is what I gave you.
Yeah.
Okay.
D10.
Great.
D10. So yeah, I'll roll a D10 with the next one. So that was 20.
All right, third one.
28.
All right, and the fourth one.
23.
Okay. So, over the next few days, you have constructed what amounts to a large metallic gauntlet. You have taken this gauntlet, you have wired all through it insulation and metallic insulating tips, and what is essentially a small type of, for lack of a better term, an alternator of some kind.
I'm just gonna try and sneak in a few bullets during that.
That's the fifth roll is gonna be that. So you have constructed this device. The quality seems fair. It's untested technology. It's just something that's a brainchild of your own, utilizing Keith's aid. Keith, I'm gonna have to have you roll ahead and just.
Dude, he's such an artificer. He's basically the armorer subclass of artificer, dude. Oh, poor Taliesin. If only this could have been like 3 years in the future. You would you would have had so many more mechanics to actually do all this shit.
Just roll a wisdom check.
All right.
Just roll that at 5.
You got this.
Well, add my just my base wisdom.
Base wisdom plus 5. Plus 6 would be. So.
Yes, plus 6, so 20 total.
20 total. You step out and you set it down in the middle of the courtyard. Keyleth, you summon a storm that slowly gathers above the top of the keep. You guys start hearing something rolling thunder outside. And you come and look and you see Percy and Keyleth standing in the middle of the courtyard. Keyleth with her arm up in the air as this black, dark storm cloud begins to slowly swirl above the entirety of Great Skull Keep. With that, she brings her hand up.
Wait, is this a lightning launcher gauntlet? Because that is literally what the armorer subclass for artificer gets. It's one of their two options. It's either like the thunder fists or the lightning gauntlets, and they can like shoot little blasts of lightning. Was the artificer inspired by Percy?
And then brings her fist down as a bolt of energy streaks down from the clouds, slamming into a small object on the ground that gets
Or is there like back end shit that I'm unaware of for why this is
flung
happening?
about 15 feet in a random direction, tumbles to the ground. You rush over to grab it. You can see arcing over the metal these small electric arcs. You reach over and wait a second. You kind of prod it, pick it up, and it's hot. You drop it instinctively. You give it a few minutes to cool off. You pick it up and it's warm enough. You put it on, and there is essentially this large kind of sparking metal centerpiece that's giving off this low hum.
Did it work? Try it on Tiberius.
Cool. You.
Touch. Okay. Tiberius, make a Constitution saving throw.
Discipline to not give spoilers.
All right. You suffer 14 points of lightning damage and are stunned for a round.
Stunned?
I need you to go ahead and.
That was awesome!
Just roll a d20.
Stunned is insane.
Yeah, cockadude.
Cockadude. Ah!
High rolls startle him.
19. Okay. It stays intact from the force of it. A little bit of the energy that was stored in there appears to dissipate. You figure there's only a few applications of this before it needs to be recharged, and every single time it's utilized, there is a low chance that it may
Like everything I make
detonate or fumble or something bad may happen.
Percy, that's amazing. What do you call it?
Here's what he's good. Percy.
Are you all right, Tiberius?
I just kind of go over and give him a cure wounds.
You manage to eventually shake off all your muscles that were so locked tense, give way for a second.
It's effective.
That was awesome.
I call it diplomacy.
Diplomacy.
That's great.
Classic.
Very fitting.
There you go.
As we're standing watching that, Trinket comes rolling into the courtyard.
Let's go ahead and make an animal handling check.
Okay. Oh, why didn't I get more points in that?
Roll high, roll high. Come on.
Thank you for the inspiration.
I say with advantage because Trinket's your.
Right?
Trinket's been your companion for so long.
Do it, do it.
Yes!
Which is close to what you needed because it's a very difficult feat. Over the week, you've worked with Trinket and you've worked in a technique where, as instead of a multi-attack, Trinket can do what's essentially a trample attack, meaning Trinket can roll forward and roll through anything that's equal to or smaller and damage everything in that path.
Circus bear, circus bear.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, so we'll go over the logistics of that some other time, but the Trinket has now learned a roly-poly trample attack.
Should we call it the roly-poly or the cannonball?
That's your call.
Well, yeah, it's your call.
I think.
It's your call what you want. I'm just
Roly-poly
saying.
is cute, cannonball is...
I think I like cannonball because that's better to shout during a battle.
The Trinket cannonball.
Roly-poly!
That technique.
For brevity, I rolled...
You know what? I would accept that argument, Mr. Dad. I think that's a great one-liner. Ooh, I call it diplomacy. Ooh, aggressive negotiations.
6 dice. I rolled the only high ones worth mentioning was a 13, a 15, and an 18.
15 and 18.
Or 17, I mean.
I call it
and they're all negative
implied
Right,
threats.
and I attempted to teach it to allow Keith to hide and speak and to stay.
Okay. To hide and to speak. You stay to not stay, unfortunately. You have 2 rolls that were high enough to get those 2 into that.
So hide and speak?
Hide and speak. Cool.
I don't know, man. It's like exhausting at this point, like to even be mad at, but like I don't know. I know that these are more basic than the thing that Laura was going for, but I do really wish... I honestly, the thing that I really wish is that I had insight into Matt's thought process here of, like, how he is determining, like, how many things Orion can do, if it's just, like, totally off the cuff, if it's, like, I don't know. It feels like Orion is getting a lot more than Laura comparatively. Apathy is kicking in a bit. It's a bit exhausting to keep up the annoyance. Yeah, I'm starting to just be like, whatever. Sure. Yeah, Orion's gonna be a little fucked up. Yeah, sure, whatever.
All right. The morning has come to fruition. You have a few hours before you're supposed to arrive at the palace. You have been notified that this is a very formal event.
We'll need fancy robes.
Yes.
We have any
Yeah,
more?
formal
Oh, we have
gear.
some formal dresses already.
We do. We went shopping.
We went shopping. We already have pretty dresses.
You managed to construct 20 pieces of ammunition from 20 units.
I am currently training a pet SSH, and it is incredibly difficult, especially if they're already smart. Oh, like Apathy's kicking in with like Star Wars. Yes, I am Luke. That is my arc at this point. I also, this is another example of like, I guess this is just his style, but I really, I don't know how I feel about it. I almost hesitate to even say that it's a good style. Like I believe really strongly that like the DM is the arbiter of truth in the world, and that like they are responsible for any misunderstandings or misinterpretations of the world. So I'm really nervous about the fact that last session Matt told them it's a fancy event, fancy dress, etc. And then he let them go through a week of some of them just kind of fucking around, honestly. Like, I don't even know what Scanlan has done at this point. And I am nervous that he's going to say, oh, you cannot acquire fancy dress. If you'd done it at the beginning of the week, you might have been able to. Like, it feels a little bit more cheap and like gut punchy to remind them of it now. I mean, I guess he could have not reminded them at all, but it's something that he told them last session. Their characters would certainly remember, but it is very reasonable for the players to not remember. So I don't know. I'm hoping that there's no disgruntlement over the fancy dress and over the timeline, but we'll see. I don't know. At first he seems annoying, but if you give enough time, he'll wear you down until you barely notice it anymore. Yeah. Tips, anything you can do, I can do better. Oh, you have a cool thing? Me too. Me too. I'll do that too. Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you.
Materials.
We have 3 fancy.
And I picked up my glaive, right? 2 days it was dented.
You go back to Karen, you now have some kind of a knife glaive thing.
Crawl.
Pinwheel.
I'm naming it Crawl.
You're unsure how it will work in combat?
It looks pretty cool.
But it looks neat.
And I touched it to myself.
Cool. I'm just gonna hang this aside.
Do I still have the finery I wore to the Velvet Cabaret?
You would, yes.
Yeah, all right. So we have to worry about you, Grog. We have to get you.
Are there any tapestries or curtains in the castle?
There are, actually.
I walk up to the prettiest one, I rip it down, and I throw it over myself like a toga. It's not the sound of music.
It's pretty good.
It, in a, foreigner in a foreign land kind of way, could work.
And I practice my curtsy. Because I've seen Vex and Keelan do it. So I think everybody does it.
What do you guys think?
I do it as well. I don't know what's going on.
I want to see him roll an athletics check for that.
Could Tiberius?
Yes?
Could you prestidigitate this thing and make it look like an actual, thing?
Not for very long.
That's an illusion.
You pull the hairs out.
What's wrong with this? I'm from a strange land. My customs are my own.
Grog, have you washed yourself in water at all this week?
No, it burns.
Okay, I do prestidigitation immediately to get rid of some kind of smell. I'm sure it's emanating.
I think I'm running around the room.
And I keep casting out his fine. See,
You're fine. You just don't smell so
It must have been
bad.
that powder you gave me before. It made me immune.
no, it was.
That's what it was. You're immune. You're definitely immune to water now.
Yes.
Good
Yes,
job.
You're immune to
Thank you
water.
very
And
much.
I'll, because what's wrong with what you're wearing now?
His toga?
Yeah, I think between this...
He's wearing a toga made out of a tapestry.
So I'll go in and I'll use some of my Dust of Illusion and I'll on what he's wearing and shape it into a fancier robe.
It's still...
From a visual standpoint,
Bit of annoyance for, hey, fucking pay attention. That's what we're talking about, dude. Come on.
the robe kind of tapers and curls around his form and comes to look like a nicer robe. The material looks like it's made of almost like a reddish silk. The actual imagery of the tapestry slowly fades and becomes just various textures and material. From your eyes, it's less interesting, but from a presentary standpoint, it could be passable.
Don't forget his exotic facial hair as well. That probably lends to the whole package.
Yeah, but by the way, you guys do see it's like half giant beard and half scrawled on.
And I go,
sparkle
and as I notice this, I go, oh, Grog. And I just do a little bit more Dust of Illusion, I just like, smear it on there.
Wipe it away!
No, stop! Here. I put it on.
Dad
Actually,
thumb.
I'm gonna take it.
Dad thumb.
Listen, I'm gonna put it in your hand. I'm gonna be like, I'll put it on your thumb. I'm like, I want you to smear this where the beard was, and I want you to think really hard that you want it there. Okay, so put it on first. There you go. That's it.
And as you do,
and now think really hard that you want it there.
the dust tends to glisten, and where there was once a charcoal outline, a mirror to your once beautiful beard continues to look full as if nothing had happened.
I reach into the bag of holding and I take out a little goblet and I pour some ale in it, and I walk over to Vax and I go, here you go.
This looks very good.
Thank you, Rob. You're welcome. Would you like more?
No, I don't want to cloud my thinking before we go up against the briar.
Probably smart. I'll take that back.
Sure, here you go.
I crushed the goblet.
Couldn't drink another.
This crinking metal sound. The
Oh no!
destroyed.
What happened?
All right, dressed up, you all make your way to the Cloudtop District as the sun begins to bring itself to the other side of the horizon. As you approach the outside of the Tal'Dorei Palace, there are general guards set up to accept a guest. They're just there and wait as part of their process today. As soon as you arrive and announce yourself as having arrived, is there anything you want to do or prepare for?
Well, are you in disguise yet, Percy?
Yes, I look like that.
Cloak to Vax?
Are we there with some
Okay.
mechanic stuff?
Are we?
then-
Where are we?
You guys are nearing the palace, right?
Nearing the palace.
I make a few. I produce a few flower cummerbunds and start pinning them on.
I go in and put my arm through Percy's arm
sorry.
to make it seem like
Massages.
we're twins. So I go in with Percy to make it look like we're the twinsies.
Okay.
I'm going to cast invisibility on Vax.
I want to play with them because I can still hear it just fine, and she asked to play, and I'm trying, but she's too far away for my headphone cord to reach, and if I take the headphones off, I can't hear it. This is a conundrum bug. She does not care. She does not understand the conundrum.
All right.
I hand
guess play
the
later.
potion of climbing to Vax and say, don't die.
No promises.
You've got 1 hour till my invisibility is going to wear off. So find a shadow.
Yeah.
All right.
Get inside, yes.
Do you guys make yourselves known at the palace front?
Yes, we are friends here.
All right.
Yes.
As you approach, you make yourself known. The guards lead you to the front area of the palace. The sun's just starting to kind of hit the distant side of the water of the Osmit Sea to the west of Iman. As you guys finish talking with the front guard that you've arrived, Seeker Assam steps out of the front of the palace and kind of sees you.
Ah, very good. Glad you could make it. Please, enter. I wish to speak with you briefly before the event this evening.
Wonderful.
Are you missing anyone?
Oh, yes, Percy wasn't feeling very well. He ended up staying home.
Yeah, the runs.
Unfortunately.
Bad bit of beef.
He was running around a lot. That's what you mean. Yes.
Matching
Too much
massages.
11.
I said that right.
Okay.
Everyone has matching massages.
Very well, very well. That's unfortunate, but your skills could have been of use to me.
Come inside,
I
come inside.
pat Vax's hand. Percy's hand. What the fuck? This is creepy.
Call it Vaxy.
Vaxy.
Yes, that will work just fine. Thank you.
He leads you into the green meeting room you guys have had previous council meetings with. It's currently empty. He sets the guards to the side and brings you inside and says,
All right. So, if my little birds speak truth, they should be arriving around dusk, so we probably have no more than 20 minutes before they hear themselves. If you're not aware, they should be referred to as Lord and Lady Briarwood. Their name's Lord Silas Briarwood and Lady Delilah Briarwood.
Silas and Delilah.
Silas and
Hey there, Delilah. What's it like in where the fuck
This
from?
is a political dinner. Please do your best not to cause a scene during the meal, as I need that time as a distraction to do my own digging.
Yes.
Of course.
Vax,
Yes.
you're light of step and quick to fade. Would you wish to join me on this or stay with the dinner party?
I'll stay with the dinner party. I wish to observe.
He also has a bit of a cold, so.
I wish to observe Briarwoods myself.
Also, why are you
Take a
interested?
deception check.
I wish to observe.
I want to go more nasal.
Man, great option for a performance check. I think performance is criminally underused in D&D. Amazing. Anytime you're trying to pass yourself off as someone else, deception can work, but I generally think of deception as, outright lies. This, pretending to be Vax, fantastic opportunity for performance.
Yes, nasal.
Yeah,
Yes, you need to come down here.
Sort of like sandpaper on it.
Sound like
chalkboard.
sandpaper.
Should have done something about this.
5. Aston goes.
All right. If we had to do this, I would appreciate a little bit of honesty at the front point.
Well, I'm Tiberius Norman. It's all right. Moreover,
It's all right.
This is not Vax.
No. It's got us and it's me.
I gathered as much as soon as you began to speak. Now, I can understand based on our previous conversation that you have interest in keeping low key, but know that I'm an ally in this. If you're not here, where is the rest of your party? Where is Vax?
Vax is here. He's
stealthing.
He's being quiet. He's invisible.
Vax, if you can hear me, follow me. The meal begins. I may have use for you. All right, so. The Briarwoods have a very good relationship with Uriel and the Tal'Dorei Council, established back before they expanded outside of Wildmount. I've sent 2 of my best gatherers into Wynandia to seek out more information on them. I don't know that information will be available. They've only been gone but 3 days, and hopefully in time we'll learn more of what their machinations may be. Many of the noble houses of Whitestone were left vacant when the Durolos passed and were given to friends of the Briarwoods. Whispers that reach me speak of these new nobles not being highborn nor affiliated with the gentry at all. So I'm curious as to what allies they've made, either before or after taking Whitestone for themselves.
What are the names of these people who've taken over Whitewood?
Those are Briarwood.
I don't. The Briarwoods have, but
I thought they just said they had friends.
I do not know yet. I've sent folks out there. Those who've been sent to Whitestone have either defected or quit and sent me out as a resignation. Which is part of the reason I am very curious as to what's going on in Whitestone.
Papa, can you hear
Now, I've also found the documentation that delivered the ungoverned lands of Whitestone to the Briarwoods was signed, officiated, and catalogued months in advance to the Durolos family passing. I'm still following the trail, but I find the timing far too convenient. So, with the arrival coming up, please be controlled. Remember what I told you, and as more information comes in the passing lease, I'll bring that to your attention as well. Be observant, listen, pry what information you can, but do not raise suspicion.
We will be as quiet as a house mouse.
Ooh.
However,
That's a great little bitty of, these deeds or whatever were transferred months before the Durolo's death. So I've been talking a lot this stream and a bit last stream about the delay of information and about just like the general lack of access to information by general people and even by high up people that are just, in a different city or different country. And it is really interesting to think about and to think through that if Uriel or Iman or someone high up over here was in on it with the Briarwoods, part of the plan or part of the agreement might have been the Briarwoods saying, hey, before we take action, before we actually go in there and start fucking shit up, we need to see the paperwork first, which would be insane in the modern society. Like, obviously you can't change like the deed on the house before you go in and like murder the the occupants. Like, that'd be insane. That's a crazy paper trail that like most people could find and figure out very easily. But back then, that's not that insane. Most people are not even going to be able to have access to these deeds, much less understand them, much less have access to enough of them, a wide enough breadth of information to really understand what's going on. So, from a bad guy perspective, from the Briarwood perspective, it's actually a relatively interesting and like good ask of saying like, hey, sign the paperwork over, get rid of the fucking Durolos ahead of time legally, but just don't tell anyone. Keep it hush hush, make 2 copies, give a copy to us, and then like we'll go through on our part of things. It's a very cool option that you don't have if you don't consider like the lack of availability to information, but it's a very cool option for the villains to ask for. I love that. Tal gave Matt only the info that Percy had in overthrowing his family, building in blind spots for himself and for Matt to fill in as he saw fit. So Tal is just as intrigued as we are. Absolutely. That's so sick. And that's why I love giving my players as much agency as they want to fill in their backstory, to create villains, to do these things. I have a character in my campaign right now who part of his backstory is that he has an active bounty on his head from a different place. And speaking of the lack of information, it's not so well known that it's going to be like trouble with the local cops. Like, the local cops are not aware of this foreign bounty on his head, but it's enough gold to send a bounty hunter after him. So, like, that's baked into his backstory, is that there is a bounty hunter that is currently after him. And one of the reasons he joined up with the party is for assistance in lying low and, like, having a hideout where he can, like, hang out most of the day. So I love that aspect. He has no idea what I'm going to do with that bounty hunter. He has no idea what that bounty hunter's plans or movements or actions or location is, but he built it into his backstory, and I can choose when and how to use it. So I love what Talison's doing here. I like what I'm seeing from the quest so far. It's very interesting with, and again, back to what we were saying about the teleportation circles, this series of alliances, it is so telling that the main thing that this guy is doing, Assam, other than trying to, like, infiltrate the organization, is he's looking for who the allies are. He's not looking into their businesses. He's not trying to look into their plans externally. He is finding out who their friends are. It all speaks to, like, the tone of this area, this region, that they take political intrigue very, very seriously. It's one of their top priorities. They're not talking about soldiers. They're talking about friends. Very cool.
However, if you need us to act, just utter the word Jenga.
Yes.
Jenga.
Oh, and then I also make a matching corsage and pin it on his lapel as well.
As you do, you can look stand out.
Thank you, it's not my color.
It's just, fine, it's fine.
I appreciate the offer, but my theme goes with browns and blacks, so as not to be seen. This
I
is
mean,
a
it
bit
might
bright
have
for my
had more
taste.
utilitarian purpose, but it's fine, it's fine.
I'm not going to be at the dinner. Thank you.
Do you have any of your people learning about the Briarwoods? Have you heard any sort of, are they magic users in any way? Are they, have you heard anything?
The only thing I can recall is the information of the Briarwoods, at least what's come this way, was while they were ruling the lands in Wildmount, as part of the kingdom there, Lady Delilah Briarwood was an accomplished practitioner of the arcane arts, a long-trained wizard, as far as I know, had been through quite a few different schools, and had a brief stint here in Amon, training at the Lyceum, but that was not but 9-10 years back, maybe more.
Oh my god, okay. This is not a critique, this is amazing. This is... one of the two Briarwoods, you are investigating the Briarwoods actively. And you know that she has studied at this academy, but you have this giant blind spot for what sort of influence she could have had there at the Lyceum. And instead, you are actively looking into their political allies and treaties and friends. I mean, again, I am only belaboring this point because so many things are working towards it, and I think that that is the sign of a really well thought out area and quest line of everything about the world, from the teleportation circles, the scrying, the bribes. Everything builds towards one of your central themes, and you don't have to have only one central theme. You can have several. But one of the things I love is that almost everything that these NPCs say is building towards one of those overarching themes and symbols. And one of the things, I've mentioned that I use World Anvil before. Not sponsored. I wish. Contact me. That'd be amazing. But that is insane. That wasn't even serious because I know that they wouldn't at this size. But oh my god, that'd be cool. But I use World Anvil. One of the main things I really love about World Anvil is that they give you so many prompts to fill in depending on the type of article you're making. If it's a character, an item, a location, a geographical landmark, what have you. And one of the things I really appreciate is that when you're writing a plot article, like a plot hook, it specifically asks what themes of an overarching plot or a location or a story does this plot reinforce. And it specifically asks you that, and I think that is such a good thing for world builders and authors to remember and to keep in mind. Because if you muddle your metaphors, if you mix your symbology, if you dilute your themes, it's just going to go to confuse the users. Keeping it nice and tight like this only serves to increase player understanding of your world and tell them the direction that they're probably going to find more content in. It's not meant to, like, limit them. You're not saying, like, oh, you can only, research in terms of political intrigue. But by reinforcing this theme a lot, it gets them in the right headspace to engage with content you've created. Like, sure, they still have all the agency in the world to make this into a military storm the castle with a bunch of hired goons plotline. Like, they totally could still do that. And, if Matt was mixing his metaphors, was diluting his themes, was making, kind of some confusing thematic statements, they might go towards that, and that's not the breadth of content that Matt has created. Matt has created a lot of content centered around this political intrigue, and by supporting that within all of this world building and this theming, he is directing the players towards the things he has built. And that happens naturally a lot of the time, just like when you're talking as a DM and a world builder. But it's also something really good to keep on the top of your mind because you can, like, double and triple down on it, and it only makes things better. And you can specifically use it to misdirect. So if you've been theming all of this towards political intrigue, and then someone mentions soldiers, mentions military action, you're like, huh? It raises some alarm bells. You're like, that sounds weird. They can't quite put their finger to why it sounds weird, but it's a point of interest, and you can use that as a DM and a writer to direct your party. That's all.
Do any of you know, as somebody practiced in the arcane arts, are you good at seeing through illusions? Or,
Who, me? Who, us?
anybody that is, very skilled?
Of course. I just need to know that one's happening.
Okay. So she
tricky is what I'm saying.
She
I don't know
wouldn't
the
automatically
public
know. They wouldn't be able to spot immediately that Percy is not actually.
Somebody would have to have rather powerful abilities to see through an illusion spell, like or a disguise or such. It's, like a Rakshasa could see through that kind of thing.
Okay.
Per experience. So, it would have to be a creature. I doubt that the Briarwoods have any kind of...
At which point you hear, muffled in the distance, this horn sound that seems to be blown as a notification that the arrival of guests is rolled in.
Are you ready for this, Matt?
No. No, let's do this.
Would you like me to cast a fireball?
No.
Aston goes,
No,
Okay.
please, none of that.
Fine.
Max, if you can hear me in this room, 10 minutes into the meal, see if you can spot me and follow me in the foyer. Good luck.
Great.
Keyleth, I hope you phoned ahead and gave them your order for a vegan meal.
Oh, I always do.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's vegan, of course she told them.
Exactly. It's on the RSVP.
Aston leaves the room. You guys, do you wish to stay inside? Do you wish to go see the guests?
Oh,
there, right?
I guess we should go and.
Let's go mingle. Let's go mingle.
Yes.
All right. You guys head back out to the front of the palace, the large stairway that leads down into the central road outside of the palace in the middle of the top district. The sky itself has now come to a dark purple blue, slowly moving over into the distant sunset. The sun has disappeared beneath the sea, and you've completed dusk as the sunset slowly turns cold. A dark wood carriage, flanked by 4 armored men on horseback, pulls onto the road right before the Tal'Dorei Palace. A young man steps from the front of the carriage and opens the door. Stepping out, you see a strong, tall man in the nearby lantern light. Short brown hair frame a very chiseled and handsome face, adorned with a well-groomed goatee. His clothing is based in blue and black, fitted elegance trimmed with golds and red, a strip of gray fur cresting over one shoulder framing his torso. He turns and extends his hand towards the door, where a feminine gloved hand finds it. A beautiful woman steps out after him, her hair dark auburn and pulled up into a tight braided bun, resembling some sort of a glamorous schoolteacher almost. Her gown is in the same color scheme as the man, if a bit heavier blue than black, and a long billowing skirt tapers up to be form-fitted across her body, continuing upward to wrap her neck nearly to the jaw. They both turn to face the greeting party, bowing slightly, as 2 of their companion guards flank the reproach up the steps. The other 2, helping the young men who steered the carriage, carry the rather large bags behind them. This is Lord Silas Briarwood and Lady Delilah Briarwood. No. As you guys are standing here at this point, stepping behind you, a hand reaches over and touches the back of your shoulder. Look behind you, and there, smiling, is Arcanist Allura Visor. Dressed in a very, very fine blue gown. You've never seen her quite so formal, but very, very beautiful type. And she kind of grabs the shoulders. It's so good to see you. I'm so...
Oh no, they're hot. Classic villains. Oh, they're so hot. Damn it, of course they are.
So glad you all could make it.
All part of their villainous schemes, I'm sure. Their machinations being so hot.
I give her a hug.
She's a little hug too. Glances over at you. A pleasure, Lord Sylvan.
See, she can see it.
Yes, she can.
Is it us? You look gorgeous, Allura. I don't. My friends are just making weird faces right now. It's probably because of how beautiful you look.
As you guys are having this discussion, about 15 feet away from you, the Briarwoods enter the palace. Their guards enter with them. There's been no pleasantry, and very much an intended arrival. None of you are recognizable to them, thus they make no intent of
Do we
intrusion.
catch any of their eye at all?
They appear to be looking about and taking in the surroundings, but they're both engaged in kind of a mumbled conversation between the two of them as they enter.
Is anyone waiting to greet them?
As you guys kind of follow where they're going, there is a as you walk into the main foyer area where you're kind of sitting there waiting carefully at the back, there are a number of servants that have arrived and taken some of their bags and helped them up the stairs. There is one of the head servants who's there talking to him when you hear him speaking to them.
Wait till your quarters be ready. The meal shall be ready within the hour. If you'll be so kind as to prepare yourselves, relax, unwind, set up your rooms. You're to stay for a few days at the very least. But we shall call you when the meal is ready.
Which Lord Silas Briarwood turns to him and says,
I greatly appreciate the information. Just come to our room and let us know when the food is ready. Now come, my dear.
Can I keep an eye on them as they're walking to their room?
Mm-hmm.
Just as long as I can see their mouths moving, I can read their lips.
Okay. I just want to scan their entourage to see if I recognize any faces.
Okay, perception check. Perception check for you as well. As they kind of scoot up.
Do I have to perceive it? I have a feat that I can read it.
Oh, you do? That's a whole different
I
subject.
have observant, read lips, meaning I can read lips from any language I can understand.
That's true. Okay, good to know. All right, so
19.
19. No, they all appear to be run-of-the-mill soldiers. No one that catches your attention. The young man who's helping them as they go through seems kind of familiar, but no one that's jumping out at you right now. Someone you may have crossed paths with in the past, but nobody that's really been formally involved in your life previously. Maybe a denizen of Whitestone that you've crossed before when he was younger. As they walk up the steps, you kind of keep an eye best you can as they go. You catch a little bit of conversation that seems to speak about how long the journey's been. That's all right. We'll be in there soon to discuss, and we'll be out as soon as we can. We won't stay any longer than we need. And that's the extent you gather as they continue up the stairway. As the next hour or so passes,
I flirt with Allura.
Do you want to talk with Allura?
I flirt throughout the hour.
Okay. She's grateful for the conversation. She laughs and she's very attentive to all of you and excited to see you. And she kind of lets you know that she's been caught in kind of a little bit of bureaucracy in the city and despises that. She's taken some time off for herself for about a week or so. And
actually, towards the end of that conversation, I would like to bring up a specific thing. We've been having such a wonderful conversation.
Of course. Of course.
I think when things settle down a bit, perhaps you and I and maybe Grog and Lady Kimo can perhaps go out on a break bread and have some wine and such on an evening with each other. I believe my friend rather fancies Kimo. What say you?
That's very flattering, Tiberius. I appreciate the invitation. I would say that particular mix of company might prove a bit awkward.
Well, of course, if it was awkward, nobody wants that.
That's all right. I mean, if you would like to get some tea sometime, I'd be more than happy to.
Oh, just you and I?
Yes. Kima's quite a ways off, and I believe she's still in Vasselheim last I spoke with her, and yes, tea would be lovely.
Okay. All right. Wonderful.
You walk away.
I walk away. I walk away.
I'm confused.
Is that carriage? Is the carriage still there?
The carriage you see is being led off slowly by the servants to a side area of the palace.
And armed on horseback that were with the Briarwoods when they came in.
No, wait, two of them are with the Briarwoods, and there are two helping bring your stuff up to it.
So they're the four with them.
The four are with them.
I jump up and give him a little high five. Then, as an hour has passed, I beckon to Vax and find sort of a shadowy area.
Real Vax or Vax?
No, real. Real Vax. Because my thing's wearing off, buddy.
I've been kind of scanning the crowd. Have I noticed anything over the past hour of any of our people, any locals, like any council members who may be acting a little shifty?
Looking about, the council is roughly stepping in and out of the area, like they're kind of getting ready for the dinner, and them arriving from the Contact District. You do see...
My general, I guess, preference or strategy for a ball type arrangement is that a lot of the times I have kind of the designated areas where the party is taking place, right? The public areas. And then a lot of times there are private areas that, maybe they have access to, maybe they don't, depending on other things. And then there are the really private areas that they definitely don't have access to. And those are kind of the three categories within the palace or castle or keep or house or manor or whatever. And I try to make sure that in each of the public areas, I try to limit it to one interesting thing and one minorly interesting thing. And basically say, okay, I'll lay it out for them, whether it's on, an actual map that shows the layout, or whether it's just cards of saying okay, there are 3 rooms, in this room, you notice this interesting thing. And maybe they notice the minorly interesting thing as well. Maybe they don't, might be locked behind a skill check. Who knows? But I find that breaking it up nicely not only stops it from being, I guess, kind of overwhelming, but it also helps split the party up, which is obviously normally not a good thing. But in ball situations, it tends to be a really good scenario for not having all 7 of them walk around at the same time. Like part of the expectation of going to a party is that they will split up and they will all do their own thing, or maybe they'll split into groups of 2 to accomplish a task. And so splitting it into these kind of designated chopped up areas and making sure that there's one thing in each area helps them facilitate that breakup. And a lot of times, I mean, you've heard me say it, I like to target my players. So a lot of times the blatantly interesting thing in any given room is probably targeted at one of the players. So if I have a bard, maybe there's a band playing in one room, or a celloist or a harper or something, or maybe someone telling stories around a fire pit that the bard is very well familiar with, potentially even somewhat about the bard or about the party. Another room, even think about things that would interest a strong man like Grog, or a fighter or barbarian just in general at a party. There could be some some gentlemanly contests of strength. There could be a household novelty that is basically a sword in the stone. Of saying no one could ever get it out, and we just got the rock out, and then everyone laughs, and that is just catnip to someone like Grog, of presenting him with a sword in the stone, and all of the noblemen joking about how oh, no one could get it out, they just chopped out the cliff around it. Grog is immediately gonna be I want to go try. I'm going to go talk to them about it. And he's gonna beeline for it. So you can think through some maybe non-conversational, non-political challenges that might be present at a generic party like this. Even something as simple as darts or croquet, or something that might benefit from physical acumen. And beyond that, something for Tiberius is maybe there is a what looks to be a ditzy noblewoman, but Tiberius notices a strange aura around the necklace that she's wearing. Either she doesn't know what she has, or her personality is likely some sort of act. You're not sure which, but for someone who is going artifact hunting, that's his whole backstory. That is a very, I'm on it. Maybe I can con her out of it. Maybe she's a magic item dealer. Let's chat, let's talk. So there's all sorts of things you can present at a party. A lot of them should try to tie into the overall plot, but some of them don't have to. The Sword in the Stone one could just be a fun thing for the barbarian to do at an otherwise political event, and okay, I'm done.
I'm breaking a sweat, acting weird.
Yeah, I wanted to check out this too. I've been posting up.
Go ahead and make a insight roll, both of you guys.
Right.
I can do it again a couple more times.
Let's
do one more time.
22.
And just to add a really quick aside, and then the sword and the stone thing, whatever happens, it's just like it could be like a totally normal sword, but it helps improve their rep, something that a strong man like Grog normally is incapable of doing in a social context, but this could be like a really fun opportunity to allow him to increase their reputation amongst the higher class, which he's normally incapable of doing. Okay, now I'm done.
23.
Okay. Judy's scanning over, looking over. There's Lord Riskel Daxio, which is he's an elven male who was the one who's master of trade of the city. He's the one that handled the ordering of your keep when you first had it brought to your attention by Uriel. Allura, of course. Tofor Bertoris is there, the female dragonborn paladin.
Oh, right.
She seems generally just not happy about the whole scenario, and she's not armored. She's dressed in what would be considered formal attire, but it's not a dress, it's not a suit. It's just kind of this asexual. Formal outfit that looks kind of like a robe but also like a suit, and she does not look to be happy in it at all, and just arms crossed the far end back against the wall.
Dude, that's so sick. Where could I get one of those? I've always wanted like a modern kilt, but something between a robe and a suit, that sounds sick.
Just slowly stewing, not wanting to be there. You also see Arbiter Brom Goldhand, who is the Master of Law, was previously one of the heads of the guard there with Iman, and then was given the job of being the head of the Watchful Hall. He's the Master of Law, essentially, in the city, taking over that. And then, Tofor is Master of Defense that took over for Krieg after Krieg was slain. So those are the council members. Most of them are servants. As time goes on, eventually, there is the ringing of a dinner bell down the hallway, and everyone kind of turns their head and notices, and steps over to the great hall of the palace where the feast is to be given to you and other guests.
As we move, I release and then recast invisibility.
I will also note something that Matt is already doing. So this isn't like, how would I change it? Matt's already going for it. The balls and parties like this should almost fundamentally not stay the same throughout. So you really don't want to have a situation where, you're just talking to people are just mingling, mixing in dinner and entertainment and story time, and like certain people breaking off into private groups to go back and discuss the smoking room politics. Like all of these things can be different phases of the night that can introduce new clues, new interesting things, new obstacles, maybe remove some obstacles. So, for example, maybe there is a room that the rogue has been eyeing. Like, it's very clearly like either some sort of like office or something where information might be being kept, and there's a guard actively standing outside of it. It's almost impossible to get in. But once this the dinner ends, a small group of politicians goes to a private smoking lounge to go and discuss trade routes or what have you. And it seems like one of the guards didn't show up to work today. Maybe that was the party's doing, maybe it wasn't. And so they don't have a guard for outside their room. If the party overhears, they see the politicians and the guard get into some sort of small argument, nothing big, before the guard reluctantly goes to stand in front of the smoking room door, still within eyesight of his original post, but it could be much easier to obscure his vision, distract him. It's much more likely that you can get into this room now. Like, you can change really small things about that progressively make different areas of the map or different people more or less accessible as the night goes on. You can even do the exact opposite of what I just said, where like maybe something that was accessible before becomes not as accessible. Bro came up with that off the dome. That's DMing. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys get the much better image of me as a DM. I'm probably a much worse DM than you think I am. Because I get to look at a situation and only think of ways to improve it. I don't have to like set up all the bases. I don't have to set up all the guardrails, all of the actual plot that's going on. Like, if I don't have to constrain myself to a plot, I can come up with things all day long. And making sure that all of the shit you come up with actually follows a plot is kind of the hard part. But I appreciate it.
On him when I see that there's a moment where everyone's sort of
Alrighty, so you rejuvenate the invisibility spell.
Oh, look, Tiberius, they have bananas.
Oh! I can sense you, you dick.
So, as you guys, you're escorted to the hall by Allura. She kind of keeps chatting with you guys and kind of asking questions about how Vasselheim was and you know, is Kima well? She stay back there. She asks questions about why Pike isn't here, and you tell the story that she stayed behind and everything. You make your way into the Great Hall, which is, it seats a vast number of people. There are 5 major tables meant for like large feasts, but there is one central square table on the far end that is by this giant hearth. This fireplace is probably a good 6 feet high and about 12 feet wide.
Love it. Love the separation. Allows for people to take on different tasks rather than having one central area where the face just controls everything.
It's a grandiose visual on the far end of this hall, and there's a long table right there set for about 20 people. You don't know if there'll be that many there at the table, but it can seat that many. At which point all the different members of the council have their seats around it. You guys find your seats.
Can we get a feel for where the Briarwoods are going to sit?
With this many seats set, it's hard to tell, but you gather that they're probably going to sit.
Are there place cards?
There are no place cards, but there are 2 ends of the table that have 2 chairs each end.
Okay,
Okay.
maybe less separation than that.
Can I position myself when I sit to where I can see them?
Yes.
So I can read their mouse specifically?
Yeah, certainly. So you can probably sit on the center or the far end of the table looking in the direction. Should be fine.
Can I see at the center?
Okay, really quick thing. I've talked about this a few times, but Laura saying, like, I want to do this in order to facilitate this, I think is a player habit that more players should get into, like directly stating their goals. I know that we've talked about it before with like spells or combat maneuvers, like sometimes you don't want to reveal your goal because it'll be cool, like when you just drop it, you know, like if you do understand everything and you know you don't need to ask any questions, then it might be a really dope reveal when you actually do it. But sometimes that reveal can come at a cost if you fundamentally like missed something or didn't understand something or weren't paying attention. And it's why one of my priorities as a DM is to really make sure that I set my players' expectations as much as I can for like what their actions will do versus not do. In part, like one of the benefits of my style is that they don't have to ask me as many questions and they can have more of those fun, surprising moments, and it ends up in confusion or, you know, rolling back less often. But outside of that, if you are a player and you're not sure if your goal is going to be understood by the DM, I do think it is worth, rather than risking that weird confusion, just stating your goal flat out of like, okay, do I know where they're sitting? Can I sit across from them? Because if you just say that, the DM could interpret that one of like 30 myriad ways of like why you want to sit across from them, and he might mentally place you somewhere that does not accomplish your goal. Like if the goal is to read lips and you just say, I want to be across from them, he might place you where you're like in the center and there's a huge thing blocking your vision, right? Just in his own mind. And then you'll get 30, 40 minutes away and all of this stuff has been narrated based on where you are. And then suddenly you say, okay, I want to read your lips or their lips. And he says, well, you can't see them. And she goes, what? But that was why I sat across from them in the first place. Like, so if you're uncertain of the scene, if you're uncertain of if the plan might have a hitch in it or something you don't understand, I think it's better to err on the side of stating your goals directly, like Laura did here.
Far end of the table, very opposite end, if not at the head of the end of the.
Okay. You go to sit at the head of the end.
Going to sit?
Oh, who?
The king.
Head? Oh, not that chair.
Okay, but adjacent.
Yes.
All right.
That would be rude, I think.
Okay, fair enough.
Probably.
I assume I sit at the I assume I sit at the kitty table because I'm so tiny.
They've got a booster chair for you.
Oh,
Stephen.
good.
They do have adjustments for gnomish guests. Let's have a fun way of putting it. All right. After you guys sit for a few moments, another servant steps forward and says,
please, if we might rise for our guests, Lord and Lady Briarwood, to join us at the table.
Listen already. I'm standing already.
Lord and Lady Briarwood now enter arm in arm, slowly walking from the far end of the great hall. They make their way to one end of the table. They both wordlessly sit down smiling and acknowledge everyone at the table. There's a moment of silence, and then another servant says, "And would all, please, attention be given to our sovereign, Uriel Taldore II, and the Empress Salda Taldore." At which point, the sovereign and his wife enter from the same entrance point. Everyone stands up from their chair, waits for them to get to the edge of the table, at which point they kind of nod their head. Everyone gives a low bow. You guys kind of follow suit, kind of following the social graces you're not familiar with, but trying to learn as you go, except for Tiberius. You know this deal. And you all kind of like follow his lead on this. Eventually, everyone sits down again. Tables are pushed in by servants behind you. You're kind of like, kind of caught off guard by the whole experience. At which point Uriel looks about the table with a smile, his shoulder-length brown hair and his kind of chin goatee, very well crafted into almost like a point now. He looks about the table.
Thank you, Lord and Lady Briarwood, for making the journey across the lands so that we might meet in person finally. Please, allow me to introduce our dining party and esteemed council of Taldore. And he goes around the table introducing Arbiter Brom Goldhand. He is the master of law of our city and is responsible for maintaining all of these grand people of our fair town in the realm of safety and order. We have Lord Riscal Daxio. He is our head of planning and construction, has overseen many of the expansions of the city, and is a trusted friend of mine. We have the Arcanist Allura Visorin, one of my trusted advisors, one of the greatest arcane minds of all of Taldore, and the overseer of all things arcane within our city. We have the Guardian Profor Rotoris, a fierce warrior, and currently the master of defense in our city, and hopefully for a long time to come. And Profor kind of gives like a sound. Everyone's kind of put off by it, but they're also seemingly used to it. Arbiter Brom Goldhand, Watcher Master of Law, my lovely wife, the Empress Salda. We have here within our midst as well, Vox Machina, a team of intrepid adventurers who rose up and saved mine and my family's life in the very world city of Imon, and have since proven very useful to our territory. Grog Strongjaw, a Goliath of interesting dress, but strong of heart and blade. We have Vexalia, half-elven maiden with a bow as swift as the fastest eagle. Looking next, we have here Vaxeldan, blades quick and eye is sharp. Not a whisper passes his ear. Ah, there you are. Scanlan Shorthalls, performer known far and wide. A wit as clever as you've ever seen. His songs are whispered through taverns across the land. We have Tiberius Stormwind.
From Draconia.
Hailing from Draconia. Which, let's cross the Briarwoods, which, as the kingdom you hail from originally, not being far off from Draconia, perhaps you've had some dealings with the Stormwinds, and the Briarwoods kind of give a nod. Yes, we have seen them in the past. We've heard many good things.
Pretty cool.
We have over here Keyleth, of the Ashari, if I'm correct on that. She is a denizen of the natural lands and protector of all things nature within Taldore.
That was a good one, this dude.
There was one more.
Two, and they could not be in
Yes.
They were running around. They got diarrhea.
Anyway.
Yes.
Anyway.
Too much, I understand.
Welcome and thank you.
And he reaches over and takes a small glass and clinks it with the silverware. The servants immediately muster up and start pulling glasses out and pouring wine into everyone's glasses. And conversation begins to naturally bustle about for this meal. Immediately, conversation builds in about Uriel talking across to the Briarwoods, talking about the bridge. Says,
now, the Uriel Bridge, I don't think the name was necessary, but it's appreciated from my perspective. Now, is this union between Wildmount and Taldore, do we have a confirmed...
Okay, so before we get into, like, full-on... It sounds like we're about to go into full-on lore mode. I think we're going to take a quick bio break. Is this at 1.5? Is Matt speaking even? Yes. This is on 1.5 here. We'll go back a few ticks, and we'll play this on normal. Yeah, it's crazy how quickly your brain gets adjusted to the faster speed.
Briarwoods talking about the bridge. Says,
now, the Uriel Bridge, I don't think the name was necessary, but it's appreciated from my perspective. Now, is this union between Wildmount and Taldore...
Oh, man. It's not even that slow. It just sounds so slow compared to 1.5. All right, yep, we're going to take a quick bio break. Probably the last one of the stream, so get it all out. Because it seems like we have about 30 minutes in film time, which is probably going to translate to like 45 to an hour stream time, if I had to guess. So I do like the Diarrhea. That was good, yeah. All right. With that, bio break.
Dance upon the stars, smile and fade away. Words of mine will turn to when you call the last light. Now reminds me of your grace. All the love I bring. I will pray. Farewell, my dear old friend. Dance upon the stars tonight. Smile and fade away.
Hello, hello. Welcome back. Oh, I realized I left the desktop audio on, so that was... Dang it, that was doubling the whole time. My bad. Okay. I think, good. I think we are good for the last bit of this episode, which I am thinking will be, I mean, this has been a pretty lore-packed introduction of, or at least like the last half of this has been. I guess the first half was more just them kind of running around. But ever since they got to the party, it's been a lot of drops. But I think that this is probably going to be the most information dense. I mean, we're staring at probably the villains of this whole arc. Maybe. Could also be, one of my thoughts initially is that these are potentially just like lieutenants or actors. This isn't actually the real Lord and Lady Briarwood. They're just, I don't know, some sort of imposter. I think that like Lord and Lady Briarwood sent them, but I don't know if they'd be so risky. But we will see. And I think that this is going to be a jam-packed part 3. Let's do it.
All right, we have a confirmed trade route between the two, which Lord Briarwood returns here. This is indeed very true. We are hoping that through this passageway we'd have means of rather quick trade between this kingdom and yours. Not to mention this would allow for...
Okay, I will give a really quick nitpick, not even worth starting the timer. They would obviously already know this. I mean, if Assam has uncovered this, and it seems like this is almost like quasi-public knowledge that this bridge is going to exist. They do not need to, reestablish all of this. It would be weird even if the party didn't already know, but the party already knows. So it's like extra weird that they're just like talking about it. Like, oh yeah, this bridge will be great. It's like, well, yeah, that's why we're building it. This has probably been in the works for like 30 years probably in medieval scales. I guess they have magic, but still.
For individuals to travel for carried parcels very quickly. And we're hoping to establish perhaps a very quick means of communication outside of the arcane for those who cannot afford these various luxuries. Lady Briarwood kind of taps on the shoulder and says,
Yes, and by the way, I don't mean to bring up a sore subject, but it's come to our attention that apparently last winter's crest there was an attempt on your life.
And the table gets kind of a little quiet for a second.
We're sorry to hear that. We wish to express our...
So Uriel kind of puts his hand down and says, No, it's quite all right. It was but a paltry attempt and was thwarted actually by Vox Machina. They were been tremendous in keeping us safe, and I greatly appreciate their aid in overseeing my family's good fortune. Yes.
While all this is going on, can you describe what's behind? Are the Briarwood couple together, seated next to each other?
Yeah, seated right next to each other at the head of one table, across the way from the...
I intend to be behind them, but what's behind them? Like,
what's behind them is just open space and servants. There's probably a good 25 servants here. They're just like sitting there patiently, lying in wait.
And behind the servants is a wall, so there's lots of open, busy, crowded space.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And tables. There's like other unused tables in this great hall that are just kind of out there.
All right.
4 other ones.
I'm going to drink the potion of climbing that Grog gave me.
Just do it now.
And I'm spidering up the wall. And I'd love, while listening to all this, just...
made a noise.
Damn it.
That wasn't me. I'd love to make an inside check on them just as they talk, just for funsies.
To inquire about...
just to see if they seem like sacks of shit or...
Go for it.
Luck. Oh, not that lucky. It's going to be very low. Yeah, never mind. Low. Very low.
It's hard to talk from this distance, really, at all.
They're... Probably not, Rebecca, just given how much we still have to get through. I mean, it's about 30 minutes, I think, of in universe, and so that's 30 minutes. We normally have like a 1-to-3 ratio, so it's probably an hour and a half. I mean, I was being optimistic when I said an hour earlier, so even at 1.5, I think we're gonna be a little late. 2-parter time. I would have had to make that decision much further back. I think we can do it, and I don't. If it seems like I maybe missed something, then maybe I'll slow down. But I think we'll be all right.
They're very charming. You were expecting this very dour, dark, evil couple from all the conversation, but they seem nice. They seem earnest. They keep to themselves, definitely. They're definitely a very tight couple, but nothing about them catches you off guard as being anything instinctively twisted.
It's very hard to read them upside down.
Also viable.
Could I inquire to Lady Briarwood?
You're saying this out there. The conversation comes to you.
Yes, of course. I'm so sorry. What was your name again?
Vexalia.
Vexalia. Absolute pleasure to meet you.
You as well. I noticed your dress is quite lovely. It doesn't look like a fashion that I'm used to seeing. Where do you hail from originally?
We hail from Wildmount. It's quite a ways from here, the continent to the far east.
Really, I'm not familiar.
You should come by sometime. We haven't been home in a number of years, having to tend to Whitestone, but we have quite an elaborate homestead there. We'd love to have you come stay with us if you ever find yourself that side of the world.
I would love to visit. How long have you been at Whitestone?
We've been at Whitestone for the better part of, I can't even remember.
And Lord Briarwood, which is the best I can recall, 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years.
I'm giving you a Scanlan eye roll for that one, this dude. That's a different kind of eye roll, totally separate. That's the normally reserved for Scanlan.
Unfortunate mantle to pick up, but we've done what we can in honor of the past Dweller family.
Sorry. I was just going to ask if you seem just like such a lovely couple. Do you have any children?
We unfortunately do not. It seems it was not in the cards for us to bear. However, we consider many of our esteemed servants and house guests our extended family.
Oh, how wonderful.
So to leave a legacy, however we can possibly do so.
Can we insight check as what they're saying?
Sure.
I mean, I know they're lying up the S's. But 18.
18? Seems pretty earnest.
It might be worth doing. So this is something that actually came up during me and Ryan Immel's conversation on Behind the Screens. Happened yesterday, if you didn't see it. This is one of the things we talked about of repeating checks. Because I've talked about how one of the ways that I stop my party from just, destroying the pace by checking for traps everywhere is that I foreshadow all the danger. So every single trap is foreshadowed in some way, shape, or form. And so it maybe gives them more of a trigger to check for traps. Ryan said that one of the ways that he goes about it is he will maybe say, like, make a check to check for traps right now, and it lasts for the entire dungeon run. So, like, you can't check for traps anymore. It basically becomes a passive for the rest of this dungeon run. And I definitely thought that was an interesting idea. And I don't know if it works for every scenario, every dungeon, what have you, but for this group, this table, and this ball, this event, I think it would really be worth saying, make a group insight check. We're going to use that for the rest of the ball. Because they love their insight, and I cannot imagine that they are not going to be insight checking. Like, they're going to be heat checking every other word that comes out of the Briarwood's mouth. So I think, even if you want to make everyone do it individually, if you want to do a group check and then just, use the results of that, whatever. I think that would be worthwhile for this event, because you really don't want to break up the pace of all of this lore reveal by constant insight rolls.
Oh, wow.
Lord Briarwood.
Yes.
Yes, hi.
I'm sorry, he snaps and the servant moves a large, pig platter out of the way that was blocking your head from his vision.
Move that over here, actually.
Should we eat already?
Lord Briarwood, we may share a mutual friend or acquaintance of some sort. My father was a prominent doctor, and he may have studied medicine with a fellow that you know named Dr. Ripley? Dr. Ripley? Do you know such a person?
Yes, actually, Dr. Ripley is one of our esteemed physicians in Whitestone.
Oh.
Yes, recently come into some land herself, although she has been on holiday for some time.
Oh.
Following her own research, as doctors are wont to do.
Are you close with her?
I wouldn't say close, but she's been a friend at times, and she was one of the few that came with us from Wildmount over to Whitestone and has helped us restructure and maintain and help facilitate the blossoming of a city without a leader.
She sounds wonderful. Well, when you see her next, tell her that my father, Dr. Jeff Shorthalt, said hi.
Jeff Shorthalt. I will be happy to pass that along.
Lord Briarwood, I'm not familiar with Whitestone. How did you become caretaker of such a place?
At which point, one of the other council members kind of goes like,
puts his hand out.
it's all right. And he kind of pats the hand of his wife. She looks over at you with a smile.
We know not if it is connected with the disease, but before all this occurred, we became very close friends with the Dorello family about 10 or so years ago. Actually, the first time we met, it's kind of an interesting tale. If you want to tell it, so his wife goes, all right, so, well,
They were taking a brief vacation east to Wildmount. Apparently they had not travelled, and they brought their family with them, a whole gaggle of small children. And they were coming this direction. Now, our homestead's on the western outskirts of Wildmount, so we're one of the first places you traverse before going into the kingdom proper. However, the Rolo family had been caught in a bad downpour, a storm that had blown in, and made travel rather impossible. And apparently they just stopped not far from our homestead. They came to our front door asking for shelter for the evening, and we were happy to house them. We gave them dry clothes, food for the night, and a fast friendship was forged. As we quickly began to notice, they weren't just rabble off the street. They themselves were highborn as we were, and in a very dire circumstance. So we let them in. They stayed for about a week. We showed them about the western side of Wildmount and let them on their way. And since then, we've had many different years we've spent together as families.
That's so funny. I don't know if this is purposeful on Matt's part, but the way that she said that sounded so much like a rehearsed alibi. Like, we let them in, they stayed for about a week, and then they went on their way. Are there any more questions, officer? Like, it sounds like she's in, like, an interrogation, and she's, like, giving this, like, rehearsed statement for the 20th time to, like, a different detective, whatever. Like, again, I don't know if it's purposeful, if he's putting that much thought into his, like, verbal acting, but I just want to do it again.
They themselves were highborn as we were, and in a very dire circumstance. So we let them in. They stayed for about a week. We showed them about the western side of Wildmount and let them on their way. And since then, we've had many different years we've spent together as families.
Right, it sounds like she's giving an alibi, not talking about a fun story when they met their good friends.
On various journeys and trips together. But as time went on, we got busy on our own in separate ways, and we hadn't spoken in a while. They were in the process of discussing the building of the Ariel Bridge about 5 years ago, and we were going to meet with them about pursuing this venture as a joint. Well, when disease took them and the family passed on, we were surprised that they would have considered leaving Whitestone in our name, and we couldn't say no at this point. They carry on their legacy, I felt, was important enough, let alone the memory of that to carry on the building of this Ariel Bridge. I felt I really wanted to spearhead the wishes of Frederick.
You're so courageous. Do you want me to fireball them now?
A toast, then.
Yes.
A toast.
To gracious hosts.
To gracious hosts.
L'chaim.
So, Uriel, which looks across the way, says, one of our largest exports in Whitestone is timber, from the forests and woods that surround Whitestone and the Alabaster Sierras. We've had a rising danger in the surrounding woods. It has made it proven difficult to export most of these wooded goods. If it's possible, we would like for you to send some aid, perhaps a small batch of soldiers. You would help us to try and clean up the woods. And Uriel kind of looks crossways and says, oh yes, we can definitely discuss that. I see why not. We're currently in peacetime, and we have a reserve of soldiers we can send your way.
I mean, we're also free.
Oh, yes.
As this meal continues on, more conversations arise, a lot of bureaucratic BS. Anyone want to interject anything or ask any questions?
Is Allura's there still?
Allura's there, yes.
As we're kind of eating, I'm going to kind of,
By the way, did you ever perhaps finish making that extra earring I gave you several weeks ago? I don't know how long it's been.
Allura kind of looks over to the sides.
Yes, it's been completed. No one's come by to take it from me.
I have no idea. I'll send someone.
And as a note, I'm about a month away from completing the sigil in the basement of your keep.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. That's so talented. What kind of flavored tea do you like?
I prefer mint or jasmine, to be honest.
Noted. I walk away.
You step up and walk away from the dinner table.
I whisper in.
Mary stands up in the middle of the discussion and walks away from the feast.
Lady Briarwood is such an act of compassion to take on such responsibility as a house.
Tiberius,
such
get
as
back here.
Whitestone.
Oh, sorry, you said walk away. No, not every time. Not every time.
Thank you. This is the first time you've been away from Whitestone in many years.
That's such a spectacular act of kindness and generosity.
My brother speaks the truth.
Would perhaps Vox Machina also be of service to you?
Perhaps. You seem strong of build, and
We are handier than we look.
We killed a beholder once.
Just right out with it.
that is an impressive feat, young Keyleth.
We should just.
And Scanlan has impressive feet in general.
We killed an illithid once as well.
Slain a beholder, Uriel. You
Turned out to be
keep
so
in the
treacherous.
presence of some mighty heroes. Uriel goes,
They are proving allies. I mean, if you could utilize their assistance, that would be very possible.
I don't want to like belabor this point, but I find it so common as it is either purposeful or it is just subconscious because Matt has like immersed himself in like the characters and their interests and their motivations so much. But I love that this person, Uriel, you keep us in the presence of some mighty heroes. Next line. Oh yeah, they're proven allies. Going back to the distinct theme, this is like a double statement from Uriel. If we're getting like really into like the mindset and the weeds of political intrigue, of they are proven allies to me. They have helped me multiple times. So keep that in mind, Brightstones. That I have the allies that can slay a beholder. What do you have? Like, everything that we're interacting with, all of these characters are talking about friendships, alliances, even the Brightstones talking about how they were their friends. Not that they had business dealings, not that and this is obviously a story they made up, right? I mean, maybe some aspects are true, and like Percy just doesn't remember the whole storm in Wildmount thing. I kind of doubt it. Briarwood, not Brightstone. Briarwood. But even the Briarwoods, the story that they make up is not that they were trade partners, is not that they were, I don't know, that they had a common friend that allowed them to meet. It is that they were directly friends, that they were directly connected, and through a manner of just random friendship. Nothing, it's not like the Briarwoods did a specific service for them or the Derolos did a specific service for the Briarwoods. It was pure, unadulterated friendship. I don't know, I kind of like them. They do seem nice. Which is what Matt said at the insight check. But it's just, it is so pervasive throughout this of all of these people's focus are who do you know? Not what do you have, not what have you done. Like, she makes the one statement about their accomplishments, acknowledging their feats, and the other NPC in the scene immediately takes it back to, boom, they're my allies. It feels very purposeful, and if it's not, Matt has very successfully, I think, onboarded the culture of this place during his world building. If it's not incredibly purposeful.
Proving allies. I mean, if you could utilize their assistance, that could be very possible. May have something coming up that I could use them for myself, but we'll discuss in time. Nevertheless, the meal continues. And she kind of smiles and looks back at you.
Can I do an insight check to see if she that look at Percy, not Percy, was?
You can make an inside check, sure.
Can you? Can you make an inside check? I don't think you can.
She looked interesting.
You're distracted by the pattern on her. That's kind of almost like a brocade across her torso area.
It's really pretty.
You know you could roll lower if you
Squirrel.
tried.
Yeah, thank you. I could roll.
Sorry.
Theoretically, I could roll lower.
I'll do an arcana check on them.
What are you checking for?
If they have any, if they're armed with anything that's like has arcane properties.
Arcana check. I mean, it's not so much like something you can really sense when you can look for symbols and roll 17.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like there are elements of their accoutrement that are like any of you are carrying on yourselves, like various. There's a necklace. There's like almost like a choker that's part of the outfit that Lady Briarwood wears. That itself does appear to have some sort of tiny enchantment-based markings across it. They are adorned in various protective magical, but so is everybody else at the table.
Gotcha. Okay. Standard gear.
Yeah.
Just want to highlight that that's exactly what I knew Tiberius would be interested in. Just a bit of calling it, and even the like necklace choker thing. Ooh, I'm a little bit on it. How does he do
Lord
it?
and Lady Briarwood, we are in fact quite handy. Vax, we also killed an illithid, if I recall.
I think we did. Did we befriend an illithid or kill it?
Both.
I think we did both.
We befriended it, it betrayed us, and then we killed it.
Yes, we did.
But enough about us. You know, earlier you were telling us about that poor family that came down with that disease. You know, I'm just curious, coming from a medical family. What was the disease that they had?
They look at each other and they kind of like give a sorrowful look. And
We do not know. We were only given the information that the family had passed, but a month or two after it already had occurred.
And the entire family.
Oh man, lining up with the only existing paper trail. No, I'm sure.
Most of the castle seem to have fallen to it as well.
So dreadful.
Probably diarrhea.
With what Uriel says, my condolences, by the way. I understand that's very hard. It's all right. The least we can do is try and carry on the legacy.
I know how hard it is to lose someone very close to you. I'm sorry for your loss.
It's appreciated. Looks at his wife. She kind of looks up and says, it's all right.
So I'm sorry. I just a little confused. If the whole family died of disease, weren't you afraid to go into this town, into this castle? Weren't you afraid of
Whitestone?
contracting this disease yourself?
There was worry of such a thing, but before Whitestone Castle could be
Pressing
entered, we
too
made sure
much.
to send in our best clerics to rid of any existing possible lingering disease and to make sure to remove any corpses or bodies that may contain it. There was a period of time we were worried, but after a few months we came to the conclusion that it was safe, and thus we moved our way in.
You're seeming too interested. You're questioning their story like detectives. And you are sitting next to a person that is shapeshifted, that is one of the Doronos. Risky. Let Keyleth. Oh, I'm not even commenting on Marisha's play. I'm like, stop. It's good drama. It's good television.
Lucky for you.
I don't care for some games of Jenga.
I'm constantly feeding Lockheed this time.
And at this point, the dessert has been brought out. It's like almost like a creme brulee type dish. It's delicious, and everyone kind of enjoys it.
Are they whispering to themselves at all?
As part of the discussion, I mean, there's a few side exchanges here and there. The best you can make from this is things like, did you notice him? Oh. One says, yes, don't worry. And like, tonight we'll stay. And those are the only things you're able to make out from the little exchanges back and forth.
How long do you plan on staying here, Lord and Lady?
Well, after this dinner, I imagine a few days and we'll be on our way.
Yes.
We're merely here to
Yeah.
finalize the paperwork for the bridge construction.
She looks over and gives a nod to Lord Daxio, who gives her a nod back.
And maybe see the city for a while and make our way back. It's too hard to be away, and our nephew has been left in charge of this.
Do you have plans on the morrow? I'd love to give you a tour of the city.
It would be lovely.
Wonderful. Should I send word? How should we arrange this?
Where are you staying?
We are outside of town at our own keep, actually.
What's it called?
The Grey Skull Keep.
Skull Keep. We will have you sent for when the time is right.
Grey Skull Keep, which just so happens to likely have Percival Derolo III on its fucking deed. Oh no, don't tell them where you fucking live. Don't give them a trail. Come on. Travis pissed. I know. Oh my god. You guys are in political intrigue territory. This is not the Slayer's Take where you just have to kill a little dragon. These people are gonna track you the fuck down, dude.
Lovely. That would be so fun.
Vex is so into showing people our city.
Perhaps you can show me some more
And
of
our
your fashions. I would
home
love to
address.
It's hard to show you this here. What you need to see is the Wildmount Fashion District. It is divine.
Sounds wonderful.
I look at Vax and I go, does anyone want any dessert?
Stop fucking talking.
Vax, you looked at Vax?
Yeah, Vax.
See?
See.
Vaxy.
Thank you.
The one that I can look at.
Do you want dessert now? With maybe, would you like this fireball to come today?
Just fine.
Okay.
I don't know what to do now.
The meal has been now wound down. The dishes are being gathered by the servants. The wine has stopped being poured, and now everyone kind of settles in about the size of a meal well spent.
I'm so full.
So the council members can excuse themselves. Uriel stands up and says, "My apologies. Me and my wife find that rest is in our imminent future. Please feel free to walk the halls as you see fit. Thank you."
I will also say for a timed event like this, so, you know, some sort of ball, some sort of dinner, whatever, like something that would progress in time. This isn't something I've done in the past, but it's something I'm very, very interested in doing in the future, especially now that I've got experience in sort of abstract timekeeping in Blades in the Dark. Is I think that you should generally like split the stuff into those segments that I talked about, those time segments, like before dinner, during dinner, after dinner, post dinner, whatever. It's all around dinner. And then and allow maybe like one primary conversation like per group, and like eventually cut it off by the time. So I'm not saying exactly how long it needs to go. That's something you'd have to feel out within the role play. But I think that kind of leaving them wanting more in a role play sense, and especially within like a political intrigue sense, is really important. Like, you don't want them to just run out of questions, because there should always be more questions, right? They should always like have something that they're wondering about, something that they're trying to figure out, something that they're striving for. And by artificially limiting it, and not necessarily like limiting their access to these people, they can still have full access to these people, you know, after dinner. It's just that maybe the situation has changed. Now they're in a room that's a little bit more private, where maybe they could pull some more free shenanigans, like casting a spell like Suggestion or Zone of Truth or something that maybe wouldn't have been possible at dinner. So I'm not even necessarily saying like limit the total number of questions that they can ask. You know, maybe the last segment of the night is a little bit more freeform, but limit it as you go along and allow the situation to change so that they, you know, are constantly encountering new actions, new opportunities, and the situation is kind of changing around them. Yeah, like I said, this isn't something I'm super experienced with doing, but especially after watching this, playing Blades, it's something that I'm going to try to really work into my social encounters that are timed, like a dinner or a party would be.
Again, Lord and Lady Briarwood, for joining us, and we're excited to continue this venture. Good night to you all. And Uriel.
Should Hunter's mark them or something?
Wait, that's Uriel that's leaving.
Oh, they can feel that.
What's the gentleman who realized that I was there earlier before we came?
Was
he talking about you?
He's not in the room.
No, he's gone.
He's been waiting in the foyer for you.
He was telling you to meet him in the foyer a long time ago.
That's all right.
He's asleep. It's fine. He's just been.
Go check out that room. I'll distract them.
Go see if it's
And see, this is something that on the surface seems similar to the stuff that I was criticizing Matt for earlier about like not reminding them. But he told Liam, not Vex really, you know, he told Vex and Liam to meet him in the foyer in 10 minutes, like in this session. Vex and Liam have had the same amount of time to forget about it. So if Liam forgot about it, it's much more reasonable that Vex also would have. Or sorry, God, I'm using Vex. Vax. So this is something where I'm gonna hold Matt less accountable, because the expectations around Liam and Vax are much more aligned right now than the other stuff we were talking about.
Lord and Lady Briarwood also stand up and apologize. In that note as well, I think our meeting has come to an end. I appreciate your and Lady Briarwood kind of continues the sentence, and we wish you all a fine night.
Before you actually retire,
I'm clicking my boots of haste and scuttling along the ceiling back towards the door.
Draconian magic. I know this particular spell. That it's rather wonderful, and I go blow the stream out, and do can't you control magic, and start doing a nice dragon fire dance like that I know from my home.
Play a little flute.
They both sit and watch for a moment.
That's... Am I finding what's his face?
Make your way out that way. He's not after about a minute of this, yes, well, thank you kindly for that wondrous display. I feel that sleep takes us, and we're going to retire to our quarters. Have a wonderful night, everyone.
Are you staying within the castle?
Yes.
Yes, that is customary. Yes.
Fantastic.
Have a wonderful rest.
Thank you.
See you shortly.
And good night. And they both stand up and they make their way out through the main Great Hall exit.
I'm following.
Okay.
Yeah. I was about to say,
across the ceiling as you go.
This is a great, when I'm talking about splitting this night up into multiple time segments, it doesn't mean that, like, you know, the heist or the event or whatever you want to call it ends when the party ends. There is the post-party segment of time where people are going to bed, but are they actually going to bed? It's a perfect opportunity to encounter, like, you know, other rogues, other spies, to see them sending messages out their window after dark. Like, this is still a distinct segment of time, and this is exactly what I'm talking about, of like, the castle is fundamentally changing. The environment in which they're in is changing to provide them with new and differing opportunities, some more difficult, but also some easier. And so I want to work that general concept that Matt has basically 2 time zones in here. I want to work that concept in a little bit more granularly. So instead of 2 time zones, maybe this entire party would have had like 4, like pre-dinner, during dinner, post-dinner, after the party. After the party, there's the after party. Exactly. And have each of those kind of time slots have these distinct characteristics. And I also think that this sort of Bug really wants me to stop streaming. Bug, I got like another 30 minutes. You're all good. You're okay. I also think that this can be used in order to make smaller places feel bigger, feel more interactive. Like, I think one of the really common challenges that DMs run into is there's kind of 2 that are sort of together. Of how to make weak enemies feel challenging, especially, and like feel like dangerous and menacing, especially at like lower levels. And also how to make small, not really grand occasions still interesting. So like, how do you make just a hedge nobleman's, like 4-room manor feel as interesting as the castle? Maybe the answer is you can't make it feel as interesting, but you should do everything in your power to make every session as interesting as you can. At least as interesting as that session is capable of being. There are some sessions where like it's the climax of an arc where they're always going to be more interesting. But you should, try to put maximum effort into every session. And one of the things I've been thinking about in that context is having these multiple time slots where the environment kind of fundamentally changes throughout those time slots is very, very, it essentially broadens the dungeon or the location or what have you. It makes it to where it's not just a 4-room house, because those 4 rooms become fundamentally different rooms. So it's almost like going from a batch of 4 rooms into a batch of like 4 different rooms. So if you have 4 time slots, it's essentially a 16-room dungeon. And maybe some of them change, some of them don't. Maybe some of them change more substantially, some of them change less substantially. But I think that this concept can be driven towards making these more low-key events a lot more engaging and dynamic. Where, you don't have to place the ball in a sprawling complex of like an emperor's palace. You can make it on a relatively small footprint, but that footprint changes as the session progresses. And it's not like they can go back in time, right? So they have to adapt to this new situation that they're in, which is really cool. And after the party, there's the hotel lobby. Yes, there is.
You watch them head up the stairway to the 2nd floor. They head to the right, down a long hallway, a series of doors. They come up to a door where there are 2 guards standing outside, the same guards that led them inside the building and were riding on
Do they
horseback.
hunters mark them before they go in their bedroom?
Hunter's Mark is technically, it's a minor little spell, you could try it.
I mean, they're walking away with their back is turned. Could I do it when they're not paying attention?
I'd say make a stealth check. Try and do this subtly at the table.
I mean, you do have to like
20!
point it
No.
out.
You, Hunter's Mark, which one?
Lord. No.
Silas or Delilah?
Delilah.
Okay, you mark Delilah. As she walks off, you have a sense of where she is at all times in the vicinity. As you follow them, they go to the door. The guards open the door for them and lead them into the room, and then close the door.
Oh, that fast, all right. How close to the door are the guards?
They're
No bingo.
right up against it.
not like against it, but immediately right left of it.
Not yet. It could still happen. It's possible.
I don't know what else to do, you guys.
Just burn their room down.
Come on, Erin.
I mean, I feel like we should do this.
We gotta find Seeker Assam or whatever his name
I yank off my serpent belt and throw it as far as I can. Not as far as I can, like 20 feet, and set it in motion. So there's now a snake in the hole 20 feet in front of these guys.
All right. You take it, and you throw the snake. Let me check one thing on invisibility real fast.
Oh, boy.
Just because...
Yeah, just snake flies down the hole.
If he does an action, it dissipates the spell. It's not
That's what I was
great
gonna say, yeah.
It's not great invisibility, so he goes uninvisible. He does something.
Sorry, attacks or casts a
I
spell.
threw my belt.
It's not either of those.
I threw a belt.
It's a main item.
yay.
So yeah.
Loophole.
So yeah, you take the belt, fling it. The snake appears on the side. One of the guards looks over. So the other guard, he pulls out his weapon, and one of the guards steps over to where the serpent is, and starts like, trying to stomp it out, and it's up and gets some of the armor, and he's stomping out the...
So one's 20 feet away now?
About 25 feet away, yeah.
25 feet away, and one guy stayed?
Yeah.
Kill him.
Drop, and I'm going to bean him on the head like his name is Kainen.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, as you leap off the top, you land on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and roll an attack.
Okay, advantage on attack rolls against any creature that hasn't taken a turn in combat yet.
And he's surprised because he does not know you're there.
And I'm invisible, so that's an 18 proof. That is 29 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Using the blunt end. I just want to knock him out.
Right, okay. Yeah. Go ahead and roll sneak attack damage.
Doubled.
And dice.
Woo! Lots of sixes. 12, 17, 23, 24, 26, so 52. Plus 52. No, I mean, how can this... If I am as skilled a rogue as I am, how can I not just want to knock somebody out and unintentionally...
Well, it's not lethal damage.
10. On top of the 52. 62 of...
60 damage will do it.
Beaner damage.
You whack right to the side.
I mean, there's the armor quality to consider, like AC and health. Sorry, I shouldn't call it health. Hit points. And this is okay. This is a timer conversation. This is actually something really good to hit on. HP and AC are both big abstractions. HP is not just how much like blood you have stored up inside you, right? HP is hit points, not even health points. So it abstracts even concepts like stamina are abstracted by hit points. So you can think of like a pool of HP, like a rogue, saying a rogue as skilled as I am, et cetera, like that HP value does a lot towards him potentially dodging out of the way, you having bad luck, and him like bending down to tie his shoe. Like all of these combinations of like these abstracted values combined with the dice result are doing so many things at the same time. AC is not just armor, as we can see with things like monks unarmored defense and barbarians unarmored defense. Like it also involves dodging and a lot of other concepts that go into not hitting someone. Even things like blocking with like their sword, like that technique is taken into the AC calculation. So, I mean, I know that he's, I think it was mostly a joke, right? And I'm really fucking harping on it. But I think it's a good thing to consider as anyone who plays D&D, that the dice and the values are all abstractions of reality, and only what the DM says and describes are the actual, like, lock-ins of what happened. So, if the assassin, Vaxildon, the absolute stealthiest motherfucker in the building, happens to roll absolute fucking trash on his crit, which, by the way, is why I use brutal criticals, is to make sure that he doesn't, because it does feel lame. I'll put it out there. It feels fucking shit. If he had rolled, like, all ones and then, whoa, double that. Like, who cares? And it might not have killed him, the guard, or it might not have knocked him out, and that would have felt trash. So that's one of the reasons that I use brutal criticals. But all of that aside, if that had happened, as a DM, I would narrate something to the effect of, right as you, like, drop down and go to bust him over the head, he bends down to get a better look at the snake. And while you still hit him, doing significant damage, the pommel of your dagger glances kind of awkwardly off of his helmet, sending him straight to the ground, but not knocking him out. Like, that is part of your duty as a DM, is to make those rolls make sense within the abstractions of HP and within the randomness of the dice.
The helmet, the dull sound, just falls like a sack of potatoes right against the wall.
Hand on the door. Is it locked? Is it locked? Is it locked?
The door is currently not
locked.
locked. You can see one of the guard the guard you just knocked out had the key in his hand.
Yeah.
And was in the process of going to lock the door right when that happened.
Okay, so I just flip my hood over my head and I just quietly go in the door.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
You open the door and enter the room, closing it behind you. As soon as you enter the room, it's a large guest room.
Yes.
There are two windows across the way with curtains drawn to the side. You can see that the darkness of the night sky behind that, and the rest of the like low-lit cloud-top district visible in the courtyard surrounding the palace. To the immediate right and left of you, you see 2 large tables that are covered in black cloths. That are kind of just tables to be, with vases and stuff set up on them. One's clean, one has actual decor on it. There are 2 wooden tables immediately to the right and left of you. There's a large red rug central to the floor that is circular, and on the far corners next to the 2 windows, you see armoires, like dressers for clothing and such. In the center of the room, you see on top of the rug kind of...
Okay, does any of this matter? Like, I'm... Right? Like, all of this is going towards trying... Like if we remember what visual descriptions are primarily for, they are to describe they are to describe the scenarios and let the players understand their options within the scenario. I have a hard time believing that half of that shit will be applicable to whatever Vax decides to do, and it is totally killing the momentum of this very intense scene. Describe the important things in this room. Now, the only way in which this might be valid is if you go through the entire room and they're not fucking there. I will give that might be valid. You are, instead of describing options, you are using kind of an alternate use of visualization, which is to describe reality. And the reality of them not being there is worth the extra bit. He needs to know what's in the room? No, he doesn't. There's so many other things that are in this room that Matt will not describe. The windows are important, sure, but the armoires aren't, the rug isn't, the dressers next to the bed aren't. None of that's important. Maybe some of those things might be important. But there are a million other things in this room that Matt is not describing because he can't go through every single object in every single room. It's just not feasible. So you need to give the narrative time to the things that matter. And unless they aren't in this room, none of that probably mattered. Maybe the windows, but we'll see.
Against the wall between the 2 windows is a large canopy bed, very beautifully carved from dark wood. Has almost like a purple cloth and silk canopy that drifts down around it. And on the far end, you can see now against one of the tables is Lady Briarwood is currently taking jewelry off of one of her arms, while Lord Briarwood is right by the bed, holding on kind of the post, like he's kind of just walked over that area.
They're both at the bed.
They're both at the bed, and they're both looking in your direction.
I got a 25 for stealth.
Yep.
Yeah, didn't work.
Both looking in your direction.
All right. Oh, sorry, I heard a noise in here. I work for the city. I apologize. That was really stupid. As you work.
Make a deception check.
Sure. I'll use my last luck of the day. Did it do it? Same thing. 9, 11.
11?
Yeah.
Lord Byron goes, oh, well, that's all right. Not to worry, in no serious rush. Isn't that right, my dear?
And she kind of looks over, she stops taking her jewelry off and turns.
Yes, of course. As you, a man who works for the city.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do for the city, if I may ask?
Oh, I'm a guard. I mean, there's not really a name for what I do. I work for Uriel. I'm security, man. And I thought I heard noise in here. And I heard body fall. I thought it sounded like body fall.
They both kind of step a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Kind of looking at you.
I'm backing up as I'm talking. I'm right at the door.
You back up to the door right there, and
I didn't shut it behind me. I just kind of cracked it open.
Right.
Yeah.
See, this is what I'm saying. Maybe certain things will be important. The rug didn't matter. The wardrobes don't matter. Dressers don't matter. None of that matters. And this scene would feel better. It would feel more tense. It would feel more... if we hadn't taken that whole beat to describe the color of the canopy on the bed. Like that, it's just not important.
Lady Briarwood goes,
yep.
You look strangely similar to a gentleman we just had dinner with.
That's crazy.
It's uncanny.
That's crazy.
How similar you look.
Yeah.
And I run. You get to make a wisdom save as well.
Oh, God. Jenga!
Not good. It says it's an 8.
You turn to move, and your muscles tense up as you're unable
they're holding
to
you.
physically move.
This is awkward, man. I'm just trying to do my job.
You're halfway through the doorway, stuck in place, as she keeps walking forward now.
You curious look. Lord Briarwood kind of comes and flanks you from the other side. You try and flee. I'm merely asking you questions. Come, let us discuss in more private quarters.
And you feel the hand of Lord Briarwood slam on your other shoulder.
Yeah.
Don't worry. You look delicious.
And he pulls you into the room as she closes the door behind, and that's where we're gonna end.
Why? Why do you do these things?
We had a safe word for a reason.
No.
That's cool.
Say Vax.
Dude, I think they're into some weird shit.
That was a very slow tension building episode that very interesting at the end. How you doing, Taliesin?
You're so evil.
They're so evil.
man.
God,
You're
they're
making
so
it so
hot.
much worse than I ever imagined.
They are hot. They are as hot as they are evil. That's so true.
So much worse than I ever imagined.
They're totally
Now we're gonna have to rescue Vax.
I swear if the Briarwoods are responsible for a party kill, I'm gonna feel like such an asshole.
That'd be kind of rough.
I hate you.
Well, cool. Well, we'll be picking up that next week on Thursday.
Oh, please, like you had to rush into a situation before, Orion?
No, I never have.
Like
I can actually
just
say
escape?
like attacking an inanimate door.
that's
Yeah.
that's
or
different.
launching a fireball in the middle of a warehouse.
I have never
Trying to
rushed.
convince an entire army to follow you.
That's the only thing I've ever done.
Rushing off to Draconia to buy back.
Rather than those
Or
seven
Percy.
things,
Just
I
today,
am
running
tight.
off to the.
Never put
to
myself in
the
danger
sigil.
except for the elephant. Never put myself in danger.
Attempting to use multiple concentration spells while
the
flying.
fire thing. Now, granted, I didn't know how fireball.
Well, I'm
Dropping
sorry.
three of us out of the sky.
I'm sorry. You're such a nervous fellow.
I'm just saying.
If you can't use a rug and curtains to your advantage as a player, then I just can't help you. You can. The point I'm making is you can use anything to your advantage as a player. So let's work this out. Let's break this down. There was also probably a desk and some chairs in that room, but they weren't important, so they weren't described. There were probably sconces with candles on the wall because that room needs to be lit. It's not like they have electric lighting. So there are candles next to the door, potentially on the table. We didn't get the contents of the table. If one of the wardrobes was peeking open, do we know what's inside of it? No. We didn't get the pattern that was on the rug, although we did get the color and the pattern of the silk, like, things. Like, I don't know. I understand what you're saying. Like everything that is described is a tool for the player. But in that situation, Matt knows, hey, Vax isn't going to be able to do anything to the Briarwoods, most likely. They saw him through a 21 stealth, and then they fucking hold-personed him, or maybe dominate humanoid? One of the two. And Matt didn't really seem concerned that the check would fail. So in this situation where you're going to be able to do very, very little, I would opt for much, 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 much less visual description to keep up the pace, which will then trigger Vax to ask if he's put in a situation where maybe he does want to do something with something in the room. He can say, hey, what's in the room that I can use? Or something to that effect, and then you describe things that might be useful in his situation. But those wardrobes, those end tables, the canopy, none of that. I like giving descriptive things, but only when it serves a purpose. And none of that was going to be used by Vax, and Matt knows it. And none of it built a theme because this is just like their temporary quarters. It's not like this tells us anything about the Briarwoods as like a couple, right? It's not like they designed this or like chose the canopy that's on the bed. If it had, and I'll tell you, if he describes the canopy and he describes how the canopy are like already Briarwood colors, maybe that's interesting. Maybe that's intriguing. Maybe that's like a point that we actually want to dive into and think about. But nothing in that room mattered for that scene. And there is a certain amount of as a DM, you don't know exactly what will or won't happen in a scene, but you have a pretty good idea most of the time. And if the player feels like they haven't gotten enough description, they will ask. These players have asked, is there X, Y, and Z that I could use to do A, B, or C? It felt a little like a jump scare that they were there waiting. Yeah, so let's linger on that jump scare. I think that the jump scare is more effective if you just immediately do it. So he opens it up and they are staring at him, smack in the face. that keeps his tension of like, I open it. Like he's going fast. He's trying to get in there. And then he opens it and they are staring at him in the face. And he says, I got a 21. And he goes, they see through it anyways. They ask you what you're doing here. That's all that was needed. Like we do not need to break up all of that really great momentum that would have come crashing, clawed to a halt by the whole person and their creepy senses at the end. Instead, we lost all of that momentum. Like, it was built back up. Liam's a really good role player, and he built it back up in, like, talking about how he backs up. Like, he recovered the momentum of the scene, but he shouldn't have needed to. He should have been able to just continue building on it for a more oh, no, I don't want to say that. For a more good resolution to the scene. Oh, I was going to say something else. All of the build up to all that shit. I know, dude. Orion does not seem thrilled about the jokes, and maybe that's their banter. It's hard to tell sometimes from the outside, but it doesn't seem like wholehearted banter. You've got a point, but also lol nitpicking. Look, I sometimes I am definitely nitpicking, but this is a really consistent problem with Matt. Like a consistent critique I have about his over-reliance on description. So I talked about the exact same thing when they were in Vasselheim, and he described so much of that random blacksmith that they are not going to meet again for like 20 episodes, I would guess, if at all. And when you add all of that fluff, you really degrade the pacing and the overall feel, and it becomes much easier for people to de-invest from the scene. It becomes much easier for them to tune it out. And I know that doesn't seem like a huge problem, but it does lead to situations like Liam forgetting that Asun wanted his help outside. Like, it wasn't the specific instance there, but the more you let players out of the scene, the more you drop the pacing, the more likely they are to forget things about the scene, and then you have to re-clarify, and then there's confusion and missed expectations, and now no one's having fun. Like, obviously I'm taking an extreme angle, and I'm taking it down an extreme path and corridor, but it is definitely something that I think the reason I'm harping on it so much is because it seems like a good thing. I think like most of the other things I describe as problems or critiques of Matt, like when you think about them and when you look at them, you're kind of like, oh yeah, like yeah, that makes sense. That like that's a critique, but on the surface, more descriptive descriptions, yikes, of rooms seems like a good thing. That seems like something you would recommend to new DMs. But in a lot of situations, I actually feel that it's pretty detrimental, depending on the situation. So, with all that being said, is there, I think we're at the end. So that was kind of the cooldown. Or no, we're not quite at the end of the cooldown. And then we have like a 2-minute long little after thing during Christmas.
Hi!
Oh, hey, what's going on?
So it looks like we start. Come on, how am I going to play my second character unless I die now?
Or you could become a vampire. You can be a vampire.
I know, what's going
What?
to
All right, guys.
I think I
So,
came on the
hi. We got a lot of awesome donations tonight.
Vampire Vax would just be Astarion. That there would be no difference. It would just be Astarion. Let's see. 4D3 43 48 or 53 48.
And boy, Matt, come on, dude. You can't get out of this. You're part of this too. You can't escape.
You can't escape.
Oh, come on the stream. Guys, you can step over here. So, if you can take one this one.
Yes, and you have a question about Keenan, Rebecca. So this time code is until 5602. So we'll watch that, and then we'll do the after-session breakdown, the Q&A, for anyone to ask their questions, and Rebecca has dibs.
It's just a flat.
It's fine.
And
we have Wendy.
It's not real break.
That's Kid Bus.
That's Kid Bus, everybody.
Artists.
We made it.
They're
We
artists.
made it.
Wendy,
It
our
is
other
Wendy
amazing
Doodles.
artist. And this is Matt. He's the guy that came with her.
Yes,
The
Matt.
package deal.
That's amazing! Yeah!
Yeah, so all the art that you guys see that goes in the giveaways, that's done by Kit over here, and then all of the amazing art that you see that's going to be in some of our videos and posters, and that's Wendy.
All those the pictures that are at the bottom of the screen right now?
Oh yeah, the pictures at the bottom of the screen, that's Kit.
That's Kit. Yeah, she does all the portraits for the characters. Our little side fun project we're doing with Wendy here will be coming out hopefully in the near future. It's really cool.
It's
amazing. Yeah, follow them.
Okay, I know that this isn't like anything like weird or sinister, but it makes me like, I think she's like sitting on his knee, which I'm sure is just for like purposes of framing, but it's like weirding me out.
They're amazing. You check out their stuff. You're at Wendy Doodles. Wendy Doodles and at Anonymity.
Yes.
There we go. At Anonymity. Right.
It makes her like, it like implies that she's much younger than I think she actually is.
That was good. I just had a hard time with that word.
Okay. Make it work.
As you should. As you should. Well, guys, thank you for tuning into what is a perpetually rolling tension-based session today.
Yes.
That is apparently going to be culminating somewhere shape or form next week.
Don't be a vampire.
They ended it with saying you look delicious.
Yeah, that's creepy.
That's creepy.
Maybe they just want to make you a sex toy.
I know. That's what's creepier. If they're just gonna like kill him, that's like whatever. A lot of people want to do that.
Whatever.
Come in and he's all ball gagged like Pulp Fiction.
No.
Bring in the gimp.
No.
Well, guys, thank you so much. If you don't have anything else to announce, we'll see you next week. Until
Cool. All right. That sounds like our critical role for the day. So let's talk about anyone ask any questions about like something that got caught off by the timer. If you had any specific questions, lay them on me. What's up? And Rebecca had one about Keenan. Parts of this dinner situation were really different from the cartoon. Hope you comment on it one day. I definitely plan to. I don't know exactly how I'll do it, given that I don't know if Amazon's probably more litigious about, content on screen. We'll see. Maybe they aren't. I doubt it. So it might be a situation where maybe it has to be done on a different platform like Twitch, or maybe there's some sort of situation with like making it small enough, or maybe not showing it and syncing up time codes. I really don't like the idea of syncing up time codes, but if it's what we had to do, it might be what we have to do. Yeah. Sorry, no problem. What's up? Oh wait, I turned on some music. Nice background tunes. I do think that the Keenan situation is interesting. I don't know. It definitely seems like Liam feels like weird about it. I don't know how much I believe the Vax interest in Keenan. But also it could be a side of Vax of like a weird parental side of like, I don't know, maybe he feels like bad about how it went down. I don't know. It's not like the most engaging to me because I don't know how much I buy into it. Liam clearly regretted... okay, this is what the question's about. Liam clearly regretted how he treated Keenan and tried to find him to make up for it. Should Matt have let him do that? Which way is honoring player choices? So... I think what the situation was. So I'll give kind of my read of the situation and then, kind of separately what I would have done. I think that from everything I know about Matt, if he makes a decision before the session, he typically sticks to it. Unless it's in regards to like the session going too long or like cutting content. My assumption is that he had already decided that Keenan had split. So this was something that was happening regardless of whether or not Liam went looking for Keenan. Now, I think it's interesting either way, and I think it depends on what you as the DM, either you could talk to Liam directly about this, but I don't think that this was planned, so it's hard to do that. But it depends on your read of what Liam like kind of wants his arc to be. Because I think that there are interesting things here either way. If he does find Keenan and he's able to apologize, they can role play that out, see how he reacts, maybe put some more morality on him and see if he buckles and regrets it and leaves or whatever. You can kind of press him. And I think that if you were going to do that sort of thing, you would want a little bit more tension to be built up. So you want to see if when pressed, does Vax break? At least that's kind of my read of the arc that Liam is going for. And so I think that what Matt did is he's not necessarily denying Vax the ability to make up with Keenan. Especially after today, I'm positive that Keenan is coming back. And I made a joke about them finding Keenan's body on the side of the road. I think that would be a huge misstep if Matt killed Keenan off screen. But I think that this denial of reconciliation is good for building tension within Vax's character. There's this tension that he's holding on to because you're right. He clearly regrets it. He clearly wants to make up for it in some odd way. And so denying him that reconciliation is building tension within the character. Now, if you just let that tension fade away, fizzle out, die, essentially, I think that that's lame. I don't think that that's good. But I think that if Keenan shows up in 1 to 3 sessions, that tension could be well used. So now that you've built up this tension within Vax's character, you can press on him. When he actually does get to talk to Keenan, Keenan can maybe be a little bit aggressive, maybe push some of Vax's buttons a little bit, and give Liam an opportunity to let Vax break one way or the other. You need to go outside? Okay, I'm still answering questions, but then we will go outside. I will wrap up the questions quick for the dog. So yeah, I think it depends on Matt's plans. I think in general he needs to honor the decision, but he doesn't necessarily need to honor it in the moment. Is the way that I'll summarize my opinion. We have tested out the timer 2 full episodes, and it seems to work really well on getting a full episode in one night. I agree. I'm really liking the timer. I'm even considering it, maybe shortening it, but we'll see. Maybe not. But I'm maybe considering shortening it to like 4.5 minutes, 4 minutes, but so far it's really effective. I think I'm going to stick with it. So what are your thoughts on how to effectively introduce villains to a campaign? Any takeaways from this episode? I think there's a couple of things. I think it depends on what sort of villain you want them to be. I think for what is implied to be a very political intrigue, if they are vampires, very nice political intrigue villain. I think that this was a great job, showing their front, showing how they present to the rest of the world, how the rest of the world views them, and then very quickly at a huge climax introducing their secret side, their secret intentions. I really like that for this villain. I think that doesn't work for maybe generals or warlords or more, dragons. Like, I don't know that this sort of introduction would fit those, but I think that for like villains with a hidden face, villains with a hidden motive, showing both sides of that very directly is really interesting. And I would have been okay if they didn't even get the hidden side, because we already know what the hidden side is. There's the benefit of this being part of Percy's backstory. So we already know implicitly that they're lying. Honestly, I would have maybe drawn more attention to how fucking normal they seem, not left it behind the insights. I would have drawn more attention to the fact that, like, they seem chill, they seem nice, like, draw more attention to the facade of them. But I mean, that's a big nitpick. I think that Matt introduced them pretty effectively. So yeah, I think that has to do with them being Percy's backstory villain. Knowing that Percy was a victim of some forced interrogation as a backstory, do you think he should have had a bigger reaction when Vox Machina intimidates info out of people, or likely to do so himself? I do. I think that unless that was added in after the fact, it could be that wasn't originally in his backstory, and now it is. As you know, like some characters, their backstory gets built over time. So he could have added that in as a more modern part of his backstory. But I do think that it's worth considering. You can also, like, maybe he has I think a bigger reaction is a really good way to put it. Not necessarily positive or negative, because you can have traumatic things happen to you and go one way or the other. You can be absolutely abhorred by them, or you can become desensitized to them, or you can actively start to partake in them, which is kind of the way that I feel like Liam is playing Vax. Vax had a terrible, horrible murder occur to someone he loved in his childhood, and now he has gone to the other end of the extreme. He is perfectly willing to commit acts of not senseless violence, but almost senseless, like against Keenan. And he's clearly struggling with that as a character. I think that this whole Keenan arc is about him struggling with this, like, core trauma from his backstory. So with all that being said, if the interrogation stuff has always been part of his backstory, I think he probably should have had a bigger reaction, but realistically, I think there's a solid chance that it was added later. As this arc got closer. So, yeah. With that, thank you so much for watching. The dog is going crazy. She definitely needs to go out, so I'm going to take her. Like I said, thank you so much for watching. Think about how you want to like this. Subscribe, and I don't remember the question that I asked earlier in the episode. But it was right before the first break, right around, I think it was an hour and a half in. So go and find the question and answer it down in the comments. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. And I'll see you on Wednesday.